Welcome to a world where humans and beasts live side by side, with creatures so powerful they could literally shatter the heavens. And sitting at the very top of this food chain is a dude named Su Lang, blessed by the legendary lunar butterfly itself. We're talking a mythical tier beast, a creature of pure legend that can supposedly turn back time. You can see the divine blessing he carries right in his eyes. That's how he snagged the title Lunar King and became the world's biggest celebrity. Meanwhile, in some average-looking house, a guy is glued to his computer screen. This Lunar King is getting all the clicks, a global superstar even to the haters. But this guy is sweating bullets, muttering that the only thing more unbelievable than all the hype is that He, Sweang, is that so-called Lunar King, and he's totally freaking out because he literally just got isekai'd into this world. Yeah, 1 minute he was on Earth, the next he's here, downloading fragmented memories from the body's original owner. Turns out real times, Lunar King was taking a nap, rolled out of bed, and unceremoniously bonked himself into the afterlife. Seriously. Our guy thinks, hey, maybe being the Lunar King is a sweet deal, but then he pops open his status window and, nope, he's just a measly 1-star tamer. And his legendary partner? A shimmering beast with the power of moonlight. He immediately starts flaming the system because he knows for a fact this butterfly is about as legendary as a housefly. The real kicker is, the entire world has sky-high expectations for him. How in the world is he supposed to deal with all this pressure? And to make matters worse, the original owner of this body was a master hype man who convinced everyone he was the real deal. The dude literally told people he had a reincarnation butterfly that only shows up when things get real. And when he put on a show, the fangirls went absolutely wild. They were screaming about how amazing and handsome he was. Get this, he even stood up to the 8-star empress and didn't even flinch. Our hero has no clue how the original guy had such massive guts. Shaking his head, he decides to check out his so-called beast. The shimmering butterfly materializes before him, and okay, he admits you can still see traces of divinity on it. As it flutters up to his face, he can't help but think it's kinda cute. Right before his face sours, remembering just how utterly useless it is. He's got a major showdown waiting for him in 3 years, but the more immediate problem? He probably can't even win a fight against the weakest kid at the academy. Unless he finds some kind of cheat code or system exploit, there's zero chance he'll ever live up to the title of Lunar Emperor. Just then, a memory from the old owner pops into his head, and he wonders, wait, do I have that thing too? He calls out, Lunar Book, and poof, the item appears right in his hands. He's actually impressed, looking at what seems to be a book of illustrations. Flipping to the first page, he sees a whole bunch of low-tier, moon-aspected creatures. And if he combines all the creatures from a single page, he can craft a brand new one, kinda like a monster-fusing card game. Apparently, the original owner completely ignored this book because it called the Lunar Butterfly weak. Our guy can't help but think, what an idiot. But now, he's suddenly fired up. He's about to enroll in the Lunar Light Academy, which should be a goldmine for finding these kinds of creatures. Stepping out of his room, he makes a mental note. No picking fights. He needs to lay low and grind for the next 3 years straight. Over in the advanced tamer dorms, a girl is feeding a little bunny, cooing that it's to help it grow up big and strong. Just then, a girl in red, Su Jing, scoffs at her to stop wasting time on weak creatures that'll just get attached. So this girl, Bior, straight up tells the bunny no thanks to a contract, claiming she's just messing around. However, Su Jing chimes in that as one of the elites, she can't be caught dead with weak creatures, or the strong ones will never want to partner with her. She gushes that the girl must be just like the Lunar King, who only deals with ridiculously powerful beasts. Just then, something catches the bunny's eye while the girl is saying she's positive the lunar butterfly only sticks with the king because he doesn't reek of weakness. In that very instant, the rabbit bolts over to someone's feet. When they look over, they're totally floored. They see the Lunar King himself, looking effortlessly cool, and they start to blush. To them, his eyes are just radiating pure pressure. The two of them think a single glance from him could make anyone submit. But in reality, he's just panicking internally because he's looking at a girl with cat ears. It suddenly dawns on him that the original Lunar King was a total recluse. He heads over to the moon pavilion. Looking up, he realizes it's the hangout spot for all the low-level creatures. He figures if he can unlock a few in the book, he'll get new entries. Wandering around, he spots some shimmering particles and gives one a tap. And boom, a notification pops up that new beasts and illustrations have been unlocked. From the moon element itself to a juvenile fox, a shadow rat, and even a moon-like fish. Sulang is hyped that he can also see their combat info. This sly dog officially has a cheat code. Something spooks the fox, and Su Liang freezes in his tracks. He finds himself standing before a massive door. He can feel a cold energy rolling off the place, and all the other creatures seem to be keeping their distance. He slowly pushes the door open, and something in the center of the room immediately catches his eye. On top of an altar rests an albino deer with a purple horn. The creature is the definition of graceful. As Su Liang steps closer, the system pings him with a warning. This is the white flower deer, the most beautiful of all mid-ranking creatures, and it's also extremely selective about its company. Our boy thinks the system is seriously exaggerating with that info dump. Meanwhile, some guys nearby are scoffing that it's insane to spend so much money just to maintain a mid-ranking creature. They mutter that they've never seen any other beast get this kind of VIP treatment. The guy with brown hair speculates it's probably just because of its looks, and at that exact moment, the deer turns its head to look back. The guy is still running his mouth about rich people showing off when sploosh. He gets hit with a jet of water to the head, leaving him completely dazed. The deer just glares at the two, and they scramble away. One of them shouts that mid-ranking creatures are as smart as humans, so they'd better get the heck out of there. The protagonist, watching the whole thing, thinks that maybe those guys actually had a point. Right up until their eyes meet. Something about his eyes seems to intrigue the creature. It approaches him and begins to circle him. It gets right up close to his eye and just stares. Then, all of a sudden, the lunar book materializes in his hand with a message that a new beast was unlocked, and his illustration count went up. That's when something else in the description makes Sulang do a double take. That was no mid-ranking creature. It was a supreme rank beast capable of leveling an entire kingdom. This was a monster with more consciousness and intelligence than any human, a being that ruled over all other animals. That thing is basically a living, breathing nuke in the middle of the academy. If that creature ever decides it's having a bad day, the entire enclosure is an absolute wreck. Then it hits him. If she's in here, the academy must have cleared her as being totally safe. And considering those other guys just got yeeted for a little water fight, it seems like she's not actually trying to hurt anyone. But he can't ignore the gut feeling that she's hiding her real power level from everybody. Totally the opposite of him, a guy everyone thinks is a powerhouse but is actually weaker than a kitten. He peeks over at her. She's staring at the plaque that labels her a mid-ranking creature with a smirk. Their eyes meet. He knows, she knows, he's onto her little game. But then his heart nearly leaps out of his chest. She suddenly shifts into a combat stance. He instantly assumes she's freaking out about her cover being blown, so he starts shouting about how this mid-ranking creature is so breathtakingly gorgeous he can't even move. He knows priority number one is to not make an enemy out of whatever the heck that thing is. So he decides to play tourist, wandering around and admiring the other exhibits until the door closes and he can make a break for it. All the while, the dear girl just stands there, replaying the look in our boy's eyes and wondering who on earth could have a gaze like that. She zips back to her room, grabs a phone with a deer for a wallpaper, and immediately starts searching for a guy in the city with crescent moon eyes. And she's completely floored by what she finds. Meanwhile, back at the Tamer dorm, our hero is totally wiped. He's still trying to figure out why the school would casually keep a T-Rex in their campus zoo. Even worse, that appearance is just a front. That creature is 1,000 times more dangerous than any dinosaur. He's just glad he ran into her there, because if it had been out in the wild, he'd need a supreme ranking beast of his own just to make it out in one piece. And the worst part? His own creatures are the lowest of the low. That's when the light bulb goes off. He can see the abilities of any creature he's physically touched. And of course, he has a cheesy "the world is in my hands" moment. He decides to head back to test his new theory on another beast. On the way, though, he spots that rabbit again and wonders if it's the same one he saw that morning. It seems weird to him that it's so chill, since lunar monsters are supposed to be bouncing off the walls at night. The rabbit is just looking at him, all cute and innocent. And our protagonist's paranoia kicks in, wondering if this is another god-tier monster in disguise. He calmly reaches out to touch it, for science. The second his fingers brush its fur, absolutely nothing spectacular happens. He discovers it's not even a true lunar-type creature. This means it only gets a power boost on a full moon, and he realizes it's currently weaker than even the most basic low-ranking monsters. He feels like a complete idiot for thinking he'd find 2 hidden bosses in one day. Right then, someone drops their food and a phone clatters to the ground. Something about the scene catches his eye, but he has no clue that he's being secretly watched by Beer. She's having a hard time processing what she's seeing, the legendary Lunar King petting a pathetically weak creature. With that, she beelines it back to the dorm. Jing asks her what's got her so worked up, and the cat girl just blurts out, "What are the odds that the Lunar King is secretly into small, weak monsters?" Her friend is totally baffled by the random question, but Beiyor just plays it off, saying she was kidding before bolting from the room. Once she's alone, she can't stop thinking about it, picturing the gentle look on the Lunar King's face as he pet that little rabbit, and she wonders, with a blush, if she's the only one who's ever seen this secret, softer side of the Lunar King. Sul is fully aware he got caught, but he couldn't care less. Figuring the ladies might be into that sort of thing, he decides it's time to hit the sack and heads for his room, but then something at the window snags his attention. It's a seriously dangerous-looking demon, and he's freaking out because he has absolutely no clue who this terrifying creature is. The real issue is that this thing might not be human, but some kind of humanoid beast, and the pressure it's giving off is totally crushing him. As she gets closer, he can't even begin to wrap his head around her power level, until she suddenly drops to a knee and greets him as the Lunar King and the Lunar God. He starts frantically sifting through his new set of memories, realizing he's supposed to know her. She's one of the 4 moons from the order he supposedly created. However, he has zero idea who this woman kneeling before him actually is, so he just stays quiet, making the poor girl break out in a cold sweat. She's probably thinking that even the Lunar King's silence is terrifying, while he's just blanking on her name and finally asks what she wants. The girl reports that the Black Lunar Order is making some serious moves in the central region, especially around the Palace of the Gods, but Zulian has no earthly idea what she's rambling about. He just turns his back, prompting her to ask what's wrong. Our boy tells her to pipe down because he's trying to remember, and after a quick mental Google search, he declares that he's got it all figured out. He now gets that it wasn't that he didn't know, it's just that the body's original owner couldn't have cared less about any of it. She tries to explain that the Black Lunar Order isn't the real threat. The big problem is the Palace of the Gods getting involved. Now Time's name gets his attention. The Palace of the Gods is a place that's home to thousands of legendary beasts, but even though they've been the top dogs for a solid 1,000 years, the Order of the 4 Moons completely changed the game in the last 3. She explains that they're ready to make a move. The only snag is that there's nobody around to act as his bodyguard. Zulian just plays it cool, telling her to proceed since he's perfectly safe under the moonlight. The girl gets totally hyped, saying she understands perfectly. This is apparently a classic line from the Lunar God, and thanks to some butterfly, everyone believes he's completely untouchable. With that, she takes off, leaving our boy speechless. He can't believe the original owner had the nerve to say such incredibly cringy things. The worst part is, the guy would just wander around spouting random one-liners, but because his followers are completely unhinged, these nonsensical phrases became legendary quotes. Out of nowhere, he'd just turn and declare he felt the presence of the Lunar God, or that the moon favors me, or that the moon will rise, and, the moon is bright. He's totally lost, having just been dropped into this mess with a million problems. At least it seems he can put the Palace of the Gods on the back burner for now. The only tiny issue is that he doesn't actually possess this real butterfly, so he's essentially walking around without any security detail. If he gets jumped in this state, he's going to die in the most pathetic way imaginable. That's when a light bulb goes off in his head. After unlocking a ton of creatures in that book, he can finally get a new one. The system says he can start the first exchange, and he is beyond excited. The system gives him a warning. The creature he gets is completely up to chance. The moment it materializes, he can either register it as his own, or send it back to the system to get some attribute points in return. Our boy is totally hyped, because this means he can finally power himself up instead of just collecting pets. However, he's desperate to snag that supreme ranking beast from Liss so he can finally stop being a punching bag. With that, he starts praying to every single deity in the book, totally pumped. He declares he's going for the ultimate beast and smashes the button. A blast of energy erupts from the book, and a blinding light whites out his vision. The pages start whipping around as the system announces a creature has been unlocked. He's practically vibrating with anticipation until he gets a shimmery, translucent moonlight. It's a high-ranking creature, all right, but it's clearly a support class. He knows that for any normal person, this would be an amazing pull. But come on, he's the Lunar God. A glorified cheerleader isn't going to move the needle for him. Considering the absolute train wreck he's caught in, a buff bot isn't the solution, so he just yeets it right back into the book. The system chimes in, letting him know he'll be rewarded with the creature's raw power instead. He gets enough EXP to hit 1-star Tamer and almost make it to 2 stars. He's stoked for a hot second, And then the crushing disappointment sets in when he realizes it changes nothing. He's absolutely fuming that the last idiot who drove this body could have been rolling deep with a crew of powerful monsters. But no, that dunce decided to pass on all that for a butterfly. It's right then, just before he passes out for the night, that he realizes what a moronic move he just made. Sure, the moonlight creature wasn't a world beater, but it was miles better than the glorified insect he's stuck with now. A decision that dumb feels completely out of character for him. Our boy starts wondering if the original owner's brain-dead tendencies are still contaminating his own. That's when he shakes his head, telling himself he's going insane for even thinking about that loser. He face plants onto the bed, swearing that the next time a high-ranked beast shows up, he's locking in that contract. No hesitation. At least tomorrow he can hit the pavilion, grind some experience, and snatch up everything he missed. Remembering the white deer, a devious little plan starts to brew. He'll bring a peace offering to see if she'll finally let him get close. The next morning, the deer wakes up with a start, completely bewildered. The entire place is barren. She's wondering if the place is getting demolished when a girl approaches, promising her a better life at the palace of the gods. But the girl looks devastated as she tells the deer to obey her new masters. The poor thing is horrified, realizing she's been sold. And, of all places, to the palace of the lunar god. Meanwhile, two girls in slick uniforms are complaining about how ridiculous it is that the lunar god is a student there. A blue-haired girl tells her partner to cool it and focus on the mission at hand. She turns, saying she knows they're just here to pick up the white flower deer. Then, a green-haired woman named Sing appears. She introduces herself as the proprietor of the pavilion. The two women introduce themselves with some corny slogan about an eternal night, which makes Sing immediately peg them as arrogant fools. She just turns and tells them to come in and see the creature. However, the blue-haired one scoffs, saying she's seen it online and to just bring it out already, offering to pay 10 times the price. This makes Sing's ears perk up. Knowing the white deer is a one-of-a-kind prize, she decides to play them like a fiddle, claiming this deer is a direct descendant of the pavilion founder's legendary beast. She lays it on thick, saying that's why they treat her like royalty, and a measly 10 times the price is frankly an insult. The red-haired girl fires back that a fancy family tree doesn't change the fact that it's still just a mid-ranking creature. But Big Sis claps back, tells her to zip it, and casually throws out, "How about 20 times the price? Is that enough for you?" Which totally blows her sister's mind and gets the owner's attention real quick. The redhead scurries over to her sister, whispering frantically like, "Dude, 20 times? We don't have that kind of cash. Are you insane?" But the cool-headed blue hair isn't worried. See, she's got this little critter called the Moon's Voice, and it's basically her spidey sense, screaming that some major trouble is about to drop. They absolutely need this creature to guard the palace of the gods, so yeah, she's ready to throw down even more Monopoly money to get it. But just then, the whole vibe shifts. A pressure so heavy, it could turn a diamond into dust drops on the room, making everyone feel like they're about to be pancaked. She instantly knows who's behind this party-crashing aura, the one and only Lunar King. She starts shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, thinking, what in the world is he doing in this place? Meanwhile, her red-haired sister just completely blue screens. Her brain has officially left the chat, totally fried by the sheer presence of this dude. She's desperately trying to signal the woman, basically mind-screaming, "Don't look him in the eye." But of course, the lady turns, gets an eyeful, and just keels over. The blue-haired sister, however, is holding it together, muttering that she saw him up close. Then Swang strolls over and just hits them with that ice-cold, "I'm the main character" stare. That one look is all it takes. They both immediately bow their heads, like they're praying for their lives. The poor girl feels like if she even tries to look up, her head might just pop off. It's like trying to win a staring contest with a literal god. Spoiler alert, you're gonna lose. And the funniest part? While these two are having a full-blown panic attack, our boy Swang is just standing there, internally screaming, "Why is everyone frozen? Did I miss a memo?" Until King He comes sprinting in, yelling his name. She runs up to him, practically gushing, "Oh my gosh, it's such an honor to finally see your magnificent face in person." Then she whips out this tattoo on her arm, proudly declaring she joined the Brotherhood of the Double Moon like 3 months ago. You know, just casually dropping her fan club credentials. With that out of the way, she spills the tea. Those two girls are actually messengers from the palace of the lunar god, and they're here to snag the deer. While she's explaining, they want to sell it for a ridiculous price because of its fancy bloodline and, because it's super pretty. It hits Swang. These people are clueless. They have absolutely no idea what this creature is actually capable of. You can't just slap a price tag on something this legendary. That's like trying to sell the sun on eBay. So, he just turns his back, and the sisters let out a huge sigh of relief, which lasts for about 2 seconds before he drops. Get lost. This isn't a place for your kind, completely deadpan. Then he adds, the moon is about to fall. King He just looks up at the sky, totally confused, thinking, bro, it's daytime. There isn't even a moon out yet. But of course, her brain doesn't take that literally. It goes straight to, oh my god, he means the actual moon is going to fall from the sky. In other words, she's convinced it's a super deep, cryptic prophecy about some world-ending disaster that's right around the corner. The blue-haired sister is having a galaxy brain moment, realizing this guy knows all their secrets, when her red-haired sister decides now is a great time to pipe up with, actually, the moon isn't really going to fall. Except she's so terrified she can barely get the words out, and the crowd immediately jumps on her like, hey, you don't get to talk back to the moon god's chosen one, you hear? And right on cue, our boy just slowly turns and hits her with those glowing, moon-like eyes. No words needed. The poor girl starts shaking again as he just casually walks off. She collapses right into her sister's arms, who's now thinking, okay, yeah, if the moon god himself is claiming this thing, we're out. They've officially got to abandon mission on the deer. However, as Swang strolls away, he's fully aware he just basically announced some incoming doom. While King He is recalling how the girls were just saying the moon would never times fall, seeing the absolute smackdown the king just delivered, she adds, their moons fell a long time ago. The only moon that's forever is the one the Moon King sees. Talk about a burn. And our boy Swang? He's finally able to relax, thinking to himself, heck yeah, they all think I'm some all-powerful prophet. This has its perks. He has no idea how long he can keep this charade up before someone calls his bluff, but for now, the deer is safe. Meanwhile, the staff are busy clearing out the hall, probably to fumigate the sheer terror he left behind. The deer is literally demanding they stop pawing through her stuff, and the humans are just standing there, totally baffled by this beast's audacity. The blonde girl gets all misty-eyed, assuming the deer can't bear to part with her caretaker. She then smothers the deer's head in a hug, cooing about how beautiful she is and promising to visit, all while the deer is thinking, get your hands off me, you weirdo. The woman then moves to the deer's bedding, declaring that it's got to go too. But, plot twist, she finds a hidden stash underneath, a cell phone, a magazine, and a mirror, leaving her wondering why on earth a beast would own this stuff. The deer is freaking out, thinking her whole secret life is about to be exposed. She starts snooping and finds a ton of research about the Moon King on the phone. Seeing this, the deer gets absolutely furious, realizing she has to protect her secrets, and decides to go full demon mode, lunging right at the woman. The phone goes flying through the air and lands smack dab in someone's hand. When the woman turns to see who caught it, she freezes. Standing in the doorway is our boy, and yep, everybody recognizes the Moon King. Now the deer is in full-blown panic mode, realizing her secrets were just discovered by the one person who absolutely could not see them. The second he glances at the screen, he looks utterly scandalized. The deer dipped out of sight, as our boy spotted her reading some questionable literature about beasts and humans. We're definitely heading into spicy territory, but hey, you gotta love the dedication. You gotta admit, those artists are truly unstoppable. Su Lang then casually tosses the phone aside, announces the sale is cancelled, and tells everyone to get lost, warning them that the Double Moon clan is sending someone at sunset to buy the whole joint. Everyone is in shock that he's buying the entire place. Su Lang, however, is internally fist-pumping. The original plan was to scoop up a few low-level creatures, but who could have possibly predicted he'd stumble upon a chance to get a supreme rank 1? In a situation like this, the best play is a tactical retreat. The crowd is just a mess of confusion, whispering about how nobody expected the Moon King himself to call everything off. That nosy woman, on the other hand, pipes up that she's way more interested in what was on the phone that got the king so shook. But right then, the deer zips over, snatches it with her mouth, and makes a break for it. She dashes past the other beasts, thinking, that damn king, he saw my whole identity, even my search history. He's trying to make a smooth exit, but she'll be damned if she lets him leave this pavilion with her secrets. With that, she commands him to stop, declaring that she knows he saw everything. The moment he hears her voice, it clicks, this is a girl. And suddenly, that spicy reading material makes a whole lot more sense. She warns him that if he breathes a word of her secret to anyone, she'll hunt him down. Seeing him actually pause, she wonders if her threat actually landed. But then, Su Lang coolly says she has nothing to worry about when it comes to her. Personal times, secrets being revealed. She gives him this hilarious, terrified look, and he just smirks, mentioning that she's certainly caught his attention. She fires back that she's not scared just because he's the Moon King. If he dares to tell anyone, she'll find him, wherever he is, and finish him. Now, Su Lang knows that supreme-level creatures have this neat little ability to sense when their name is spoken nearby. So, he trolls her, asking, "Does that mean you'll appear right beside me every time I say your name?" She furiously screams, "Yes!" A moment later, she's wondering why he asked it like that. Then, he gets all charming, steps closer, and whispers that it'll be their secret. He gives her a little smirk and turns to leave, telling her she'd better remember that. However, right before he walks out, she calls for him to wait, warning him to be careful with the full moon. Su Lang glances back, says he understands, and then disappears. She's just standing there, gears turning, while our boy Su Lang is sweating buckets, wondering if he actually managed to bamboozle a supreme-tier beast. And I'm over here sweating, just praying this supreme beast finally pulls a magical girl transformation. For crying out loud. However, he cracks a smug grin, realizing her biggest fear is getting her ancient history exposed. The only thing that's tripping him up is this whole "be careful" on a full moon warning. I mean, if she's buying his whole moon god shtick and his warning times him asterisk, then yeah, something seriously freaky is definitely going on. Back at his crib, he's mulling over his next move, and the biggest headache is that he's rolling completely solo, with 0 bodyguards. If that's the situation, then priority number 1 is to build his squad. Meanwhile, over at the Lunar God's Palace, a place supposedly run by 10 princesses, you just know they're all going to be some seriously gnarly-looking, stick-thin crones. And what do you know, number 4, who totally fits the bill, asks if the king times really times drop those words. The other girls confirm it. She just says they should suck it up and get ready. But then the rest of the coven at the table starts going off, calling her dead wrong. One chick decked out in red armor argues that him just showing up at the pavilion proves something big is going down. They all come to the conclusion that there's at least one monarch-rank creature in the mix, and some bald lady drops a bombshell that an apocalypse is coming that not even the lunar palace will survive. So, the million-dollar question is whether the 4th princess is actually going to cooperate with him. She scoffs, asking if they're seriously delusional enough to think they can still win, even times. After times he makes a pact with a monarch. The room goes dead silent, and she's about to call them all cowards when plot twist, it's not a woman. Some guy chimes in, the Moon King isn't the only one favored by the moonlight. So, after Su Lang completely drained his group's funds to go on a beast shopping spree at the academy, people from the north started getting real suspicious about his game plan. Most figured he was about to absorb a bunch of weaklings to power himself up, which was basically the signal that the monster inside him was about to wake up. These rumors had the whole north freaking out, but the very guy they were terrified of was just chilling in his room playing gacha and summoning new creatures. Can someone please tell me why he just summoned Peppa Pig? At least he's stoked about pulling a high-ranking creature. Even with the pavilion hooking him up, that's the best he could manage. Any low or medium-rank summons are basically just vendor trash you trade for points. And even though he swore on his life he'd sign a contract with the very next high-rank creature he pulled, this moon in the lake thing seems to be a pure support type. Her original owner has amnesia, and there's not a single byte of data about her online. He finds it totally bizarre that there are creatures out there that haven't been patched into the encyclopedia yet. Remembering he got that letter, he decides to crack open the lunar book. The book explains that this creature can basically absorb any attack or energy fluctuation and just store it. He's absolutely floored to learn that she's apparently 13,000 years old. This means she's a literal fossil, older than the lunar palace itself. No wonder the modern-day Pokédex is coming up with 0 results on her. But that's when the big brain troll idea hits him. If it's a creature nobody knows anything about, then nobody can call it weak. Since all the info was lost to time, who's gonna argue if he says she's strong enough to be a king's legendary beast? It's the perfect con. And at the end of the day, for a dude who couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag, maybe a damage-soaking tank is exactly what he needs. With that, he decides to just close his eyes and sign the contract. He tells the little sparkling butterfly to head on back, and in the very next second, my man pops into existence in a lake, and get this, a girl's reflection is staring back at him, giving off a whole different vibe than your typical high-level monsters. This marks his second pet, and he's really hoping this one is more than just a paperweight, especially since the full moon is just around the corner, which is when we find some poor dude on patrol, wondering why he drew the short straw. He'd gotten intel that the Moon King was planning something big tonight, and frankly, he was completely lost. But since he was supposedly the #1 tamer of the Black Moon, calling in sick wasn't an option. Peeping on our protagonist's house from a mile away, he was sweating bullets, scared he'd be spotted and vaporized in the next second. Meanwhile, our boy was just zoning back in from his pet's consciousness. The butterfly was all hyped up, while the new lake girl was apparently catching some Z's. Seeing as it was a full moon night, he figured he'd pop outside to see what all the fuss was about, and the moment he left his room, he's met with the sight of everyone running for their lives and screaming for their pets, which finally clued him in that tonight was, in fact, a big deal. Just then, a huge explosion goes off, shaking the whole place like a maraca, and he casually wanders to the window to see what's up. He spots smoke in the distance, and a little smirk appears on his face, relieved that, for once, he wasn't the main character of the disaster. The guy who'd been watching him? Yeah, he was now one with the pavement, completely blindsided and in utter disbelief. "The mission brief," said simple Lunar Rabbit, not a 20-story tall fluffball of death with an aura that screamed, "You're done." The rabbit casually glanced over, locking eyes with the guy. And then it lunged. He dodged just in time for the attack to obliterate a different building. Back in the dorms, everyone was losing their minds. Meanwhile, Sol Yang was just trying to connect the dots on why any of this was happening. In another part of town, a whole herd of creatures was stampeding through the pavilion, slamming to a halt in front of a single door, from which the white deer started yelling. She was demanding to know what all the racket was in the middle of the night and ordered them all to get back to bed, while the organizer stood there, absolutely terrified by the chaos. The deer, meanwhile, was back in bed, probably wondering if her crush was finally going to call. Out in the city, the kaiju bunny was still brawling with the tamer. He vanished and reappeared, laughing his head off, admitting she actually packed a punch. He'd summoned 2 of his own pets, putting on a show about how he really didn't want to use them on her, warning her to back off before the Moon King got annoyed. He basically threatened that she could get unalived, but the rabbit couldn't have cared less and just charged straight for him. He used his 2 pets as meat shields, and the resulting shockwave leveled half the city, ripping the 2 creatures to shreds. But their skin just slurped up the debris, and a second later, they were good as new. The guy realized the rabbit was strong but slow, and probably had like 2 brain cells. 7 and his pets weren't dead, so they obviously weren't supreme ranked. And with the Moon King still MIA, it looked like this rabbit was just a freelancer. With that, he leaped off his pets and let them start chugging moonlight. They did a fusion dance, turning into a black fish with creepy lunar eyes, but then he felt a sharp pain in his chest and screamed for them to stop absorbing. This is because every tamer knows you have to be careful with how much juice your pets absorb, or you both go kablooey. But of course, he was thrilled. Finally, he had a worthy test subject to unleash his maximum power on. With that, he held out his hand and declared that she wasn't the only one who goes into berserker mode under the full moon. A massive shark attack erupted, blowing up another chunk of the city. Elsewhere, the teachers were frantically trying to get the students to the shelters. Everyone was buzzing, wondering who on earth had the nerve to attack the academy, and what for. Somebody else piped up that it was just plain idiotic, since everyone knows the Moon King hangs out there, and right on cue, he came sprinting by. The woman was telling a student to hold their horses until she did a double take, realizing it was the Moon King himself. He just whipped around, looking like he'd been dragged through a hedge backward, and said the moon was coming up. The crazy part? Even with just a dinky crossbow, he was acting all cocky about the moonlight. It was like his body was hardwired to react differently in this mess. The original owner would have probably said some cringe-worthy line like, "The eyes of the moon are upon him." Meanwhile, Shark Dude was just chilling in the middle of the city. He was totally smug, thinking his attack was more than enough. But then his monster started screaming in agony, and his face was priceless. The rabbit had just gotten back up, and he couldn't believe it had shrugged off his attack. As the rabbit gave him a terrified death stare, someone in the crowd muttered that it was seriously spooky. It was Bayur, saying she was totally here for this, while her friend insisted it was way too risky. But she shot back that she was at this dorm specifically to see this kind of throwdown, right before getting a solid bonk on the head. She wound up with a new lump on her head, but couldn't shake the feeling that the creature looked familiar. Su Jing pointed out it was at least a mid-ranked rabbit monster. The really freaky thing, though, was its sheer size. They were both completely stunned. The rabbit just snatched the shark by the ears and slammed it into the pavement. The Black Moon guy realized his pet was about to get wrecked and activated a technique called Moon Devour. His monster let out a roar that shook the heavens, and a wave of pressure slammed into the rabbit, twisting it up like a pretzel. The guy was grinning, gloating that it was impossible to beat. Plot twist, though, the rabbit started absorbing all the energy he'd just blasted out. That's when it dawned on the guy. If a creature that massive still had a secret move, there was no way in heck he could win. Bayur looked totally impressed, but Su Jing was already yelling at her to get the heck out of there, and with that, she tackled her to the ground and summoned her fox to throw up a shield for the tomb. The rabbit let loose a roar, setting off a blast that rocked the entire city. Man, that thing went full-on atomic. When the smoke cleared, the little shark was just gone, and the place looked like a war zone. The rabbit noticed something, and saw that the barrier protecting the two girls had just shattered. Su Jing muttered that the shield was the only reason they were still in one piece. Bayur had also summoned her own creature. Seeing it staring down the rabbit, she ran to her tiger and told it to chill out, which immediately got the giant rabbit's attention. But instead of attacking, the rabbit just stared at the three of them. They were all bracing for the end, but weirdly, it just stood there, frozen. Su Jing was trying to figure out why the monster wasn't moving. Then she saw it. The creature's gaze was locked right onto Bayur. Just like that, the monster stomped over to the rubble and yanked the shark guy out of the wreckage. The guy was furious, screaming, "Is that a high-rank creature?" and demanding it let him go because the Moon King was supposed to be coming. The rabbit just slammed him back into the ground and looked ready to turn him into a smear. Bayur wanted to stop it, but Su Jing insisted they shouldn't get involved. The girl argued back that it was messed up to just let the guy die like that. Su Jing warned her to at least be a little careful. As she was building up the nerve to step forward, a voice told her to stay put. In that very moment, he called out the name of the moon god, and our boy appeared, looking cool as ever, and said this wasn't a fight for her. He walked on, declaring that the moonlight would now converge. A storm of magic circles swirled around him, and everyone wondered if this dude was even human. And there was Sol, standing right under the giant rabbit. He knew instantly that the creature's size and shape didn't match any Supreme-class monster. This meant there was only one other insane possibility. Just 10 minutes earlier, when this whole mess started, he was just chilling and observing. He was 100% sure fighting that thing was a suicide mission. Heck, even a 4-star creature got vaporized in a second. The game plan was to just tag it to check its rank, but that was way too risky. So, maybe it was better to just bounce. But then he noticed the monster wasn't actually attacking anyone. He knew it was impossible for a monster to be both top-tier and completely brainless at the same time. Considering all that, he strolled right up, banking on his one theory. The poor fool on the ground thought he'd somehow earned a favor by getting demolished. Yeah, right. Sol Yang just collected the body and told the others to haul it away. With that, they vanished, leaving Sol Yang to have a little face-to-face with the rabbit. He then figured it's impossible for a creature to go berserk under the moonlight and still have a single thought in its head. This meant it was just a common mob acting on instinct, and only low-level creatures run on pure instinct. He then casually held out his hand and asked, "So, you looking for me?" From a distance, the two girls were wondering what in the world this madman was doing, and Boar yelled at him to be careful. The rabbit geared up to charge him, and they all thought the poor guy was about to be turned into a pancake. He was confident in his theory, but still a little hesitant. In that exact moment, a single drop fell into the lake. The creature's attack just stopped, and he was suddenly embraced by the girl from the water. Everyone saw it, and the guy on the ground realized that thing was a shuru, one of those mysterious, ancient creatures. It was something he'd only read about in the Black Moon's secret intelligence books. He slowly opened his eyes, hyped that he'd actually stopped the attack. The only problem was the girl from the lake looked like she couldn't tank another hit like that. But hey, at least now that he knew what the creature was, he was sure he didn't need to sweat it anymore. He knew exactly who this was. That's why it never went after Bayer. And since it doesn't have a lunar body, it's just sucking up all the moon's power without any way to control it. Suddenly, a new crew showed up, asking if they were late to the party. The guy on the ground told them they weren't late. It's just that you showing up now is completely useless. The Moon King has awakened, which means we're all about to die. The newcomers looked terrified. Taking in the scene, Sol Yang knew it was time to make them understand who was really in charge. He asked the rabbit, "You're here for me, aren't you?" And it immediately bowed its head. As everyone watched in utter confusion, he promised her all the moon power she could ever want. He leaned in closer and said he'd meet her at the place where they first met. She agreed, turned around, and took off. The guy on the ground shot up, absolutely furious. He got totally wrecked and didn't even get to see the king's real power. He actually shouted at the Moon King, "That thing attacked me, so why are you letting it get away?" However, Sol Yang just turned back and asked with a smirk, "Was it really an attack though?" The guy was stunned, noticing his eye was changing with the moon. He just hoped he wouldn't fall for the guy too. The poor dude started replaying everything he just saw and collapsed back onto the ground, thinking he had just witnessed the true emperor. All his motivation just vanished. It was time to go home. There was nothing left for him to do. So, some shady figure shows up in his dream, telling him to keep playing dress-up in the northern region. And just like that, he snaps awake in the Academy's infirmary. Turns out, that was just how the big shots slide into your DM's dream messages, which meant the whole crazy dream was legit. The only problem? He had zero clue how to handle this Moon King dude. Meanwhile, our boy wakes up to a tiny rabbit, giving him the death stare. He just about jumps out of his skin, asking what the heck it's doing there. Then it hits him, oh yeah, he totally made a pact with this fluffy little menace. After the coast was clear, he'd gone back to where they first met. See, this thing goes full-on monster mode during a full moon, and leaving it on the loose was a big no-no. So, a pact it was. Still, his status screen showing off two low-level creatures didn't exactly scream future king material. At least now he could sleep soundly on full moon nights. But then again, seeing it acting all cute and innocent at his feet made him think, yeah, maybe I'm not so safe after all. He figured it was time to hit the pavilion, but the second he opened his door, it was total chaos. Everyone was running around like headless chickens, and he was completely lost. Some girls were screeching about trying to snag a supreme-ranked creature. Freaking out a little, he whipped out his phone and did a quick search. And there it was. A legendary spear called the Crescent Moon, the only supreme type, had just crash-landed in the northern region. The only catch? This thing was so ridiculously hard to tame that not even the Empress or the legendary 10 Moons could handle it, and as our guy wandered around, he had no idea he had a couple of stalkers. His pursuers were absolutely baffled. The dude was walking in the complete opposite direction of the spear, totally ghosting the opportunity of a lifetime. But our boy wasn't an idiot. He had no intention of trying to claim it. Best case, he'd make a fool of himself in front of hundreds of people. Worst case, the spear would just zap him into oblivion with its aura. Besides, he had a much easier, much closer target in mind. The white flower was just chilling in her room when the door creaked open. She turned, and there he was, casually saying, "Hey." He mentioned it had been a hot minute since they'd seen each other. She was like, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be chasing after that crescent moon thingy?" Sulang just smirked and said she must be terminally online to know about it already. She shot back that she didn't need the internet. She could literally feel its arrival. Then she asked if he wasn't worried someone else would snatch it up. But he was like, "Nah, not really my thing. A cute pet is way better." With that, he pulled something out of his pocket and offered it to her. She eyed it suspiciously, asking if it was some kind of super rare, crazy expensive snack. He just grinned and said, "Close enough." Truth was, he had a practically infinite supply thanks to the system, because the previous owner was a massive hoarder who never spent a dime. She took it and just stashed it in a jar, which made him ask if she even liked his gift, but she just casually replied that she only snacks when she's watching a movie or reading a novel. He was totally bewildered by that, but said he was bouncing to make sure nobody blew her cover. Then a light bulb went off. He remembered there was a much safer way to chat and asked if she could add him as a friend. She said sure, and his phone buzzed instantly. The profile pic that popped up was a girl with white hair and a slick purple horn. He recognized the name instantly. It was the same as the Academy's founder from hundreds of years ago. This meant she was definitely a direct descendant, or something more. The big question now was whether she'd actually look like that in her human form. She asked if something was wrong, and he just shook his head, saying he'd be back tomorrow. Looks like this blushing deer warrior might finally be upgrading to a human waifu pretty soon. A whole 3 days went by, and the Moon King still couldn't be bothered with that legendary spear. Naturally, the line of hopefuls just kept getting longer and longer. The girls running the booth finally slammed the table, calling everyone fools, and warning them to sign the waiver, because if they got themselves deleted, it sure as heck wasn't going to be on them. She was totally over it, right until some dude with a black whale vibe showed up. She immediately perked up, asking if he was all powered up now. He just smirked, said, "Yep," and offered to take over so she could finally catch a break. She was like, "Fine, it's all yours." but was totally thinking, if this dude thinks he's getting that spear, he's got another thing coming. The other girls came over, asking Mr. Black Whale if he was feeling 100%. He played it cool, saying he was all patched up, but his mind was on someone who was about to make an entrance. See, he knew the dream had sent a message, and he was dying to see who it was. Right on cue, a mysterious girl in a black cloak stepped up to the plate. The moment she handed over the paperwork, he spotted a distinct tattoo on her hand. Their eyes met for a split second, and my man started shaking in his boots. He was absolutely positive. This was the one he'd been waiting for. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, someone's getting real curious about this so-called beast from the stars. A girl who's literally blue from head to toe commented on its stunning aura, admitting that seeing it in person was seriously impressive. A blonde dude behind her smugly asked, "So, you finally get it now? If any creature not blessed by the moonlight dares to step in there, it gets instantly vaporized." Two other women scoffed, calling it a pipe dream. But the blue girl just nodded, saying she understood completely. She declared she'd send in other members of their order, but she'd be keeping a close watch on the fools who dared to try. And with that, she peaced out. The second she was gone, the other two started trash-talking, calling her repulsive. The blonde guy stepped in, telling them to chill out, because they still had to pick who was going in. He broke it down for them. Trying to go in with a supreme-ranked creature would just make the spear throw a massive tantrum and resist. That means only beasts below the supreme tier, and those with some serious plot armor even stand a chance. The redhead piped up, wondering if that's why the Moon King himself hadn't bothered to show. Just then, a voice from behind announced, "They're here." They all spun around, and suddenly everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost. All the catfolk were itching for a shot, but they knew this was a one-way ticket to trouble. The cat girl locked eyes with the blue girl, who stared right back with ice in her veins. She then addressed the whole crowd. "All right, everyone, listen up. We're entering the Crescent Moon domain. First off, this thing's consciousness is basically invincible. Second, if it decides to wake up and throw a fit, everything and everyone nearby will be turned into cosmic dust. Got it?" Our boy, of course, is soaking all this info in, learning that even though this thing is alive, it's not exactly a great conversationalist. The white flower is telepathically telling him that all these chumps should just pack it in and go home. And our boy can't help but think it's absurd that a sleeping weapon could just wipe out anyone who gets too close. So he asks, "Does this thing ever actually wake up?" The white flower replies, "Oh yeah, but it needs a little nudge." She then prods him, "So, you're not going to give it a shot?" And our poor guy is thinking, why in the world would I do something so reckless? If this goes south, my entire reputation would be toast. But then, a light bulb went off over his head, and he stood up. Meanwhile, over with the cat folk. Our disguised cat girl is scoping the place out, noticing the big boss Moon King as a no-show. She touches the mountain and murmurs, "If this is what I think it is, then there's a real shot at winning this. And the second I get my hands on that crescent moon spear, I'm gonna permanently silence every single tamer here so no one can snitch." Just then, her phone buzzes. It's a message. The Moon King is on his way. She's completely thrown for a loop, thinking, "Are you kidding me? Why now of all times?" That's when her instructor barks, "What are you doing on that thing? You lose focus for 1 second in here, and you'll get yourself deleted before you can even blink." The girl gives a quick glance, then bows in a super dramatic apology before peacing out, muttering that it's probably best for her to just go home and forget this whole thing ever happened. But oh, the other girl is thinking something entirely different, already planning how once she gets her hands on that crescent moon, she's going to make the other girl's life a living nightmare, permanently. As this little psychodrama unfolds, the instructor starts handing out the official get-out-of-jail-free cards, teleportation stones. "The second you smash these," she explains, "you're zapped out of here. And just a heads up, if you see the crescent moon even twitch, you need to bail immediately, or you're going to be a permanent decoration." Meanwhile, some dude nicknamed The Wound is sweating bullets, thinking that the second the king shows up, things are about to get real messy, real fast. And speaking of messy, our blue-haired girl is internally scoffing at this whole circus, thinking it's absolutely hilarious they're even attempting this, especially when the legendary Empress Kang Yu herself face-planted on this exact challenge. I mean, come on, they're a bunch of measly 3-star tamers. It's a total lost cause. But then, her internal monologue gets interrupted when she spots something off. The girl, who had her back to everyone, suddenly whipped around like she'd been zapped, Sensing something, she instantly dove behind a tree like a ninja. Okay, what in the world is a master-level tamer doing slumming it here at the academy, she wondered. As she's pondering this, the cannon fodder, students start filing through the barrier. The mystery woman figured she had to wrap this up before the Moon King crashed the party. That's when Blue Hair decided to stir the pot and called out to Elha, the instructor. Hey, everyone knows only the Moon King has a shot at this, she declared, so why is this place crawling with so many wannabes? Elha, not missing a beat, shot back, well, since you're so knowledgeable, why don't you give taming this supreme-level creature a whirl? They locked eyes in an epic stare-down, and it clicked for Blue Hair. The instructor had no clue about the sketchy girl hiding in the bushes. Just then, the entire crowd gasped and turned as one. The Moon King himself was making his grand entrance, and the peanut gallery was buzzing, wondering what the big shot was doing here. Someone named O piped up, is he actually going to try and tame it? While others freaked out that he might accidentally wake up the super weapon. But the instructor just called them all clueless noobs, stating that if the king was here, it's because he knew he could handle it. In reality, though, our boy Su Long just wanted to poke the book to see if it would let some girl out. But the instant his foot grazed the barrier, a system notification popped up like an unwanted ad. A window flashed. Silent library of supreme rank. We're talking an attribute so ridiculously strong and rare that lower-ranked beasts can't even tell it's there. Su Long's eyes lit up. Ooh, supreme rank, shiny. And then he immediately yanked his foot back like he'd touched a hot stove. He just stood there, looking hesitant, leaving everyone scratching their heads. Then, in a move that confused literally everyone, he pulled out his phone. Alpha U finally asked, "Got a problem?" He just grinned and casually asked why she let a bunch of black moon insects into her little party. The crowd went dead silent. He then strolled right in, announcing that from this moment forward, the twin moons were taking over, and he'd be handling this little pest problem personally. Everyone was still reeling from the black moon bombshell, and it suddenly dawned on the blue-haired girl that he was probably talking about the creep she'd run into earlier. A wave of panic hit the crowd as they worried about the students already inside, but Ao Ho Yu just waved it off, reminding them everyone had a teleport stone, so they were totally fine. Probably. Our guy, however, was having second thoughts, all because of that silent library. If the black cult was busting out a toy like that, it meant they were dead serious about its power. This whole situation was screaming danger zone. The old him would have been halfway home by now. But weirdly enough, ever since he got isekai'd into this world, he'd been different. And with that thought, he yeeted himself past the barrier without a second thought, while some dude who looked like a shark was giving the serpent girl a worried look. Elha was like, "Yeah, that tracks," and mentioned he was running their sig for everyone. But the ladies were quick to point out that looking like a total wreck, he wasn't going to be much help. The instructor's spidey senses were tingling, noticing he was acting super weird and wondering what in the world was up with him today. This dude was all hyped up until he poked the barrier and got a face full of boom. Everyone jumped out of their skin, and he was left wondering what just happened. Just then, a girl jingling with like 50 bells strapped to her shows up, basically telling him he had zero chance. One look at the ink on her thighs, and the guy instantly knew she was repping the Twin Moons sect. She threw out the question, "Did any of you peasants happen to hear His Highness's order? You just know this chick sounds like a one-woman parade every time she walks." She declared that as long as she was on guard duty, nobody was getting past. The black shark started wondering if she was already clued in about the silent labra. Meanwhile, inside, the serpent girl was casually strolling around. She'd been wandering around for 10 minutes straight and still couldn't find the spear. All the weaklings who tagged along with her were already wiped out. Well, at least now there were no more annoying interruptions for her grand plan. But then, all of a sudden, she felt it. A ridiculously powerful aura that she knew, without a doubt, was the real deal. Her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree when she finally spotted the spear. Oh, she was thrilled. She was thinking, I didn't even need to make a pact with a silent Lyra. She'd been saving herself for this very moment, strutting over and whispering that the spear was totally calling out for her. She was absolutely convinced it rejected the others because they were born high and mighty empresses, figuring the spear must be the type that likes a little flattery. So, putting on her best uwu face, she cooed that she might not be super powerful, but as a rank 6 tamer, she would definitely admire the heck out of that spear. With that, she made a dash to grab it, promising she would never, ever treat it wrong. But, the second her hand got close, a massive flash of light erupted, and a force field basically slapped her hand away. Access denied. She was completely baffled. Like, how is this even possible? I was rejected? She was so sure she was the perfect match for it. So, what went wrong? Meanwhile, the other folks in the room started recognizing her, and one guy piped up, "Hey, I know you. You're the one who mopped the floor with 20 people from my sect." He remembered she even sent one of his brothers on a one-way trip to the afterlife. And with that revelation, the whole crowd decided they were going to end her career and snatch the crescent moon for themselves. But instead of being scared, she just started cackling like a total lunatic, leaving everyone completely confused. She started ranting that she was already in a foul mood from being rejected, and now this gaggle of nobodies had a death wish. And just like that, she summoned her pets. Some kind of misty moon monster and a creature riding on top of a freaking flying whale. Everyone immediately realized these were all high-rank beasts. She told them to cut the commentary and summon their own critters, or things were about to get ugly, then ordered her monster to attack. After her beasts absolutely steamrolled everyone else's pathetic summons, she turned back to the crescent moon and was like, "Did you see that?" Boasting that the power she wields is beyond its wildest dreams. However, the spear gave her the silent treatment. She started to get seriously ticked off, right until someone called out, "Hey, you're just a piece of trash from the Black Moon." "And who is it?" "It's our boy," just laughing his head off at her and her little temper tantrum. She whips around, recognizes him as the Lunar King, and scoffs, asking why a measly one-star is here all by himself. She taunted him, saying that even if he has an emperor-ranked creature, he's still a total weakling on his own. Su Lang just keeps on laughing. He knows this girl probably thinks he can't summon his creature because of the silent Lyra. So he plays along, saying, "The serpent's seat has a point. A simple emperor can't handle everything solo." But then he adds, "The outcome here would be exactly the same, with or without the Lyra." He then drops a warning that before the twin moons show up, she should have just smashed the stone and bolted. The snake girl's jaw drops when it hits her that he knew all about the Lyra and walked in anyway. She's totally frozen, unsure whether to bolt or throw down, while Sulong strolls over cool as a cucumber. He just needs to lay one finger on the spear, you know, the little old weapon that once sliced a star in half. But right as he's about to touch it, a voice booms, telling him not to even think about it. And of course, it's the Serpent Girl, who unleashes a full-blown attack. Her entire monster menagerie comes charging straight for our boy. However, a freaking wall just pops into existence, blocking everything flat. She's left completely baffled, with no clue how he managed that without even summoning a pet. On the inside, our protagonist nearly has a full-blown cardiac arrest. Turns out the lake girl might hit like a wet noodle, but her defensive skills are absolutely top tier. The snake lady starts to completely lose her cool, screaming that she's had it. She warns him that without an emperor rank summon, he is an absolute nobody. Abyss starts bleeding out as a pentagram glows on the ground, and she commands the devouring demon king to rise. The sky immediately darkens with swirling storm clouds, making everyone tremble in their boots. Even our hero feels a shiver from that immense energy, knowing the crescent spear is totally blind to this new monster, thanks to the Lyra's power. A colossal snake erupts from the portal, and she cackles that he's about to be lunch. Yet, our boy just stands there, stone-faced, leaving her confused as to why he looks so bored. Why in the world does he look so unbothered in the face of a supreme rank creature? Well, it's because he's running on pure, unadulterated internet advice that says you're supposed to stare down big animals to assert dominance. The girl screams that she's done messing around. If he won't summon anything, he can just die, and she orders her pet to attack. The monster smashes the earth and lunges for him. He remains perfectly stoic, not even twitching a muscle, since the lake girl still has some power left in the tank. So he just decides to let her handle the defense. The whole area goes up in a massive explosion, and when the dust settles, he's standing there without a single scratch. He's projecting pure confidence, but internally, he's thanking every god he can think of for still being alive. Considering how powerful that attack was, she'd need way more firepower to even scratch that barrier. She just collapses onto the ground, completely spent. She's left wondering if he's actually got the legendary favor of the lunar god. Our boy starts to walk away, telling her not to rush, because once he grabs that crescent lance, he'll be back to deal with her properly. It finally clicks for her. He wasn't taking her seriously because he was laser-focused on the weapon. Musing over whether his shield could actually take a hit from the lance, she foolishly deactivates the Silent Lyra ability. Instantly, the lance senses her demon king's presence and roars to life. Someone, or something, grabs the spear and yanks it right out of the ground. and apparently, it has a humanoid form. As if the deer spirit was wild enough, now he's got to deal with a weapon waifu. The moment this powerful and extremely dangerous figure appears, everyone else books it in a blind panic. Feeling that overwhelming energy, Suling desperately hopes the lake girl can withstand it. But she chimes into his mind, warning him there's a 1% chance at best of blocking that kind of attack. He's thinking this is absolute insanity, and starts wondering what the snake girl's master plan was to survive this mess. He glances over and sees her genius strategy. She's hiding behind her own minions like a coward. Just then, the crescent moon spirit lunges straight for him. He's completely frozen, knowing there's absolutely no way out of this. As he turns to speak, the scene cuts to a few minutes earlier. We see Kat reporting that she's under attack by the woman inside, questioning how in the world the Academy's security is this incompetent. The blonde girl finds it incredibly suspicious that the woman outside is so chill. Why isn't she showing any concern for the Lunar King's safety? Then suddenly, a powerful energy washes over her too. She sighs in resignation, lamenting that it seems the crescent moon has been awakened. Everyone's freaking out, and she's screaming at them to book it, because staying put is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. On top of that, she picks up on another vibe, wondering if the Emperor is pulling some strings. Right in the thick of the chaos, our boy looks totally lost. In 3 seconds, that attack is going to turn him into paste. But then, a light bulb goes off. Remembering the good old days of tech, he whips out his phone and 1 second flat, shoots off an SOS to the white flower, all while this giant moonblade is about to slice him in half. And at the last possible second, he dramatically reaches out his hand. I thought we were about to see some secret power, but what really happened was, the entire area just went kaboom. Everyone got blasted backward, totally dazed and wondering if the Emperor just dropped a nuke on them. They couldn't tell if our Lunar King was now a lunar pancake, and through all the smoke and dust, you couldn't see a thing. A little while later, Snake Girl crawls out from her giant noodle pet, looking completely baffled about what just went down. She peeks over and sees the crescent moon is just chilling again, and she's like, wait, where'd the Lunar King go? Did I actually just off him? She starts getting all choked up, totally convinced she's the one who took down the legendary Lunar King. The ego on this one. She starts trash-talking, saying the idiot was just staring at his phone at the end, then screams to the sky that she was the one who slayed the great king. Super hyped, she turns to the crescent moon and is all, yoink, this is mine now. But then, things get weird. The weapon starts powering up again, and she knows her exhausted snake thing is in no shape to handle round 2. Just then, out of the smoke, our boy casually strolls out. She's completely floored. Not only is he alive, but he looks like he doesn't have a single scratch on him. And that's when she sees it. A colossal paw resting on his back. She looks up, and this thing is so massive, it's practically scraping the clouds. It was way too huge to be a supreme rank, but if it was an Emperor-class beast, everyone and their grandma would have heard about it. She starts shaking, clutching some crystal like a lifeline. But she holds off, thinking it's not time yet. Even if she's about to die, she's got to know what kind of monster the Lunar King is hiding. I mean, that's the million-dollar question everyone's been dying to answer. Slowly but surely, the creature reveals itself. A supreme rank beast known as the Cloud Walker, a follower of the moon, basically a reincarnation of an ancient goddess. The girl just collapses, her mind completely blown. This thing was at least 4 or 5 times bigger than her own beast. And that's saying something, because her pet was supposed to be the biggest and baddest monster in the entire black cult. The craziest part? A measly 1-star tamer is somehow wielding all of this creature's power. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there, all smiles, happy he didn't get turned into a smear on the pavement. Even he had no idea his summon would get this ridiculously huge. And the real kicker? He has zero clue how it teleported in at the last second to save his bacon. Plus, that girl riding on its back? Yeah, that's probably the ancestor he was trying to contact. The white flower then yells at him to hurry up and tame the crescent moon before she gets sliced in 2. Our boy's like, huh? I thought you were supposed to be OP. But she just fires back that he must have had some master plan to send her in. And that's when it clicks for him. Getting hit by the attack totally counts as physical contact, which means he can finally check out its stats in the lunar book. He tells the system, open the book. And hey, remember how the last chapter ended with Su Lion snagging that thing? Well, since he technically made contact with the spear, he knew its info would pop right up in the book. The entry says this is a legendary tier spear that's been dormant for ages because it lost its scabbard. And because of that, This thing apparently naps for years at a time and can't chat with a single living soul. But, of course, our boy quickly figured out this little trinket was a top-tier supreme lunar rank item. Now that he had the inside scoop on the Crescent Star Spear, he figured making small talk with it wouldn't be too much of a hassle. The only hiccup? Not even this all-knowing book, which was supposed to have all the answers, could get a word in edgewise. This meant the spear was an ancient relic, forged long before the Moon Goddess Palace even existed. But hey, that also meant this was top-secret intel. Just then, the spear's eyes snap open, and our resident silly snake girl is already freaking out. She's scrambling to make a run for it, screaming for her devourer to come play bodyguard. But then, something weird starts happening to the snake. Meanwhile, the spear is giving the white flower the ultimate death stare, and she's just like, "What's your problem?" With that, the two of them are instantly ready to throw down. At the same time, down on the ground, Su Wang casually strolls on over. The girl is thinking, what in the world is this Lunar King trying to pull? One little zap from that supreme aura would turn him into dust. However, he just flat out tells the Crescent Star Spirit to bow down and submit to him. It pretty much ignores him as the two auras keep clashing, right up until Su Liang casually sticks out a hand and works some magic. Of course, the spear was not a fan of that move. Then he drops a name, Frostflower, which just so happens to be the spear's personal sheath. In that instant, it totally freezes, looking at him like he's grown a second head. Su Lang then swears in the name of the lunar goddess that within 3 years, he will reunite it with its sheath. The catch? The spear would owe him one big favor in return. The spear stays dead silent for a beat, then starts to fade away. Just like that, it reverts to its true form, and the path into its territory opens up for him. The snake girl is just standing there, mind completely blown, wondering if what she just saw was even real, while Su Lang strolls forward without a care in the world. The spear whips up a massive whirlpool of water that surges right for him, and their powers just seem to click and merge together. It finally dawns on the girl that the legendary Crescent Star Spear has actually accepted the Lunar King. Even the white flower is floored by this. She knew for a fact that this news was going to make the entire world lose its collective mind. And our boy? He was just soaking it all in, oozing confidence. While that fool was still processing the impossible, she could name at least tens of thousands of challengers who'd tried and failed to tame this very spear. That's because making a contract is a huge gamble for the spear. The only way out is if the contractor kicks the bucket, which is why this picky spear only ever buddies up with people it deems practically invincible. And apparently, the Lunar King made the cut. The girl realizes her whole reason for being here just went up in smoke, but in that case, she decides to go out with a bang and send a message to the Black Moon cult. Once again, she sicks the Devourer King on Su Lian. He just sighs, saying the woman had already seen way too much. He wasn't a fan of having to silence people, but it was time to wrap things up. Man, a wave of energy blasted out, and the poor snake girl was just gone, leaving a fresh crater in the mountain. Even our guy was a little surprised, not expecting that one shot to have quite so much oomph. And there's the poor girl, off to the side, hacking up blood after her little creature was basically vaporized. It hit her like a ton of bricks that the servant before her wasn't just supreme rank. At the absolute minimum, he had to be the descendant of someone at the legendary emperor rank. But even so, she was not about to go out like some chump. Spilling the beans on the Crescent Star Spear was way more important than her own life. So, the game plan was simple: book it. The whole zone wasn't on lockdown yet, so all she had to do was play a deadly game of keep away from the Lunar King. Then, in a blink and you'll miss it moment, the crystal in her hand just vanishes. Neither White Flower nor the damsel in distress had a clue what just happened. Turns out, the master thief was our boy's ridiculously low-level butterfly, which snagged the item and delivered it right into his hand. And he's just like, in a place crawling with raid bosses, who's gonna notice a level 1 mob? Big brain moves only. The poor girl is just left there, completely bamboozled that her grand escape was foiled by something you'd normally just swat away. Utterly defeated, she muttered that it was game over, finally getting why this dude was the top dog, the Lunar King. The guy in the white flower getup just gave a little flick, and suddenly the poor girl started glowing like a faulty neon sign. She started spouting some nonsense about it being an honor to get deleted by the Lunar King, and that was a wrap for her. Outside, Bell Girl was calling for the main man, who was just strolling out of the dungeon. He casually announced the serpent's seat had been permanently logged off and that the barrier around the place could come down. Everyone was just staring, completely floored that he managed to solo the entire instance. Then he drops the mic, announcing that the Crescent Star Spear was officially his new toy. The news sent a shockwave through the entire lunar lineage. The scene flips over to the southern turf of the Azure Moon sect. Some dude busts in screaming for Empress Kang Yu, yelling about a code red disaster. The Lunar King had just tamed the Crescent Star Spear. Kang Yu, cool as a cucumber, tells him to take a chill pill because she's already aware. The Lunar King is the moon's chosen one, and that spear is a total simp for chosen ones. Her buddy argues back, saying the spear should be hers since she was born as the master of 4 stars and even has an emperor rank beast. The girl just shrugs, saying that's just a minor stat, and the real contest is about to show who the moon is truly rooting for. She then issues a command. During the Moon Festival, every qualified contender from her sect is to bow out. Over on a coastal spot at the northern border, a horned demon servant girl tells a cloaked figure that their 2 guests had arrived. She then throws some shade, asking the antelope seat if she thinks she's gonna get clapped by the Lunar King yet again. She claps back that, in a fair 1 versus 1, no items, final destination, she's 100% sure she'd come out on top. And with that, she would reclaim the honor of the Black Moon's sect. A voice from the sea pipes up, hoping the holy son of the Black Moon doesn't end up being a massive disappointment. A blonde, who goes by Fascinating Moon, warns her that if they end up losing to the Lunar King, they'll have to bend the knee. Then another character, rocking some water-themed drip and called Yellow Spring, chimes in that nobody should ever challenge their gods. The cloaked figure tells them not to sweat it. The plan is solid. It was time for the whole crew to take a little field trip to the Moonlight Academy. They weren't going to wait for the festival. The plan was to gank the Lunar King right now. Meanwhile, back at the Star Museum, someone is asking if the festival is seriously about to get started. White Flower explains that you don't schedule the festival schedules you. It only kicks off when the moon god is at full power and decides to give them the go-ahead. Su Lang just sighs, saying he's already heard all this a million times since it's the only thing people at the academy ever gossip about. When this festival finally starts, every single moon creature tamer has to throw down in a massive battle royale to see who's the best. The prize? A ridiculous EXP boost that makes their creatures level up at warp speed. And that's what cranks the battle royale dial all the way to 11. This free-for-all only wraps up when one lucky winner claims the throne, or everyone else rage quits. And speaking of big talk, he swore he'd absolutely demolish Empress Kang Yu within 3 years. Now, our boy is just wondering what kind of brain-dead lunatic possessed his body to make a promise that insane. Seriously, who gets a little moon power-up and suddenly thinks they can just trash-talk the final boss like that? But White Flower tells him to chill out, since in 3 years, Kang Yu will be nothing more than a stepping stone for him. Besides, she reminds him that getting pages from the Lunar Tome is like hitting the lottery. These bad boys let you break the summoner's level cap and just keep adding new beasts to your roster. Our boy's mind is blown, realizing he doesn't just have a few pages, he has the entire book. He's about to build a whole dang army. But then a thought hits him. If he's hoarding the entire tome, how is anyone else supposed to get their grubby little hands on a single page? She answers his brilliant question with a casual headbutt, telling him to stop overthinking it and asking if she can hang out in the real world a bit longer. I mean, having a super-powered wolf girl by his side under the moonlight would be a massive cheat code. But just then, her senses start tingling. That casual headbutt, by the way, sent our hero flying into a wall. He makes a mental note that tanking hits from a supreme-ranked beast is probably not a sustainable life plan. So, to appease the beast, he bribes her with 100 venison recipes. Right on cue, the system starts feeding him intel on the other players. First up is Bayu, a princess with a mixed bloodline of human and half-beast. Our boy is definitely intrigued. He totally just pegged her as a catgirl. Next on the list is Bei Yao, the 4th princess of the mighty Bayer Empire, who's apparently the top dog among the human contestants. He zaps both of their profiles straight over to White Flower. She's like, I got the top one, you handle the bottom one. And I'm just sitting here like, what exactly does handle mean? We're not about to retire these poor girls, are we? Meanwhile, one of the princesses is off sulking in a corner because the Lunar King swiped her spear, leaving her completely outmatched. Her friend tries to snap her out of it, telling her to ditch the pity party and head to the announcement area where the real action is. And, speaking of action, White Flower is scoping out a girl from the Saint clan. Apparently, she smells fantastic, but her brain power seems to be lacking. Just then, a single raindrop lands on her nose. Uh-oh. Rain nerfs her powers, so she decides it's time to bounce before she gets debuffed. But as she turns to leave, her instincts scream danger, and she looks up to see a massive water dragon hurtling right at her. The dragon slams down, causing a huge explosion right where the girls were standing. A knight appears, smugly announcing he's found one of the 5 supreme targets. He then condescendingly gives the child a whole 5 seconds to summon her pets. He claims he's too honorable to just gank a summoner with a cheap shot. The real problem, though, is the insignia on his shoulder, marking him as a disciple of a 7-star tamer. Making things worse, that water dragon of his is an emperor-level beast, which officially puts this situation in the run-for-your-life category. Elsewhere, another girl, Bayu, steps outside complaining about the rain. She's grumbling about why on earth they have to go to a training area in this weather. And that's when a tiny, delicate butterfly flutters down right in front of her, landing gently on her finger. She's instantly charmed, getting all flustered. Her servant, however, scolds her for messing around with such a low-level creature. But she brushes it off, saying that's ridiculous and bets that even the great Lunar King himself probably enjoys playing with cute little critters sometimes. Right on cue, a voice cuts in, asking if they're talking about the Lunar King, because he'd absolutely love to join that conversation. Well, looks like someone from the Antelope faction is here to pick a fight, and the servants have no clue who this new challenger is. Man Bore, being her usual charming self, calls the girl ugly enough to crack a mirror and tells her to scram. The poor girl just takes the insult, but getting called ugly was the last straw, making her absolutely livid. She claims she's heartbroken, but in that case, she'll just have to put an end to her. The servants finally recognize her as the infamous evil-eyed gazelle, and Bayor already knows this spells trouble from the Black Moon cult. Meanwhile, over at the Academy's training grounds, a crowd is gathered, all wondering where the heck Bayor and Bayo have gotten to, or tells everyone to pipe down and listen up. After 1,000 long years, the Moon Gods Festival is finally kicking off. Today, the Moon Creature Tamers will battle it out to be chosen by the gods, and every victory comes with some seriously sweet rewards. Just then, a voice booms that the sacrifices must eliminate each other until only one remains. And with that, the last one standing would be crowned the true lunar god of this generation. At that very moment, Elru screams for everyone to evacuate. But in the next second, a massive explosion rips through the area. She immediately identifies it as a 7-star battle technique. Unfortunately, she barely saved her own skin and is terrified for the students. But when she peeks through the dust, it seems like everyone is perfectly fine. The blonde is just standing there, completely baffled. She's trying to figure out what just happened, while the moon creature mutters that it looks like her big attack was just absorbed. She figures that to pull off a move like that, it could only be the Lunar King. Turns out, he wasn't even fighting, just hiding in the shadows. Since they're on the moon battlefield, the lake shield was way more effective. Still, it drained a whopping 40% of its energy just to protect these guys. However, our boy is surprised. It's been a hot minute since he's felt this genuinely ticked off. Suddenly, a nasty bolt of lightning tears across the sky, and another moon creature appears. And wouldn't you know it, it's another supreme rank, 7-star heavy hitter. This means the enemy is packing at least one Emperor-level boss on their team. However, the blonde starts ripping into her friend, asking if risking everyone's life was really necessary. The yellow creature just scoffs that he's becoming a king, and kings don't care about a few ants. But the girl snaps back that this is Twin Moon's turf, and their only mission was to keep the vice presidents busy. Of course, O overheard all of that, and asks if the blonde isn't the summoner from the fascinating Moon sect. 5 years ago, she visited their sect and saw her in action. So, what's with the sudden unannounced party crashing? The yellow blob figures the jig is up, saying it looks like their cover is blown. So, now what's the plan? The blonde then declares that out of consideration, she'll give them 1 minute to get all the innocent students to safety. Anyone left after that timer hits 0 is getting permanently deleted. Just then, the Lunar King strolls in, phone in hand, and asks if they're from the fascinating Moon sect. It was pretty bold of them to crash this place without so much as a heads up, and he really wants to know what gave them the crazy idea they'd get out of this in one piece. At that same moment, he summons the legendary Crescent Star Spear. Obviously, everyone recognizes the supreme rank weapon on sight. With nothing more than a sideways glance, he grips the spear and rockets forward. But Oru realizes the spear is totally out of control and can't tell friend from foe. At this rate, that creature is about to wipe out every single person on the field. In a flash, the entire sky lit up like a firecracker. A massive explosion rocked the whole area. And once the dust settled, there was Alru, sprawled on the ground, looking totally wiped. Honestly, she was just shocked she was still breathing. In the end, it seems the Lunar King decided she wasn't on the chopping block just yet. But those two randos in the middle? Yeah, they got totally deleted. You love to see it. Moon chimes in that even with his fancy new toy, this was just the warm-up act. And he leaves them with one final, chilling warning. He'd better get ready, because the Emperor is coming to collect. With that, the yellow blob starts glowing, and the girl just casually summons a whole solar system. And once more, the crescent star's eyes snap open. Welp, looks like Swang is in some serious, deep trouble now. He's already tanked 2 major hits, and now his lake shield is running on fumes with only 4% defense remaining. He knows that if this next attack lands, everything is getting wiped off the map. The absolute worst part is he's about to lose his grip on the spear, and it might just go on a friendly fire rampage. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. So, the crescent spear unleashes a storm of slashes. The 2 poor saps getting ready for a fight immediately realize they're toast. The blonde is like, yep, there's 0 chance of blocking the guy who just mowed down a city. The fallout from the attack is even raining down on students way in the back. Suddenly, one of them points up and goes, what's that? Are we seeing double? Or are there 2 moons? Just then, someone starts screaming, yelling about what kind of moron uses an ability to create a full moon for 5 whole minutes. It's another blonde, this one rockin' some seriously spherical legs. She's basically screaming, "We're so screwed now." The first blonde apologizes, saying it was just a panic move to save her own skin. But her friend retorts, yeah, well, now we have to fight the Lunar King with his full moon buff active, and just as that sinks in, they both jump. A freaking giant bunny just popped into existence. The girl's danger senses are tingling. It feels like a supreme rank monster, but something is definitely off. And her friend points out, hey, the crescent spear is looking a little different too. How in the world are they supposed to fight both of those things at once? But then the crescent spear winds up and just one-shots the bunny, tearing it clean in half. Dude, the 2 onlookers are just completely baffled, wondering why the psycho spear just took out its own teammate. But they don't have time to think because it's already swiveling to stare right at them. Meanwhile, shifting scenes to outside the academy, a squad of servants is getting hammered, and they're fresh out of ideas. The Analope cries out that she can't hold on for another minute. So she calls for the gazelle with the evil eye, which immediately unleashes a barrage of lasers. All the summoned minions were completely useless, getting wiped out before they could even do anything. Totally obliterated. That's when Bei Yao plays her trump card, summoning a massive eagle dragon that towers over the battlefield. The Analope just scoffs, saying it took her way too long to summon one supreme ranked creature. It's cute, she says, but it's still getting steamrolled. Another servant summons a tiger as a distraction, telling the girl to make a run for it and hope for a rescue. However, the Analope just looks completely bored. She's like, is this seriously all you've got? Once again, the gazelle powers up for another attack. And man, this one was lights out for the servants. As the attack hit, even the poor girl trying to escape got knocked flat on her face. She pushed herself up, desperate, knowing this was game over for her. But wait a second, she was crushing our boy's tiny little butterfly. It just rises up and stares her down. And then, for some bizarre reason, the so-called evil gazelle actually starts backing away. The girl's knees start to buckle. She has absolutely no clue how a tiny, shimmering butterfly just showed up and completely flipped the script. Baya's just standing there, completely baffled why this giant beast is freaking out over a sparkly butterfly. But hey, it totally saved her bacon. She has 0 clue what's going on, but she knows a golden opportunity to bail when she sees one. With that, the antelope just face plants, basically admitting that, whoops, her part of the mission is a total bust. Meanwhile, Borei and Sujing are currently decorating the floor with their faces. The water dude is doing his whole final countdown villain monologue, while White Flower is off somewhere wondering if the big boss, the water monarch, is lurking around, too. Cause if she shows up and that times guy gets involved, things are gonna get real messy. The villain then announces they've had enough time to contemplate their doom. He's all like, such a shame you have to get wiped out like this. A whirlpool starts swirling in his palm, and faster than you can say, uh-oh. Our 2 heroes are getting a surprise swimming lesson, they can't fail. But then, some fluffy clouds pop in out of nowhere, and suddenly they're floating. The knight's like, wait, that's not in my power set database. This means there's a wild card in play. They spin around, and the villain demands, "Who are you?" And of course, it's White Flower, looking fabulous on her personal Nimbus cloud. So Jing is like, why is a top-tier being like you saving our sorry butts? But she's all, "Look, I'm just here because I promised the Lunar King I'd babysit his people. Don't get any ideas." The knight puffs out his chest and formally introduces himself as the Emperor of Autumn, a supreme-ranked big shot. White Flower just glances over and casually asks if his little sidekick, what's his name, Duang Jiantu, is gonna join the party. The Emperor gets a bit flustered by her diss, saying that guy only shows up for S-tier opponents. She just grins and goes, "Oh, perfect then. My motto is, beat up the weak and book it from the strong." The guy's had enough and basically tells her to zip it with a water slap. Instantly, a giant cube of water shoots up and traps her, trying to give her a watery grave. However, psych, she just teleports right on top of the water cube, glowing with this wicked purple aura. The Autumn Knight's like, so you're a boss-level character like me. Well, if that's how it is, he says, time to bring out the big guns. All of a sudden, a massive vortex opens up right over her head, and it starts sucking her in like a cosmic vacuum cleaner. The whole area goes K-boom, and he's totally smug, thinking he just deleted her. But then he spots something off. There are 2 freaking moons in the sky. He immediately realizes someone's using cheat codes. In a zone packed with lunar-type mobs, he's at a massive disadvantage. Still, he thinks, good thing I speedran that kill. He figures he's owed an explanation for why someone would pull such a boneheaded move. But just then, a woman with flowing hair shows up, asking, "And where do you think you're going?" He whips around, and ladies and gentlemen, the Times Real Times final boss has just entered the chat. It's White Flower, casually mentioning she didn't even need a full moon to totally smoke him. Man, the knight just about has a panic attack, like, wait, what did you just say? But in that split second, he feels something very, very wrong. A colossal crystal horn has skewered him right through the chest. His brain short-circuits because that kind of power is way beyond the supreme realm. The only beings who can pull off a move like that are direct descendants of an emperor-class entity. And against that, a mere supreme rank like him didn't even stand a snowball's chance in hell. White Flower then tells him, "See, I told you I didn't want to use the full moon. It's just not fair." The guy starts to fade into pixels, screaming a warning to his master to watch out. And with that final message, the creature just evaporates into thin air. White Flower looks around and wonders, did I overdo it and attract too much attention? Maybe just a little, considering the absolute crater she just made of the landscape. She figures that dude's boss has got to be nearby too. The only problem now is, she's at a total loss for what to do next. Just 3 minutes earlier in the training area, with the crescent star hanging in the sky, everyone had already been absolutely flattened. Clearly, the poor girl wasn't holding back on anyone until she felt a familiar twitch. The little bunny she'd just diced up was piecing itself back together. It seems, as long as it's under the light of the lunar moon, its healing factor goes into complete overdrive. Nevertheless, the falling star charged in for round 2. But this time, the little furball actually managed to defend itself. You just gotta love these landscape-clearing explosions that don't leave a single pebble unturned. Meanwhile, the Black Moon crew is trying their best to stay off the Twin Moon group's radar. The girl starts having doubts, but he tells her to quit underestimating him. He claims he's got intel on an agent and that this spot is totally secure. Right before a massive explosion goes off next door, and the brawl between those 2 powerhouses just crash-landed right on their doorstep. They immediately started freaking out, wondering how the Lunar King found them. He tells them to chill out, saying it might not even be him. Then, out of nowhere, the bunny shuffles up, puts an ear to its mouth, and the king just casually pops out. Everyone is justifiably terrified and confused. Suang immediately demands to know what the heck the Black Moon and Spring Path folks are doing sneaking around his turf. At that very moment, the water girl is absolutely petrified. She knows she doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against the Lunar King under a full moon. He just shrugs, saying he was just eavesdropping on these clowns and had zero intention of fighting her. But of course, the other guy starts screaming, bellowing that he's here to declare war. Sulian just gives him a deadpan stare and asks, "What's all this nonsense about declaring war?" The guy threatens that, the second the festival kicks off, he's going to tear down everything the king has built. Apparently, this is because 3 years ago, the Black Moon's main recreational facility was utterly annihilated. And who was responsible? The Lunar King. who back then gave them the exact same look, like he was a god staring down at a bunch of pathetic ants. This, he proclaims, is the Lunar King's true nature, but Suang is just baffled, since he has absolutely no memory of his predecessor ever doing something like that. Besides, he's got this whole crescent star situation to handle, so he'll let it slide. He then says that while watching an ant struggle is kind of pathetic, he'll give them a chance. But, he warns, there's a price to pay for getting on his nerves. He's going to send the crescent star to hunt them. If they actually manage to survive, he'll grant them one wish. He then whistles for his star, and it immediately rockets towards them. And once again, a cataclysmic explosion vaporizes the entire area. About 10 minutes later, they're all sprawled out on the ground, groaning about how unbelievably overwhelming that thing's power was. The water girl wisely suggests that maybe they should start steering clear of the Twin Moon's territory, especially since, after seeing the kind of power Suang commands, they wouldn't even be a warm-up for him. For now, their best bet is to go hunt some new beasts and see if they can find anything else of value. Su Liang finally takes a look around and realizes this little scuffle has completely wrecked the academy. What he can't wrap his head around is how the falling star took down so many supreme rank, 7-star creatures so easily. She was so ridiculously strong that she was wiping the floor with those monsters without even breaking a sweat. All of a sudden, he hears someone sobbing as they run towards him, before they dramatically throw themselves at him. It's White Moon, whining that she had to fight a 7-star master. She's bawling about how she almost got her butt kicked and how it was super scary. She claims that if it wasn't for her heroic efforts, the entire academy would have been washed away in a flood. And that's when it hits her. She completely forgot to switch back to her cute form, but our guy, he just gives her a pat on the head and is all like, "It's cool, don't sweat it." Her mission is to tag along with him to the Twin Moon Order while he handles some business. Her mind immediately jumps to, wait, are his parents going to be there? She gets totally flustered, her brain short-circuiting as she wonders if they're moving way too fast. Even though she's beet red, she asks if this is too soon, all while being secretly over the moon. The scene zips over to the floating island of the Twin Moon Order. Way down below, Kang Yu's crew is gawking at the sight, admitting it's seriously impressive. But Shoy, ever the realist, tells them to remember their actual mission. The legendary treasures of the Eastern region's great emperor are stashed somewhere in that sect. And no matter what goes down today, they're planning on yoinking the whole lot. But when they finally get there, they're just baffled. The place looks less like a sect and more like a freaking metropolis. She starts calculating just how much cash these guys must be raking in every single day. Meanwhile, some kid is just chilling nearby, munching on a skewer. It's Sui-Yang, and she's wondering what the heck a southern tamer is doing all the way out here. Whiteflower instantly recognizes her and gives our boy the lowdown, warning him that the girl's name is Xiaoju. She says to be careful since she's a massive fangirl for his rival, Kang Yu, and she also talks mad trash about him online. Whiteflower gets a mischievous glint in her eye, or maybe this is the perfect chance to corner her and make her apologize. Our hero just stares. Like, are you seriously trying to throw hands over some internet comments? He tells her to just drop it and asks if there's anything else she'd rather do. She thinks for a hot second before her eyes lock onto a massive sign advertising an eating challenge. She immediately declares she wants in. Our guy feels a wave of secondhand embarrassment, but considering how much she's been helping him out, it looks like he can't really say no. Just then, the announcer yells that registrations are about to close. At that very moment, Xiaoju strolls up and puts her name on the list. She'd heard the prizes were legit, so she had to join. Hearing that, our boy's interest is suddenly piqued. The first prize is a bottle of essence fluid, and the second prize is a box of face masks. Our boy is absolutely floored by the insane gap between the first and second place prizes. He knows that essence is ridiculously valuable. Still, he's totally confused why they'd give away something so epic in a contest like this. She explains that, as far as she knows, the whole event was organized as some petty revenge against another organization that crossed them in the past. It all started because that other group began hoarding various butterfly-type creatures, which kicked off a fierce rivalry between the two sects. As usual, our boy has zero idea what she's talking about, especially since the original owner's memories are a complete jumble. However, considering that grand prize, he was definitely interested, especially since it meant other beasts would be around. And with that, he could potentially unlock more pages from his book. A host then steps up and welcomes all the brave souls who are about to participate. However, the crowd was clearly hesitant to go up against the infamous Xiaoju. The announcer clarifies that each summoner can bring 2 beasts. She gives them a fair warning though, because only supreme-level creatures could possibly handle the insane spiciness. The staff starts bringing out the dishes, and just the smell alone is enough to make most of the low-level beasts tap out. Obviously, White Flower is practically drooling with anticipation, while Xiaoju tells her friends not to even worry, acting like she's already won as she summons a brilliant pink butterfly. She's well aware that even here at the Twin Moon Order, a supreme-rank creature like this is a super rare sight. However, she glances at the guy across from her and scoffs, wondering why he'd bring a puny mid-rank beast to compete. Apparently, the fool didn't know that too much of this stuff could seriously wreck it. It would just keel over. Sulang could see the fire in her eyes. She was dead set on winning. Looks like he'd have to call in some backup. But bringing out the big guns, Crescent Star, was off the table. That being the case, a devious little plan started to form in his head. The girl across from him had no clue who she was dealing with. The announcer cut in, giving them a 10-minute time limit and shouting for the match to begin. Her pink butterfly immediately snags the first essence and gobbles it down in one gulp. Meanwhile, the other poor excuses for creatures. Yeah, the poor things couldn't even handle it. White Flower, on the other hand, was just casually munching away, one after another. Shoju started sweating, wondering if she was up against a supreme-ranked beast. Still, she thought it was hilarious he was even trying. Like, dude, you have 0 chance of winning this. A mere 3 minutes later, most of the competition's creatures had already passed out. Her butterfly was stuffed to the gills after downing 30 pieces. She tried to force it to keep eating, but the poor little guy looked like it was about to pop. That's when she glanced over, wondering what on earth our boy was up to. White Flower was still just vibing, eating at a leisurely pace. Our boy then had the audacity to tell her, "You know, you don't have to try so hard." Shoju was completely baffled. How was that thing not showing any sign of being full? To win this, she'd have to pull out 2 supreme-ranked beasts. The catch? She couldn't keep both of them summoned for even 5 minutes. The problem was, she was desperate for that Emperor-grade essence, so giving up was not an option. She went all out, summoning the Green Moon Spirit. A massive creature materialized on her back, grabbed the entire platter, and started inhaling everything in sight. Our duo was a bit taken aback. White Flower even commented that the beast was going to have a serious case of the runs if it kept eating like that. Shoju was straining to maintain the summon, but she was absolutely convinced victory was hers. Her monster had already wolfed down 72 pieces, while White Flower was sitting pretty at 34. But just then, our boy decided it was showtime and called upon the moon in the lake. A freaking vortex opened up right above the food platter. Everyone was just staring, completely clueless, as every last crumb vanished in the blink of an eye. Poor Shoju could only stammer that it was impossible. But it was too late. The announcer declared that the results were in. And the winners were our guys. The poor girl was absolutely crushed, looking completely lost. The announcer then told Su Liang to come with her to claim his prize. Now, this seemed a little shady. Or maybe our boy's just paranoid. Turns out, she recognized him as the Lunar King, and just handed over the essence. The cat was officially out of the bag. Our boy's cover was blown. She explained that word had gotten around about his signature white deer pet. The prize he got was the essence of an absurdly rare creature. All he had to do was make contact with it and take a whiff from the bottle. As he did, the other girl ran up asking what just happened. What he unleashes is none other than an Emperor-class sky creature, the pink butterfly. He also unlocks a whopping 50 chances to capture a new beast. And get this, from now on, just by looking at a lunar creature, he can unlock its icon. All that time we spent spoiling White Flower totally paid off in the end. With his new loot, he makes his way to the headquarters of the Twin Moon sect. Strolling through the grounds and taking in the sheer scale of the place, he finally gets it. This is the kind of respect the title of Lunar King commands. Everywhere he walks, people are bowing to him, right up until he steps through a massive portal. When he opens his eyes on the other side, he sees a girl just chilling in the sky, sitting on a floating moon. White Flower immediately recognizes her as a supreme being, and Su Liang confirms that she's the big boss who runs the entire northern region. Her name? The Curved Moon of the Blue Sea. She whips around to announce that, would you believe it, the Lunar King has finally changed his mind. And get this, the entire festival was put on hold for 3 years, all because of whatever answer he gave to Kang Yu. Yeah, but this is exactly the kind of flashy nonsense the old guard can't stand. Our boy is reminded, yet again, that his cursed predecessor's promises were totally useless. Still, he plays it cool, claiming he's here specifically for the lunar festival that's about to pop off. But before the party gets started, he's got one teeny tiny question. How in the world is he supposed to win against a whole squad of emperors? She's like, "Why are you even sweating it? You're crazy strong." But he hits her back with a dose of reality, explaining that the Black Moon cult weirdos are 100% going to try and mess with him. She just scoffs, telling him to quit joking because those chumps aren't even worth the brain cells. And that's when it dawns on him. Nobody has a clue that he only scraped by that day because a full moon conveniently decided to show up. All of a sudden, a ring materializes in front of him, and she casually informs him it's a relic of the northern moon god. The moment he slips that bad boy on, the festival will officially kick off. With that little bombshell, the ring literally starts tapping his finger, urging him on. Our poor guy realizes she has way too much faith in him, and there's no weaseling his way out of this. So, with zero other options, he accepts. The second he does, a whole freaking galaxy explodes into existence right where he was standing. The representative was chosen, and the ceremony was set to begin. But then the system flags an error and says, "Hold up, let's try that again." The system explains that, thanks to his mood dome, he has the option to go full-on incognito for the festival. Sulang is just trying to figure out where on Earth he got teleported to, as the system offers him a full character customization menu, name, gender, and even his entire appearance. However, his ranking couldn't be hidden, since the whole point of this test was to see if he could keep his true identity under wraps. He'd have to summon a creature no one had ever seen before. So, he picks the curved moon of the blue sea. Poof! He gets teleported again, this time landing in a grand chamber with 3 thrones. Then, from one of the doors, a girl strolls in, declaring, "The moon will never fall, and the night is now eternal," before casually taking a seat on one of the thrones. Another girl enters, saying it's been a hot minute since she's seen Miss Shogatu, but she is absolutely buzzing for the festival to start. Shetu doesn't seem to respond as a short girl shuffles over to the last chair, looking like she's about to keel over from sleep deprivation. The pink-haired girl remarks it's been a while since she saw the Queen of the West, who is currently engaged in an epic struggle to climb a few tiny steps. The second she finally reaches the throne, she's out like a light. But just then, another girl makes her entrance. Wait a second, weren't there only 3 thrones? Where is this new girl supposed to park it? It looks like she was expecting a guy, because seeing an all-female lineup really grinds her gears. Shutu immediately wants to know why some ice element creature is crashing the moon festival, griping that she'll just ruin the purity of the whole event. The ice girl claps back that she's got a relic from the moon gods, and that's her all-access pass. Now, only one more person was missing, and the Ice Queen is already getting impatient, wondering what's taking him so long. Another girl mentions the Northern Throne is reserved for the Lunar King. Then, the sleepy girl mutters that this year's king is some kid who caused a huge mess years ago, right before a giant wooden clog just appears out of thin air. The ladies all jump out of their skins. And who else would it be but our boy, pulling off this kind of ridiculous entrance? Of course, they're all completely confused, since they had a very specific image of what the Lunar King should look like. Then, from out of nowhere, Su Liang had been transformed into a jaw-droppingly gorgeous woman. Or, maybe that's not him, right? We can only hope. Anyway, she takes her seat on the throne, leaving the other women to wonder why the Lunar King is a no-show. Shogatu then says that if that's how it is, so the relic holders must have picked this other rando. But since the northern seat has 0 ties, she's totally scratching her head. Is it actually him in there? Or is the curved moon of the blue sea just puppeteering his body? Who knows? Either way, he figures out the relic's power is chump change compared to this tone thing, which is basically running the whole show here. Someone then points out that after a whopping 10,000 years, the festival is back on. Voy chimes in, saying that before the big finale, the moon gods got bored and wanted some entertainment. So, everyone has to pick a champion they trust, and until all those champions are toast, they're not allowed to throw hands. Oh, and if any of the kings try to jump into the champion brawl, they'll get totally erased. Plus, there's a strict no supreme-level creatures rule. With that little bombshell dropped, the order goes out, show us your champions. And just like that, Su Lang is in a major pickle. He can't just summon his usual Twin Moon Order crew, or his cover's blown. I mean, all that hard work turning into a bombshell babe just to get outed? What a waste of a good disguise. The Ice Queen sighs, muttering about what a drag it is to have to show her trump card this early in the game. Then, bam, She reveals the champion of the East is an emperor-rank crimson butterfly. Su Lang's thinking, yeah, right, knowing she's probably hiding something way beefier. Then Shogetsu from the central region summons another emperor-level beast called the Fallen Full Moon. Meanwhile, Sleepyhead over there, the rep for the West, complains she's too lazy for this, but still casually summons her own emperor-ranked creature. So now, it's just our boy and the pink-haired girl left to go. The announcer booms that they've got 1 minute to pick a champion or they're out. The smartest play would be to summon some kind of northern emperor. But, he doesn't exactly have one of those lying around. It'd be even better if it was something with a personal connection. Then, thinking about White Flower gives him a light bulb moment. He whips open the lunar tome and goes, let's blow 100 openings on this. After basically bankrupting himself, he hits the jackpot, an ancestral emperor-ranked creature named Cloud and Dreams. He gets the basic info packet on her, but it's not enough. He's got to shell out even more for the premium details. With only 5 seconds left on the clock, finally, after burning through every last bit of his winnings, he secures the right to use her in the festival. And with that, he and the red-haired girl who turns out to be Kang Yu, his rival in 3 years, are ready to go. They both stretch out their arms dramatically. It's announced that the champion of the North will be Cloud and Dreams, another emperor-ranked beast. Kang Yu is looking mighty suspicious, since she was totally expecting something from the Twin Moon Order. Meanwhile, Su Lang's attention is snagged by something else entirely. Kang Yu's summon has the same name as the Sheath of Frostflower. The prefix is a dead match. Maybe that's the thing the Crescent Star was hunting for. Now that all 5 champions are locked in, the Moon Festival can officially kick off. And just like that, the teleport sequence starts. But right at that moment, the sleepy girl snaps awake and demands to know how he summoned Cloud and Dreams. She's yelling that it's impossible and is just about to ask who he really is. But just in the nick of time, poof, our boy vanishes. He's zapped back to the Twin Moon Order, where the curved moon of the Blue Sea is calling his name. She asks him, hey, did you feel that? The festival just kicked off a few moments ago. The time for him to make his play for the throne has finally arrived. He's like, yeah, I know, and says he'll get ready, then makes a swift exit. She just bids him farewell. He throws in that by their next meeting, the festival will be a distant memory, and hopefully, his pesky little contract will be history too. The weirdest part for her, though, was how he basically asked her to go and, just casually delete the Black Moon sect from existence. It looked like the kid was having a bit of an identity crisis, second-guessing his own power level, questioning the lunar tome, and getting the jitters about the emperors. This could only mean one thing. His memory was finally rebooting, and she was ready with popcorn to watch everyone's reaction. Right on cue, a crimson beacon erupts from the heart of the city. The moon itself turns a terrifying blood red, and as everyone's moon trinkets start glowing to match, they all start wondering if it's finally the end of the world. At the same time, a servant scurries over to tell Kang Yu the festival has started, but she's totally rattled, insisting that it's absolutely impossible. See, if the boy was genuinely the moon's chosen one, that pretty much made her completely redundant. The servant then asks if she still wants to pull all the disciples from the competition, but she's like, hold up, scratch that. She's had a change of plans. She commands them to put the internal clan tourneys on hold and instead send their 5 top-tier fighters straight to the northern region. And you better believe she's going personally. She needs a front-row seat to figure out what the heck the Lunar King is scheming over there. The terrified servant girl questions if this is really a solid plan, pointing out that sending their 5 strongest players into this competition is basically a suicide mission, especially since it's all going down during a full moon, which is pretty much the worst-case scenario. That particular throwdown was supposed to be for emperors only. Speaking of which, up north, our boy is just casually riding his giant deer. The number of emperor-ranked creatures swarming the academy had gotten completely out of hand. Just then, someone declares that the Lunar King has finally returned. It's none other than King He from the academy, who's all hyped up about bringing the hammer of justice down, convinced that Kang Yu has declared war on them. He gets the message that the 5 strongest from Kang Yu's academy are heading north to basically crash the party and end the competition. Our boy immediately figures out that this whole declaration against the academy is just a thinly veiled attempt to test his skills. He tells her not to worry, he'll just send the Twin Moon Order to deal with it. He claims he needs to rest, and just asks for a schedule of the upcoming events. A few hours later, all the creatures are sound asleep in bed, while our boy is busy cramming, going over the list of events. Even though this festival was basically a death trap, he could see there were still some serious perks in it for him. The spiritual moon sect and the fallen moon sect were basically allies, so they were probably just there for the good vibes. The other sects were so weak they weren't even on his radar. The real headache was the Five Leaves sect, all because their main competitor was a guy named Shoujo Gio. This dude is packing two supreme ranked creatures, and considering the true saints are supposed to be even more broken, he realizes that maybe even the Crescent Star wouldn't stand a chance. It was all a bit much for our poor protagonist, who had no clue how he was going to handle this mess. I mean, he was already rocking three incredibly powerful creatures, so you couldn't exactly call him weak. But having to fight multiple empresses at the same time was a completely different league of pain. He's seriously starting to doubt if he'll even make it to the end of the festival. One of his few remaining options is to juice up white flour with a fragment of lunar obsidian. He spots her sleeping and wonders why on earth she wears that necklace on her head all night. So, to help her get some better sleep, he decides to gently take it off. Naturally, this triggers some kind of magical girl transformation, and his brilliant response is to just go back to sleep. Sometime later, he jolts awake. It's still the dead of night, leaving him wondering what the heck woke him up this time. Man, she went full-on human, and let me tell you, that's a code red for literally everyone. For him, for me, for the YouTube algorithm, somebody send help. Our poor dude was under so much pressure he was about to blow a gasket, and it was getting critical. He's over here wondering if yanking off her necklace is what triggered this whole mess. If she woke up and caught him in this predicament, he was a dead man. Seriously, he's muttering this to himself, but his feet keep moving closer anyway. The guy just keeps inching forward, completely ignoring the danger signs, until her eyes start to flutter open. And you can see the pure confusion on her face as she takes in the scene. Sule just pulls the most epic uh-oh face, completely at a loss for an explanation. He starts tripping over his own words, trying to string a sentence together, but the poor girl is just lost in the sauce, not getting what's happening at all. That's when she drops the bombshell. Where's my necklace? He realizes he's been caught red-handed, and oh boy, is he toast. So, when he squeaks out that it's on the table, she's clearly not thrilled, but then she hits him with a surprisingly calm reaction. She doesn't seem all that worked up about it. She just lies back down, and he can't help but ask if she isn't mad that he took it off. She's just like, I'll put it back on when I wake up, so what's there to be mad about? What she can't figure out is why he's acting like such a nervous wreck. Did something happen? She asks. He tries to play it cool, saying he's just a little embarrassed by the whole situation. She's still totally clueless, pressing him on why he's embarrassed. It finally clicks for our boy that she's spent 99% of her life as an animal. So yeah, the whole concept of clothes is pretty new to her. Then she tells him to hurry up and answer because now she's dying of embarrassment. He finally spills that she was already gorgeous, but her human form was so jaw-droppingly stunning that his self-control was taking a serious nosedive. And right then, the light bulb finally goes off for her too. In that instant, her face goes about 50 shades of red. She's a completely flustered mess. But hey, let's fast forward to the next day. The sun hits her face and she wakes up, with our boy telling her it's time to get a move on. Apparently, she's already gotten used to her new form, but she's still a bit puzzled. She points out that he always seemed incredibly tense around her, like he was on edge just seeing her, but this morning, he was all relaxed and happy. Our boy admits she's got a point. After all, until this moment, he's been running a high-stakes bluff as the Lunar King, absolutely terrified of being exposed. But last night, he had a major epiphany, so he gives her a genuine thank you, telling her she's the one who helped him finally calm down. The poor girl is still rocking that dumbfounded expression. But he just changes the subject, announcing it's time to get ready for the Moon God Festival. This must mean he's cooked up a plan to take on the Emperor. She's just happy they're going on an outing, so that's a win in her book. He has to gently remind her to, maybe put on some clothes first. Cut to them standing on a mountaintop, where he says he needs to ask her something. He gestures to the necklace, asking if it's the item that makes her transform. I mean, after what happened when he took it off, it was a fair question. She seemed dead serious about getting it back, but she explains it's just because it was a memento left to her by her mother, and that's the only reason she never wants to lose it. The transformation was actually caused by the approaching full moon, and had zero to do with the necklace. Our poor guy is left completely bewildered again. She then asks why he brought her all the way up here, and what his grand strategy is for defeating the emperors. He explains they're on the highest tower of the festival grounds, a spot with a perfect view of the elimination area. And that's the very spot where he's going to confront the emperor. She says she gets it, but at the moment, there's a serious lack of emperors around. So, how are you going to train? She asks. He just grins. saying he's about to start a trial, since being the lunar god means he can communicate with the other gods. Then, poof, he whips out this ridiculously shiny butterfly that just shoots off in that direction like it's got a GPS tracker. She's like, seriously? What kind of lame test is this? All he did was summon one puny little creature. But he just smirks and tells her to take a closer look. Suddenly, a whole swarm of butterflies materializes around them. Turns out, the shimmering butterfly's main gig is being a total magnet for its own kind, meaning he can whip up a blizzard of them, making it impossible to tell which one is the original summon. White Flower cranes her neck to get a better look, and then, bam! A flash of light erupts, and every last one of them vanishes. She whips around, demanding to know what Sulong just pulled. He plays it cool, saying it's a secret for now, but on the night of the full moon, she'll get her answer. She's fuming that this Dan Ali guy is keeping secrets and declares that if he's going to be like that, then he can forget about her sleeping next to him until he spills the beans. But right then, a system notification pings, announcing he's just contracted with multiple creatures. As it turns out, he just sealed contracts with a jaw-dropping 1,070 shimmering butterflies. He knows this is the most broken perk of having access to the lunar tome. And with this kind of power, he's barely scratched the surface of his potential. He figures if he's really on the god's good side, maybe pulling off a miracle like this will be enough to make them show up in person. Meanwhile, White Flower is just stewing on the sidelines until some snooty voice cuts in, asking what kind of stinky, rundown dump this is. Looking around with disgust, she complains that not even finding a single 3-star tamer here is just plain embarrassing. And yup, these are the assassins Kang Yu sent to clean house and wipe everyone off the map. The one in the red hood immediately shuts her down, warning her not to question the Empress's judgment, insisting she must have a reason for sending them to such a backwater place. The blonde grumbles that she gets it, but it's still a total drag. Right up until she feels a pair of eyes on her. The poor girl on the receiving end of that glare starts trembling on the spot. She realized a creature with a power level leagues above her own was staring her down, and while that was enough to make her blood run cold, another red-haired girl chimes in that she felt it too. This wasn't some chump they could just roll over. They were likely dealing with the apex predator of this entire area, and tangling with it would be a huge mistake. Meanwhile, back on the tower, White Flower was just chilling, bored out of her mind. Our boy, on the other hand, was pretty impressed that Kang Yu sent a whole squad rocking supreme-level creatures. White Flower explains that he clearly has no clue how rare an event like this is, which is exactly why the Empress is investing so much into it. He notices she's still pouting and asks if she's still mad at him. She just whips her head away, so he suggests they call a truce. But he's getting the full silent treatment, which means it's time to pull a prank. If she's gonna be that way, then he's got no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. He cups his hands and starts pretending to shout to the people below, yelling about how he knows a certain deer who's into some very times specific types of stories. She completely freaks out, hissing at him not to tell a soul. He innocently asks what could possibly be so bad about her reading material that it has to be a state secret. She frantically tells him to shut his mouth, saying that if anyone ever found out, she'd rather just disappear off the face of the earth. He tells her to chill out and come closer, because now he's really curious to know why. He doubles down, telling her to stop stalling and get over there, or he's spilling the tea to everyone. At that point, the poor girl realizes she's totally cornered. Blushing and stalling for time, she finally starts shuffling toward him. Our boy, seeing his victory, chirps that he was just kidding. But it's way too late for that. She lunges at him with a killer attack. By some miracle, he dodges, and she tumbles right past him. Or maybe not completely past him. In the end, where she landed didn't really matter, because she ended up sorting out that little not sleeping next to him problem anyway. She gets right up in his personal space, whispering some top-secret intel that we're not allowed to hear. When she pulls back, our so-called warrior is shaking like a leaf. Then she totally calls him out, telling him to stop trying to play people for fools like that. It's just pathetic. She declares she's had enough of his games and is heading back to the Moon Pavilion, making it crystal clear he better not even think about showing his face there again. With that, she just vanishes into thin air right in front of him. Our boy is left feeling totally ghosted because she just ranted, ditched him, and poofed. He's thinking her threat was pretty lame anyway, completely oblivious to the new person sneaking up behind him. He's still trying to figure out her whole weirdly shy but not shy personality when a girl behind him asks if she's interrupting. It's the second in command from the Twin Moon Order, the one known as the White Rabbit. Su Liang tells her to get on with it, while silently thanking his lucky stars that White Flower made her dramatic exit at the perfect moment. The girl reports that they roughed up the Black Moon sect pretty bad, but the slippery devils got away. He thanks her and declares that on the night of the full moon, they're settling this for good. He already knew that taking down an ancient organization with that much history wasn't going to be a piece of cake, so he summons the moon in the lake. It materializes right before his eyes, and from its watery depths, the crescent star emerges. He immediately starts negotiating with the crescent star, proposing a little deal. He needs to borrow her power on the night of the full moon. In return, he'll give her the intel on her missing sheath's location. Just then, it's like a switch flips inside her, and her eyes slowly begin to crack open. The instant she's conscious, a blinding beam of light shoots out from the top of the tower. All the grunts from Kang's sect are down below, losing their minds and wondering who in the world is pulling off a light show like that. The crescent star grabs her lance, and her epic transformation is finally complete. Seeing as how he wasn't immediately vaporized, he figures that's a yes. He then burns 30 points from his magic book to dig up info on the creature Kang summoned the sheath itself. As usual, the tome starts flipping through its pages, but it flashes a warning: insufficient authority. Some of the juicy details are going to be redacted. He's not getting the full file on the creature known as Frost Flower. The only tidbit he gets is that this thing is, in fact, the sheath of the Crescent Star, one of the 7 sacred weapons from the old days. These 7 were the ultimate beast-type weapons, the masterpieces of a bygone era. Each one had a unique core ability that was basically a cheat code for its master to hit the next power level. A long, long time ago, the Crescent Star and Frost Flower were separated during a huge brawl out in the east. But then, the system hits him with another warning. He's gonna need to forge a true contract with an Emperor-ranked creature just to have enough juice to survive the fight in the eastern region. He immediately connects the dots, a requirement that high means the sheath is being guarded by a Supreme Lord-ranked monster, and prying it from them is going to be a huge pain. So he tells her straight up that Frost Flower is in the eastern region. The Crescent Star gives him absolutely zero reaction. Trying to get a rise out of her, he adds that, to get it back, they'll have to throw down with the Queen of Feathers from the frozen forest. That doesn't seem to faze her either. Then she suddenly spins around, clenches her fists, and our boy is just standing there, totally clueless. Right now, there's absolutely no way the Twin Moon Order could even scratch the Celestial Queen. She's a boss who is dozens of times stronger than Kang Yu, a guy he figured would already take him 3 years to beat. Still, he could tell the Crescent Star was at her wit's end, so he puffed out his chest and made a bold request: just give him 3 years. He swore on his life that if she granted him that time, he'd personally dethrone the Queen of the Frozen Forest. The Crescent Star gives him a look that screams, "Are you for real?" And our boy immediately starts wondering why his mouth just wrote a check his body can't cash. He's getting super self-conscious, pretty sure she thinks he's full of it, and true to form, she just stares in silence, until she finally decides to speak. She reveals that for hundreds of years, the 7 weapons have been in a constant beef with the butterfly moon goddess. Apparently, they've always been mortal enemies, full of nothing but bad blood. But she senses he's not lying, and for a split second, she's actually happy he gave her a reason to hope. And just like that, our boy's brain short-circuits with pure rage. This woman, this absolute troll, has been faking being mute this whole time. She could talk all along. All that interpretive dancing and silent treatment was just her messing with him for the fun of it. But you know what? He decides to just let it slide. What's done is done. He tells her he'll put his all into making this dream a reality. But he needs to know, is she finally gonna play ball? She explains their beef is ancient, and if he's serious about taming the sheath, then a true union isn't totally off the table. But, and this is a big but, if he wants to, make some heirs, it's a no-go without the sheath. What in the world does she mean by that? Our boy is just as lost as we are. Meanwhile, over at the Academy's welcoming hall, some blonde girl is screeching about not understanding what some kid said. And another girl claps back, telling her she'll say it again slowly. Get lost. Apparently, Kang Yu has already declared war on their crew, so she has no business being there. Just then, her friend pops up behind her, whispering for her to shut her mouth like, right now. That girl she's mouthing off to is a direct descendant of the curved moon of the Blue Sea, a big shot that not even Kang Yu would want to mess with. The red-haired girl steps up, calling her out as Princess Bayu. She smirks, saying she knows all about Bayu's so-called sacred body, and adds that she's about 10 years too early to be picking fights with the big leagues. This legendary sacred body basically gives any lunar beast a massive power-up under her control. The princess just fires back, "If I'm gonna lose, you'll have to prove it." Then she drops the bomb. Her empire sponsored this entire building. And as the princess, she's officially ordering them all to turn around and leave. The redhead starts seeing red, warning her not to push it. But the princess just gives a smug smile and flexes her aura on everyone. Just then, who should appear but the silver bunny from our boys' squad. She announces they're to be let through immediately, on the authority of the Lunar King's order. The red-haired girl instantly recognizes the Twin Moon Order uniform. Silver Bunny doesn't even flinch, just repeating her demand for the princess to let them pass. The princess's smile returns as she tells Sister Bunny it's all good. And just like that, Kang Yu's crew finally gets inside. The princess then sizes up Silver Bunny, asking for her rank in the Twin Moon Order. She calmly replies that she's the second seat and asks what it's to her. The princess just scoffs, saying that if she's number 2, then the 12th seat must be barely stronger than a scrub. But she guarantees that in 3 years, she'll be powerful enough to challenge the first seat for their spot. Silver Bunny just gives a polite smile and says she looks forward to fighting alongside her one day, while internally thinking, wow, this girl is unbelievably arrogant. Still, once the real challenges kick off, everyone will witness the true power of that sacred body. The night before the full moon arrives, check out this ninja wannabe, lurking behind a tree as a whole squad strolls by. She's feeling pretty smug, thinking these guards are total noobs who can't even sense her presence. She casually asks her hidden crew, "You guys having a good time?" A voice, probably from a dude disguised as a dewdrop, chirps back, "Totally, but we gotta keep it on the down low. We're deep in the northern boonies." Another chimes in, "Hey, we're just here for the tea. Gotta see what went down with the Black Moon sect." They're not just here to place bets on the final winner. They're dying to know which beasts are on the moon god's VIP list. I mean, let's be real. The guy's currently rocking a 1-star tamer rating. How in the world is he supposed to take down a freaking emperor? She then calls out the silent dude up top. "Yo, cat got your tongue?" He finally speaks, dropping a bombshell. The fact that the Lunar King is only a 1-star tamer. That's the scariest part of this whole mess. And speaking of our boy, he's still just chilling on his tower. "Dude, wakey wakey, time to make some trouble." Just then, a flash of light catches his eye. He spots something hurtling towards him and kaboom! So much for his scenic tower view. Down below, it's that psycho antelope lady, gloating about how she finally offed that cursed guy. She gives a shout out to her sidekick, Black Whale, for being her personal GPS, but he's already panicking, like, great, but what's our exit strategy? She's all, escape plan? Who needs one? I just took out the Lunar King. She's already picturing all the divine brownie points she's gonna get. But, plot twist, that's when she gets a major case of the heebie-jeebies. Up in the smoke, our boy is giving a shout out to the moon in the lake and summons the crescent star. And would you look at that, she's totally smitten with him now and pops up instantly. He tells her to open her peepers, and the second she does, it's go time. Antelope finally realizes she's screwed, smacks the ground, and pops open an emergency escape portal. 1 second later, poof, she's out of there, leaving her 2 buddies high and dry. The dude starts screaming her name, probably because that witch didn't just ditch him, she ditched her own beast too. The poor abandoned antelope throws up a last-ditch shield, but Su Lang just casually flicks his wrist and sends in the crescent star. The whole thing goes nuclear, and poof, the 2 stooges get totally vaporized. Meanwhile, Miss Antelope is miles away, thinking she's home free. Then she feels that, uh-oh tingle. She glances over her shoulder and a massive wave of green energy is already on her tail. And another one bites the dust. Cut to the competition arena. Our girl, Shoju, is hyping up the crowd, announcing the tournament's about to kick off. She promises not to miss a single glorious detail, so you better smash that like button. The little streamer is absolutely buzzing today, pulling in literally hundreds of times her usual viewer count. And why the massive crowd? Because everyone's here for the big reveal. The Lunar King's personal squad of beasts. Over on the stage, some contestants are whining that it's too early, since the full moon isn't even out yet. But this one girl's like, chill out, who even cares if we win or lose? She's just here for the show. As long as they get a front row seat to the Emperor-level smackdown and live to tell the tale, it's a win-win. Besides, this whole tournament is just the opening act for the real drama. Still, It'd be pretty sweet if that girl got knocked out early. Letting her keep leveling up is going to be a massive headache in about 3 years. And with that thought, the host grabs the mic, thanks everyone for coming, and decides to run through the rules one last time. Rule number 1. You gotta be under 20 years old. Secondly, you have to lock in your beast beforehand, no mid-battle swaps or surprise summons. Additionally, anyone can tap out mid-fight if they're getting their butt kicked. Fourth, and this is a big one, no yeeting your opponent into the audience. She wraps it up saying, "That's all, folks," and officially declares the tournament begun. Right at that moment, the princess eagerly asks her aunt if it's her turn to go first, but her aunt shuts it down with a, "Not yet," since the full moon wasn't out. Besides, she had to be kept safe to help the Lunar King smack down Kang Yu in 3 years. Meanwhile, our boy is just scoping out the action from a safe distance. The party had started, but the real VIPs of Doom hadn't arrived yet. He can feel some Emperor-ranked heavy hitters on their way, and that's the real headache. They were probably just coming to grab some popcorn and watch his brawl with the Black Moon sect. The Crescent Star chimes in, asking if he can feel that. He's like, "You mean the Emperor-level peeping Toms?" She tells him it's something way bigger than that. The actual moon gods were spying on his every move. Back in the arena, something just went K-boom. A giant alligator lets out one last roar. The poor dude who owned it looks absolutely crushed that his favorite pet just got totally vaporized. The blonde girl is practically dozing off, muttering about how these fights are a total snooze fest. She asks how many of these boring matches they've sat through, and if it's time for the big leagues. Her buddy informs her this was the 5th fight. She stretches dramatically, saying they're just wasting their breath here. Since these clowns weren't going to make a move, she decides she'll kick things off herself. She leaps into the ring and calls out, asking if anyone from the BU Empire has the guts to face her. The princess on the sidelines is absolutely fuming, but her aunt warns her it's not her time and to stay put. However, she couldn't care less and jumps in anyway. The aunt panics, saying it's too dangerous, but the princess just shrugs it off like it's nothing. She claims she's just trying to kill some time. Plus, she knows the Black Moon is showing up soon, so she wants to get a little warm-up in. The blonde smirks, asking if the little princess is sure she wants a piece of this. The princess retorts that, once the full moon rises, she won't have time for games. That's why she's taking this golden opportunity to shut up those trashy southerners. Naturally, the blonde is triggered. She snaps back that those words are going to cost her, but then, a hand lands on her shoulder. It's the redhead, who calmly says, she'll take it from here. The blonde is confused, asking why she'd bother fighting a measly 3-star kid. But then a thought dawns on her. Maybe the redhead has a master plan. Perhaps she was going to use this chance to accidentally delete the princess. Still, the blonde is itching for a fight, complaining that the redhead is being a total show-off for stealing her spotlight. But her friend just hits her with a death glare, and she immediately shuts her mouth. The redhead knew something was fishy with that girl. She had to make sure none of their 5-person squad got eliminated in this early round, which is exactly why she stepped in. The princess scoffs that it was a smart move, since it would have been boring to trounce someone so weak. At least this way, she says, they could drag out the fun a little longer. The redhead then gets down to business, summoning her monsters. Out pops a supreme-ranked lunar pearl spirit, a supreme-ranked floating water creature, and another supreme-ranked beast simply named Leaf. She then taunts the princess to hurry up and call her pets to the field, or was she planning on chickening out of the whole competition? The princess replies that her partner is a bit constipated, so it might be a minute. Everyone in the arena is collectively confused by that comment. The redhead just shrugs. That's cool. She can take all the time she needs. The entire audience is glued to the scene. Suddenly, the princess whips out a pill and tosses it into her mouth. The blonde immediately screams that it's gotta be some kind of illegal drug and that she's cheating. But the redhead knows that's no performance enhancer, but a cultivation pill? Her friend points out that would only make sense if she was on the verge of evolving, and right on cue, the princess's eyes snap open. In that very instant, she breaks through to the 4-star level. The blue-eyed girl figures she can probably unleash her beast's full potential now, but even that's likely not enough to take down the redhead. The princess, however, just smirks and says this is more than enough. Without warning, 2 brilliant lights erupt from her body, summoning the Raid and Moon Soul in the sound of the crescent moon. The redhead scoffs, asking if she seriously thinks she can win with those times things, and smugly warns that no one from the Empire is going to jump in and save her. The princess just stands there for a beat before bursting out laughing, telling the redhead she's absolutely hilarious. Looks like those Southerners are completely clueless about the sacred body, but hey, they're about to get a crash course real soon. In a flash, the creature by her side vanishes, reappearing nose to nose with the redhead in the blink of an eye. And, oh boy, she is about to get rocked right in the kisser. A shockwave rattles the entire arena, leaving the blonde spectator wondering how she didn't even see it move. Her friend just tells her to take a chill pill. I mean, the fight literally just started. Obviously, it wasn't going to be a one-hit KO. The redhead effortlessly blocked the whole thing with her plant beast. The princess's summons looked pretty ticked off and unleashed a whole new barrage of attacks. The racket was so insane, the crowd had to plug their ears, but her opponent just yawned, wanting to know if that was the best she could do. Then, out of nowhere, the giant pearl materialized right in front of her. It fired off a direct shot, and, yikes, the poor princess took it right to the gut and went flying, cratering the arena floor. Before she could even think about getting up, she got blasted again. Meanwhile, her other summon was diving in from above, but the redhead's beast reacted, leaping up to meet it. But then things got weird. It held out an orb that perfectly reflected the attacking creature's image. And then, bam! It detonated right at its fingertip, landing a devastating blow straight to the gut. And just like that, the poor summon crumpled to the ground, totally defeated. The crowd was stunned, calling it an absolutely brutal takedown. The blonde spectator just shakes her head, saying that's the power of the Peach Moon Saint for you. Clearly, the princess never stood a chance. But just then, a bubble envelops the downed princess. The Peach Girl declares the fight over, but wait, the damage she just dished out seems to be ricocheting right back at her. A blast sends her stumbling backward, leaving her wondering how in the world that little brat managed to reflect the finishing blow she just used. And, the worst part? Her own beast couldn't even defend against it. Now the poor girl is starting to sweat, totally clueless about what to do next. She rushes over and casts a spell that starts patching her summon up, piece by piece. And with that, it's finally back in fighting shape. Her friends let out a huge sigh of relief. Welp, now she knows that Bubble Trap is a total bust. So for now, it looks like she's got to fall back on the Pearl. Its attacks were ridiculously fast and packed a punch, making it a real pain to block. But then, the mermaid-like creature on the ground starts to stir. And get this, it looks like it's starting to mutate. Even after getting completely wrecked, it gets back on its feet. Peach is freaking out, wondering how that's even possible. Its next attack slams head-on into the Pearl, which gets caught off guard and ends up getting partially shattered. Peach had never even heard of a favored beast making a comeback that fast. Could the sacred moon body really be that broken? The princess just smiles and says, "Time to get serious. This little game is just about over." The full moon starts to climb into the sky, and her creature lets out a terrifying roar. Everyone knew what that meant. It was about to get a massive power-up from the moonlight. But this was getting ridiculous. Peach was absolutely floored that some sacred body was supposed to bridge a whole 3-rank gap between them. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, our boy was just kicking back and watching the whole show unfold. He had to admit, that sacred moon body thing was pretty slick. Her pet suddenly went full-on kaiju mode and pounced at Peach, winding up for a massive tail swipe. The attack smashed into the arena floor. Poor Peach was bracing for impact, but psych, the real target was her menagerie of creatures. All of a sudden, the princess's beast launches into the sky and just starts flying. Peach was left scratching her head, trying to figure out what kind of 5D chess the princess was playing. From way up high, the creature unleashed another devastating tail attack. But then, some classic edgy dude in a hood pops out of nowhere, calling her out for being way too cocky for someone whose only trick is having a special body. He basically told her to stay in her lane and not meddle in a fight this big. He just casually sticks out his hand, and bam, a lightning bolt zaps down and starts frying the poor girl to a crisp. She's writhing in pain as the princess's creature finally bites the dust. The girl is super bummed, because now they're about to find out all the Lunar King's juicy secrets. And that's when she notices not just her phone, but every single phone in the area just completely died. No signal, no nothing. Out of nowhere, this bizarre bunny hops into the arena and immediately starts dishing out some ear slaps. The hooded guy yells out Tinta's name, and a massive black wall shoots up into the sky. Then, get this, another bunny, looking similar but clearly supreme ranked, materializes in the center of the ring. He sizes up our protagonist's bunny and says, "Hey, you look like a lunar rabbit, but you're a little off, aren't you?" He then starts asking the important questions, like if it's a boy or a girl, and if it can talk. Realizing he's just getting a blank stare back, he decides this isn't going to be very entertaining. Then, something weird starts brewing in his stomach, and using his ears, he pulls out two gnarly spiked balls. Our little bunny lets out a fierce roar and lunges at him in the same breath. But oh boy, here comes the counterattack. It connects, and our poor bunny gets absolutely decked right in the gut. I'm telling you, she got launched clean out of the arena. The hooded dude just gets more hyped, saying they're getting closer. Meanwhile, our boy is just chilling on top of a building, completely unbothered, playing with his butterflies. White Flower is freaking out, asking what the plan is. He just casually says, "Relax, nobody needs to worry just yet." That bunny's healing factor is even more busted than the sacred body. But just then, both the moon and the crescent flower seem to pick up on something weird. Look up. It's the lightning moon princess, and she's firing a massive attack right at the arena. Here we go again. The whole city is on the verge of being wiped off the map. Pretty much everything gets vaporized, except for this one convenient barrier they put up. Turns out, they'd set it up as a just-in-case the city gets nuked contingency plan, which was pretty smart. But she's still worried about the Lunar King. The weird part? The castle he was in looked completely untouched by the blast. The Lightning Moon Princess is losing her mind, screaming that it's impossible. How could an attack that powerful not even make the Lunar King budge from his spot? But our boy is absolutely terrified. His Moon in the Lake ability had already tanked several hits from the Crescent Star for him. This time though, that one attack from the Lightning Moon Princess nearly wiped out all of its energy, and right then, the Crescent Star steps up, says "I got this," and just yeets herself into the sky, floating right in front of the moon. She holds up her hand like she's asking for a divine high five or something. Everyone's just staring, wondering if this is the start of some epic counterplay. Just then, the Lightning Princess whips out two weapons. They fuse together and, get this, transform into two whole other women. These chumps were practically drooling at the chance to fight the Crescent Star, since she's a legendary weapon. They charged in, trash-talking that she was only a big deal back in the day because they weren't around. But right then, a glint appears in her eyes, and poof, the clowns get absolutely deleted. The fight literally just started, and two so-called supreme-ranked creatures are already off the board. The hooded dude coughs up a bit of blood, suddenly realizing this wasn't going to be the cakewalk he imagined. That's when he spots something materializing over everyone's heads, and the Thunder Princess throws up a shield, and here we go again. The Crescent Star's attack starts ripping the battlefield to shreds. It's pure chaos, and a massive downpour starts soaking the area. The folks watching from the stage are surprisingly chill, even though half the entire area just got obliterated. Then, all of a sudden, the assault halts, and the blade hanging in the sky pivots back towards the crescent moon. Su Liang is seriously impressed, especially since he'd never seen her power unleashed with the sheath. Peach gets a reality check, realizing if she handled 3 Black Moon goons that easily, then Kang Yu was probably in for a rough time too. Meanwhile, the princess is getting dragged off the stage, muttering about how the Lunar King was an absolute beast. However, the Crescent Star warns Su Liang not to get cocky, because even that nuke of an attack can only be fired off one more time under this full moon. He just gets hyped, saying that getting to use it even one more time is more than enough to get the job done. He then points to White Flower, telling her it's her turn to get in there and stall for the team. And as usual, she's not exactly thrilled about taking orders, but our boy reminds her to just stick to the plan. They're only setting the stage for the real emperors to arrive. And that's when something catches his eye. He was curious what she'd look like under a full moon. So, who's about to make their grand entrance? And just how much trouble are they bringing? Meanwhile, the mages are patting themselves on the back, thinking a 3-on-1 win will be a piece of cake. But behind the Black Rabbit, something starts to stir. He whips around to see what the heck is going on, and what do you know? Our boy's little bunny is back on her feet, completely healed. He realizes she's got some insane regeneration and smirks. Now this is going to be fun. She lunges right at him, but he just calls her clumsy. With that, he starts spinning his ears like helicopter blades. Dude, she charges in head first with zero hesitation. But wait, there's something else dropping in from above. He manages to slice her ear, but it just grows right back in a flash. He's starting to get seriously baffled, wondering how a beast can just regrow entire body parts like it's nothing. So, he cranks up the speed and dices her 3 more times, but a second later, she's perfectly fine again. The poor dude is giving it his all, but he's already running on fumes and just can't put her down for good. He starts thinking that maybe the best play is to just trap her and bounce. With that, he flings his ears into the air and declares he's ending this now. He unleashes a full power attack right on top of her, and once again, a massive explosion erupts, wrecking everything in sight. Peach is floored that the ground itself has been completely torn asunder, or more accurately, he just dug a massive crater. The enemy gloats that now, buried kilometers underground, there's no way she's coming back. Meanwhile, our boy is pretty impressed with his bunny's sheer toughness. But now that she's been buried alive, it looks like he's gonna have to call in the Crescent Star after all. But just then, he notices something weird. The ground in front of the black rabbit starts to shake. And would you look at that? She's clawed her way back out of the hole. Man, she is looking a little purple. Would you look at that? The baddie finally clocks that she's leveled up into a mid-tier bunny. The dude's never even heard of a creature just switching species on the fly. But according to our boy's guide, a big ol' mood swing can seriously fast-track evolution. And that's the moment it hits him. This little rabbit is just gonna keep getting ridiculously overpowered. However, the other monster is having a full-blown tantrum, whining that he'd never stoop to fighting a weak lunar rabbit on even terms. He charges her and throws another ear slap, but this time it connects perfectly and does jack squat. That's his uh-oh moment, realizing she's seriously powered up, so he decides it's time to go all out and finish this. He goes for the final blow, but bam, the guy gets sliced and diced out of nowhere after she unleashed a tiny explosion from her ear that just vaporized him. From a safe distance, the hooded man is looking seriously messed up, his magical ink practically dissolving, and he nearly jumps out of his cloak when someone approaches. Okay, even I'm getting a little spooked here. You can just feel the boss music starting. Right on cue, under the full moon, White Flower makes her grand entrance. Thankfully, her outfit is perfectly safe for work. The hooded dude is absolutely stunned to see a humanoid beast, and it finally dawns on him who was responsible for wrecking the Water Emperor. The gigantic Thunder Princess starts slinging spells, but White Flower just casually throws up a shield and tanks it like it's nothing. The hooded man tries to psych her out, saying she's all alone and should just give up, but White Flower basically tells him to shut his pie hole. She's not here to play games, she's here to bait him into summoning his final creature, so he needs to quit stalling. But instead, the guy whips out a scroll and starts unfurling it, bragging that it lets him steal the ultimate technique of every creature he's ever defeated. He warns her she's about to face the power of more than 10 supreme beings, and after he's done, they'll see which spot in his collection she's fit to replace. But White Flower is completely unimpressed, calls him noisy, and says it's time to show him what she can really do. She raises her arm, announcing this next move is a full moon exclusive. Get ready for a massive flash of light. Or maybe not. Instead, she transforms into the Princess of the Clouds and draws two katanas, which the other woman immediately recognizes as legendary imperial weapons. White Flower gives her a cold stare for a split second, and in the blink of an eye, she's already behind her. Man, that strike landed perfectly. The poor woman got diced up so fast that even poor Peach couldn't see it happen. For real, the power of the Cloud Empress was on a whole other level of terrifying than she ever could have imagined. Turns out, it was the shield from that pesky, unkillable mage that got shattered. White Flower figures from the way it dispersed that she must have hit a creature with a damage negation ability. The scroll zips back to its owner, warning her not to get too full of herself just yet. He then summons the shining winged butterfly, which actually seems to impress White Flower, and suddenly a barrage of light beams comes flying right at her. She dodges the first wave with ease, but the attack ricochets and zips back from behind, giving her outfit a stylish new ventilation slit. Luckily for the algorithm, we're keeping it family-friendly, but then the entire sky just erupts into a massive explosion. She materializes behind the scroll and asks if he's done using such pathetic little tricks. The poor guy is totally clueless and wants to know how she did that. But White Flower just schools him, saying he should stop relying on borrowed power from his inferiors, and with that, she shreds the scroll for good. Surely, it's toast this time. Once again, the hooded man is left to lament his defeat, and White Flower points out that if he'd just listened from the start, he wouldn't be in this much pain. It finally hits him. He was an absolute fool for thinking he could ever take on the Lunar King, so he's just casually telling the Lunar Palace to sign over the deed. Meanwhile, you've got the Fox Girl and her little water buddy spying on the whole show. The water drop is all like, yep, she's totally gonna be the next Snow Queen. The Fox, on the other hand, says there's no way in heck someone like her could become an Ice Queen. Then suddenly, a massive aura erupts. Dude, the entire city is getting absolutely flattened. Our boy is just chilling, getting a lift from his butterflies, while White Flower gets blasted backwards. He asks if she's up against an emperor, and she's just like, I'm not even sure. But one thing was crystal clear. This person was already halfway there. Then, out of nowhere, a giant green orb materializes right in front of her. A single foot pokes out from inside, and a totally unbothered-looking girl just strolls out. Both Peach and the Fox immediately recognize her as a top-tier warrior from the Supreme Palace. They're all wondering why in the world the Black Moon would summon a monster like that. The system pings, alerting them that the moon of the palace is juiced up with a high concentration of Emperor's blood and is the top dog in the supreme rank. The princess is fuming, calling the woman shameless and saying the entire Twin Moon Order would have to gang up on her just to stand a chance. She gives off this super lazy vibe, right up until the moment her eyes lock onto something. The Thunder Girl asks what's up, and she points out that the moonlight here feels off. Also, there are these glowing butterflies that have no business being in the northern region. The guy is like, what are you getting at? She just brushes it off, saying, it doesn't matter. Half the butterflies are here, but it's not gonna change a thing. The only thing that matters is the opponent right in front of her, who she clearly recognizes as White Flower. She starts charging up some nasty power in both hands, and bam, her hands morph into these wicked claws. White Flower just gets ready without a word. Then, in a flash, she vanishes. The two of them smash into each other high above the arena. They're zipping back and forth so fast, you can't even see what's happening. Everyone's losing their minds that White Flower is actually going toe-to-toe with her. Even Su Lang is floored. He had no idea she could handle this level of intensity. This was a full-blown supreme-level battle, on a scale he'd never even dreamed of. A fight like this? A mere human like him couldn't even hope to intervene. The second White Flower hits the ground, the woman preps a massive explosion and fires a barrage of green energy. The poor thing looks totally clueless, with no idea what to do. And man, she gets completely blown away. What even is this, my guy? That blast just sliced a mountain clean in half. It looks like she shifted into her spiritual form to barely dodge it, but that was way too close. Our boy almost got vaporized without even realizing it. Once again, his trusty bunny saved his bacon, or he would have taken that blast straight to the face. The bunny just reforms itself, and it clicks for Su Lang. The more emotions it soaks up, and the longer it's under the full moon, the more powerful it's going to get. This means it's nowhere near its limit, and just like that, it dives right back into the fight. Meanwhile, poor White Flower is getting absolutely wrecked. This green girl is the moon of the Treasure Palace. But I'm just gonna call her Treasure to keep it simple. At that moment, Treasure snatches the bunny right out of the air. She's like, you got some serious nerve pulling a sneak attack like that, and holy crap, she just spikes the bunny into the ground. As this happens, White Flower slowly closes in. She readies her twin blades, glares down, and unleashes a massive explosion right in Treasure's direction. The hooded dude yells at Thunder Girl to get in there and help. She throws her hands to the sky, trying to summon all her power, but something is seriously wrong. The storm clouds are just dissipating. She's completely confused, with no idea what's happening, and right beside her, a strange greenish figure is just staring. She's like, when the heck did that crescent star show up? But she's already trying to juice up her powers again. She knows she's got to save the girl, but plot twist, the crescent moon just ghosts her and strolls off. And boom, another explosion for the highlight reel. The bunny and the white moon fall back, and Treasure is just baffled, like, how dare you two low-level mobs even try to attack me? She starts charging up a classic villain energy ball, spouting the usual, now you will know true fear, line. A whole volley of nasty green moons comes flying. White Flower gets shredded again, but psych, she just phases right through it in her ghost form. The poor bunny, however, is catching all the heat, so White Flower's brilliant strategy is to use it as a furry meat shield. Turns out her phasing ability has a cooldown, and if she overuses it, she'll start taking real damage. For now, she's just spamming her regen to stay in the game. But that health bar isn't infinite. She figures she's bought herself a minute, tops, but then she spots something. A surprise attack from behind. A flurry of hits intercepts the green moons, leaving Treasure completely clueless. And who else could it be? The Crescent Star, finally deciding to crash the party. Treasure is fuming, complaining that the star showed up just as she was about to secure the win. But for White Flower, this is the opening she needed to end this for good. She stretches out her blades, which just poof into thin air, then strikes a pose with a hand on her head and sends out a little ping. Our boy's just watching like, what is that ridiculous pose? But hey, a massive amount of power starts gathering around her, so who's he to judge? She's basically sucking in all the ambient energy. From way over there, Treasure has no idea what's going down as a freaking tornado whips up behind the rabbit. Treasure is finally thinking, okay, who the heck is this chick? That's when White Flower drops the bomb. She's the one and only true moon chaser. She even throws in a little taunt. If you survive this, maybe I'll take you on as my student. But Treasure just busts out laughing. She claps back. Honey, I'm old enough to be your mom. Then, a sinister green and black portal opens in the sky as Treasure warns that everything is about to be vaporized. But White Flower is totally unbothered. She just sticks out her arm and summons a giant mystical deer to charge right at it. This absolute unit of a deer materializes and just headbutts the portal. K-boom! Another massive explosion, and the whole arena is covered in smoke. The crowd can't see a thing. Meanwhile, some random hooded dude is cackling. It's hilarious. The Lunar King didn't even stand a chance against him. I have no clue what that fool is yapping about, especially since our boy is just standing there, cool as a cucumber. He glances up at the sky, probably wondering if the gods are enjoying the show. But now that the warm-up act is over, it's time for the main course. The whole crowd starts to panic as the sky goes completely dark. The moon starts to get blotted out, and Su Lang admits that his heart's been pounding like crazy lately. But right now, on the brink of this boss battle with the Emperor, he feels totally at peace. White Flower is like, "Are you seriously that confident?" And he just casually replies, "I literally can't imagine a scenario where I lose." White Flower is shook, asking if he's for real. He's like, "Yup." He admits it sounds arrogant, just like the old Lunar King. Apparently, these Black Moon folks triggered some old memories for him, though they feel more like weird fever dreams than actual memories. He's seeing flashes of growing up with the girls from the Northern Palace. He remembers them always taking super good care of him. He even recalls something from way back when he was a kid. To test if his memories were real, he wrote a whole book in English. But some mysterious entity came along and wiped his mental hard drive clean. So, get this. There was never some old version of our guy. He's always been times him asterisk. Dude literally popped into this world with all his memories from Earth already installed. But, plot twist, his memories got wiped at some point. It wasn't until 2 months ago, after a classic case of head bonking, that everything came flooding back. Still, that whole situation was a massive red flag, hinting that some seriously dangerous players were moving in the shadows. And just like those Black Moon cultists yapped about 3 years ago, he's got a super important pet, and he knows this little guy is the master key to becoming a full-blown apostle of God. All of a sudden, a freaking giant paw starts descending from the heavens. We're talking horns and long, flowing hair, and miraculously, you'd think it'd be some epic goddess, right? Nope, it's just a giant goat. And holy smokes, when I say giant, I mean times giant asterisk. This colossal beast is just staring down the entire arena. The arena's barrier is still up, but you can tell it's about to pop. Our boy knows the second that thing shatters, a whole lot of innocent people are gonna get squished. The giant goat is totally unimpressed, saying the Black Moon cult has gotten pathetic for summoning her for this, and then asks who the target is. The cult leader points to our MC and begs for help to take out God's apostle. She gives them the most judgmental side-eye, saying if they can't even handle a backwater region like the North, then their whole organization has really gone down the toilet. But hey, since she's here, might as well have a little fun before the end. Meanwhile, Su Yang is just chilling there, looking all stylish with his butterfly squad. And then, out of nowhere, he whips out a vial of some mystery liquid. He casually tells White Flower that it's just some Wing Fang Tong body fluid. You heard that right, people. And with a smirk, our boy confidently lets a single drop fall. Nobody has a clue what he's planning, least of all his enemies. Naturally, everyone's baffled, like, why'd you just waste that on the floor? But he just cryptically says it'll help them find a much easier path. White Flower is still scratching her head, completely lost on what he's rambling about. And then, all of a sudden, a massive buzzing sound echoes from behind her. The entire crowd whips their heads around to see a bizarre yellow cloud approaching from the distance. Our boy reveals he's always been the true owner of the Moon Book. And as the official apostle of the Northern region, his grand plan was to gather every single butterfly and sign a contract with each and every one. A few days back, he sent out a secret message to all the butterflies already under his command. And just like that, butterflies from all over started making a break for it. Even the ones already contracted to other people just straight up ghosted their masters. And for the ultimate distraction, he summoned a swarm of butterflies from every corner of the North. This whole elaborate scheme was just the warm-up act for his showdown with the Emperor. And with perfect timing, he finally cracks open the book. The girls are freaking out, wondering if the Lunar King is actually about to summon an emperor-level beast. Everyone's on the edge of their seats, dying to see what he's going to pull out of his hat. Then, all at once, the butterflies seem to peel away from him. Some random dude calls them idiots, yelling that the butterflies are running away. But Peach knew what was up. This place was about to become a battleground for emperors. He glances up at the sky, basically asking if some moon goddess is watching the show, and if this little opening act was enough to whet her appetite. Because if she was, it was high time for a miracle to drop. The goat is thinking that even though these bugs are weak, a swarm this big is just plain annoying, and as much as she'd love to just smack this kid, she holds back. She knows that if she just obliterates this many lunar creatures, she'll be on their bad side forever. Meanwhile, our boy is just grinning, thinking everything's falling into place. He's already made a contract with over 1,300,000 butterflies. All of a sudden, the entire book starts to rumble. All he was hoping for was just one more page. He knew this was basically the final boss of page turning in the history of the Moon Book. He never in a million years thought the info on the 7 weapons was this well hidden. This book was basically his brain's deleted history folder, full of secrets he'd forgotten, and he knew that with its original, unnerfed power, he'd be way past the tutorial level by now. Suddenly, he gets that spidey sense tingle, and just like that, the page starts flipping itself. A massive golden beam shoots into the sky. The fox girl is spooked, feeling an aura so OP it had to be an emperor, and she's like, "What in the world is that?" Then, out of nowhere, Kang Yu reveals herself, popping out of stealth mode. She casually announces that the Lunar King is totally getting clapped at this festival. With that, she starts to peace out, saying there's nothing left to see here. And poof, she vanishes into thin air. The fox is just standing there, mind blown, wondering how long that sneaky girl was creeping right behind them. Just as Su Lang's butterflies begin to swarm, a ridiculously huge wing blots out the entire sky. The people in the arena are literally hitting the deck. Bun is straight up bawling, yelling about how she never dreamed she'd witness such a legendary moment. The edgy hoodie guy asks his goat companion if she thinks they can actually fight that thing. In response, she lets out a wild giggle and turns around, crying her eyes out. She's like, "Fight that? Are you insane? We had a good run, but the Black Moon cult is officially cancelled. There's zero chance we can win this, so it's time for everyone to just log off. We gotta close the curtains, 'cause we're relics of a bygone era." Hoodie guy is just standing there, completely lost, with no idea why she's so freaked out. The goat lady explains she's been around the block a few times, but she's never even heard a whisper of a true apostle of the gods. However, it looked like she was staring right at one. And what finally appears on the field is the legendary Palace Guardian butterfly. The hooded man is losing his mind, wondering what kind of emperor-class monster this is. It just flaps its wings once, and a massive earthquake rips through the whole region, knocking absolutely everyone off their feet. Even the giant Thunder Lady gets dropped to her knees. Only Nadium Boy's minions manage to stay upright. Meanwhile, the poor fox is catching strays just for being in the area. Nobody told her to stick her nose in boss-level business. She knew for a fact that nothing in the entire central region could even come close to this level of power, and good grief, if that goat lady was gigantic, this creature was the size of a small planet. The poor goat just accepts her fate, saying it's an honor to get wiped out by something this epic. She stands there, facing it down, saying that after she kicks the bucket, she hopes to become part of the moonlight and vibe for all eternity. Man, I think she's gone full-on dramatic. Meanwhile, back with our heroes. Our 2 favorite knuckleheads are passed out on the floor. It seems our boy is finally downloading the memory files of his past life as the actual moon god. And this whole chaotic scene is giving him a massive case of déjà vu from something that went down 3 years ago. He had wrecked everything back then, and apparently, not much has changed. He was already called the Lunar King, but at least this time the whole ordeal didn't factory reset his brain, which means summoning this absolute unit of a butterfly probably wasn't what caused his amnesia before. He then starts to stress about the massive disaster he just caused. The entire barrier was completely shattered. However, it looks like everyone just took a forced nap instead of getting deleted. The moon in the lake must have pulled off one last clutch save for them. He's guessing the creature he summoned has no clue he's running on a wiped hard drive, and if there's one lesson he learned from this battle, it's that he needs to remember who he really is. Like, yesterday. So the last dregs of the Black Moon cult watched their leader get absolutely wrecked, even after he burned 20 years of his life force just to survive one hit. But our boy Su Lang hits him with the ultimate troll move, declaring the whole battle was completely meaningless, and the old geezer actually agrees. He's like, "You're right, the gods weren't even streaming this." Our boy then asks why he went all in on a suicide mission. Was he hoping that festival would juice him back up? The old man just freezes, then busts out laughing, telling the Lunar King to stop asking such ridiculous questions. Turns out, he was also from the Moonlight clan. So naturally, he had that classic anime rival itch to take down the top dog of the generation. He said if there was even a sliver of a chance to win, he'd take it. It's just a shame the whole thing was a cosmic prank staged by the gods. The power gap between them was just way too massive. Our MC then flips the script, asking why he was trying so hard to be the god's little pet. He tells him to forget all that celestial drama and just admit that today's beatdown was pretty fun. Taken aback, the old man asks if Su Lang really enjoyed it too, and if he was at least strong enough to be a minor inconvenience. Su Lang, in a moment of pity, says yes. He claims he went full throttle in this fight, and now that it's over, there's no point in trash-talking a dying man. With that, the old dude starts turning to dust. He mutters that it's nice to fade away while being fed such sweet, comforting lies. But before he completely poofs, he drops a bombshell, telling Su Lang to listen up because it's about his amnesia. In that forgotten battle from the past, he had also summoned the Palace Guardian, the legendary 8-winged butterfly. The resulting throwdown literally wiped 1/3 of the entire northern continent off the map. But here's the kicker. Nobody even questioned what happened. It's like the entire world got hit with a selective memory wipe about that day. He laments that whatever went down back then was definitely not a simple affair, and tells Su Lang he better start watching his back. The god's master plan for him is way more twisted than he could ever imagine. And with the old man's final words, the Black Moon cult officially went extinct. But Su Lang isn't exactly popping champagne. This whole time, his amnesia had jack squat to do with the Black Moon cult. And whatever entity was powerful enough to delete 1/3 of the North is currently way out of his league. He does the classic fist clench of frustration, but then just lets it go. Right now, there's nothing he can do about it. But strangely, even though he just won, his heart feels heavier than ever. Still, he figures maybe he can catch a break, even for a little while. He thinks he can finally relax for a second, and immediately faceplants in front of everybody. A few hours later, the Fox Girl is freaking out, saying it's insane that the leftover energy from that fight knocked them all out cold. The only bummer is that they totally missed the grand finale. But then, her jaw drops. She looks up and sees a massive, glowing deer just chilling in the sky. A little bunny is also literally walking on clouds, asking this majestic sky god what it thought of the show she just orchestrated. She's all proud, saying the opening she created during the battle was absolutely spectacular, right? But the deer god is not impressed. It lays down the law. Stop messing with the Moonlight Festival. And from now on, you're grounded within the Northern Territory. The little bunny goes quiet for a hot second, then pulls a complete 180, pouting that the deer is being a total meanie. She starts backing away, playing dumb like, "You've got it all wrong. I never interfered with that festival, I swear. After all," she says, "the kid with the moon god's cheat book won, right? So now we don't have to stress about finding another perfect candidate anymore." Yeah, not gonna lie, this plot gets me twisted sometimes too. But I'm pretty sure we're just watching two gods gossiping about mortals like it's a celestial reality show. So, get this. The majestic deer is actually the big shot goddess, and she's just eyeballing poor White Flower, who's totally knocked out on the floor. She spots our dude standing there with his arms out like a total goofball and cracks a little smile. Fast forward half an hour, and the Fox Girl, who's just been watching from the sidelines, is absolutely floored that she just witnessed actual gods chilling right in front of her. She finally spills the beans, revealing that the deer was the one who forged the 7 legendary weapons. Apparently, her name is Calamity of Pure White, and she's been MIA since the last festival. Looks like the bunny and the deer have some serious beef, no matter what dimension they're from. The little droplet chimes in, saying, beings that powerful couldn't care less about mortals like them. He figures it's best to just act like they saw nothing and keep their mouths shut. But, of course, someone just has to ask what they're whispering about. Suddenly, one of the girls from the prayer squad pops up, asking if a divine being really just made an appearance. Our two clueless heroes are completely spooked because they didn't even hear her sneak up. The little bird on her hand chirps not to sweat it. The divine entity has already bounced, but the fox isn't buying it, pointing a finger and telling her to cut the act and reveal her true identity. She plays it cool, introducing herself as just a regular mortal, the manager of the pet zone for the Twin Moon Order, which, by the way, belongs to our main character. She says she's blown away that two folks from an empire so far away would even be here. So she came over to say sorry. And this little guy in her hand has something to add. The bird suddenly gives them a death stare. And judging by their reaction, this ain't no ordinary parakeet. The fox immediately drops to her knees, like she recognizes that intense glare. Then the bird zips into the air and starts glowing like a freaking light bulb. Whoa. And now it's a giant fluffy beast. Turns out, that's the Guardian of the Moon, a heavy hitter from our MC's own sect. She lays down the law, telling them they trespassed in the north without permission, so they're banned for a whole year from setting foot there or leaking any info. And if she catches wind of them breaking that rule, the two of them are going to be totally wiped off the map. She clarifies that she can't meddle with the Moonlight Festival. But when it's about the North, she's still the boss, with the power to punish anyone who crosses the line. Okay, now the whole Sagittarius part of her name makes sense. Dude, her attack just summoned some kind of futuristic constellation cannon. But alright, she lets it rip with a massive impact. For a second there, I thought she was gonna blast those poor schmucks in the middle of their fight, but nope, it slams right into the Moon Goddess Palace. The whole place gets wiped clean, as usual, and all the old ladies are freaking out. But then, the guardian of that palace shows up too. She tells Sagittarius to chill out, insisting the Moon Goddess Palace meant no disrespect. And then she demands to know who let that wretched girl out of her cage to go stir up trouble. Right on cue, the princess from the very beginning of this mess makes her grand entrance. Someone mentions the fourth concubine is getting kicked out in 3 days, and she's just like, yup. Apparently, she was already living in some busted old ruins, so I guess that explains the title. Honestly, sometimes I have no clue what's happening either. The palace got blown up, the girl bounced, and now this one's getting expelled. What is this plot? Who can even keep track? Staring at a picture of the girl, she wonders why everyone claims the northern region is just a myth. She's desperate to know what went down 3 years ago and if he's figured anything out yet. We're talking about the legendary Su Liang, the moon god himself, and also her nephew. Meanwhile, our girl, who's still passed out in the arena, is finally starting to come to. He cracks open his eyes and finds himself floating in some weird-looking sky, which is apparently the reward zone. But when he glances to the side, he spots something totally bizarre. Alright, so our boy Su Lang just materializes in some trippy, cosmic cloud zone. He's totally bug-eyed, looking around like he just mainlined a gallon of weird dream juice. Then, bam, a shadowy figure appears, and it's a freaking moon rabbit. Naturally, his first thought is, what's a space bunny doing here? And his second thought is to poke it, which, big surprise, was a terrible idea. She karate chops his hand away and accuses him of being a total creep. I mean, Su Lang's seen some wild stuff at this point, but a talking rabbit with an attitude still manages to break his brain. Turns out, this sassy furball's name is Tien. She launches into this whole lecture about how high-tier beasts can yap all day, while the low-level scrubs are stuck being silent. But Su Lang ain't buying it. He points a finger right at her, basically screaming, "Cut the crap, who are you really?" So Tien drops the act. She's not just some random bunny. She's the friggin' moon god of this era, the floating moon princess Tien, and reigning champ of the last moon god festival. And get this, she's been the one spamming his DMs with all those cryptic dreams this entire time. Tien then throws a sales pitch at him, offering a sweet deal to join her Golden Butterfly Palace crew. She's in full-on recruitment mode. Like, hey kid, wanna take down the Lord of the Cold Moon? I'm your ticket. And to seal the deal, she poofs into her human form, probably thinking it'll sweeten the pot. She gets all up in his personal space, caressing his face while trashing his current squad, calling them a bunch of cheap, off-brand rejects. That little rabbit of his? According to her, it's a factory defect with a bloodline so watered down it's practically tap water. She's dangling the ultimate carrot. Insane power. Perfect babies with gorgeous beasts. The whole 9 yards. But our boy Su Lang, and you gotta give him props for this, finally grows a spine. He shoves her away and flat out rejects her shady offer. Normally, this dude bumbles his way through everything, but you mess with his friends, and suddenly he's got a line in the sand. Tien just scoffs, mentioning some other chump from the Imperial Rabbit Palace who pulled the same noble hero act before caving and joining her team anyway. It's her super creepy way of saying, they all bend the knee eventually. And that's when Su Lang absolutely loses it. He snatches her hand and calls her bluff. If she's this all-powerful moon god who can grant wishes and junk, Then why can't she just rig the festival and declare herself the winner? Why try to recruit him unless she's secretly terrified he's gonna beat her? He tells her to keep her opinions about his friends to herself and vows that one day he's gonna demolish her entire fan club and take the throne for himself. Tien, as you can imagine, does not handle rejection gracefully. She just starts cackling like a complete psycho. She morphs back into her bunny form and pretty much declares all-out war on the spot. She screeches that the Imperial Rabbit Palace is waking up and sending 10 invincible lunar eclipses to hunt his soul. Then, the whole dream world starts falling apart. She drops one last diss track about how they're mortal enemies now, and poof, Su Lang gets booted back to the real world. Cut to 10 days after the big Emperor battle, and the city is still shaking from the fallout. We spot a couple of mysterious scouts poking around the rubble, a dude and a chick in white cloaks doing some recon. The girl is literally trembling from the leftover energy still hanging in the air, saying that even after 10 days, the vibes from those beasts are still nightmare fuel. Apparently, these two are from some shady organization that's running the numbers on who's got the best shot at winning the festival. They've even got a whole probability chart, and our boy Su Lang is sitting pretty at a whopping 0%. An 8% chance, which sounds absolutely pathetic until you realize the competition is doing way worse. The girl from the western region is rocking a 0.018%. The cold moon lord from the south gets 0.03%. And our dear friend, the cloud princess? She's got a big fat 0% chance. The really spooky part is that 3 years ago, a full moon apparently hung in the sky for 30 straight days, and ever since, their divine spirit has been taking a permanent siesta. It turns out one of these so-called apostles is the one responsible for that whole mess. And these percentages are basically their odds of giving that sleeping god a permanent wake-up call. Meanwhile, our boy Su Lang is finally dragging himself out of his 10-day coma nap. He wakes up with his head on Moondeer's lap, opening his eyes to a 5-star view, which is awesome, right up until she starts screaming at him to get his lazy butt up. The dude just wants 5 more minutes, but his system, Pam, just has to pop up and inform him all his cool new skills are locked because he's too much of a weakling to use them. Yeah, apparently, he needs to hit the 7th rank or summon 100 billion butterflies at once just to get his emperor-level pet back online. Talk about a serious grind. For completely zoning out on her, Moondeer gives him a solid whack on the head, leaving a nice, angry red bump. But this absolute mad lad just turns around, buries his face right back in her lap, and starts getting cozy with the scenery. Su Lang then casually asks how long he was out, to which Crescent Moon chimes in, telling him it's been 10 days. He absolutely loses it, mostly because he completely forgot she was even in the room. Crescent Moon gives him the rundown on current events. The academy is under construction, and the northern region is chilling peacefully. But the central region? Yeah, it's getting completely and utterly wrecked. 7 Stars is laying siege to something called the 10 Pillars, and the Moon God Palace has maybe 2 weeks left, tops. If those pillars go down, the legendary guardian of the Imperial Rabbit Palace is going to be reborn. And this guardian? It's none other than Fu, the Jade Chancellor, the very same one who was the champion of the last Moon God Festival. Apparently, she used to fight for the Moonshine side, but then she flipped sides to become Princess Tine's #1 heavy hitter. Su Lang's brain is short-circuiting trying to figure out why, if she won the last festival, she needs a full-on rebirth. Like, what got her put on ice in the first place? But when he asks about it, Crescent Moon gets all red-faced and clams up, refusing to spill the tea, totally hiding some juicy secret. This immediately triggers Moondeer's jealousy meter, because now she's convinced Su Lang and Crescent Moon are sharing secret whispers. Her imagination runs wild with all sorts of romantic fanfiction, and she gets so worked up she just starts wailing on poor Su Lang. The poor dude gets tossed outside the tent, completely clueless about what he did wrong. So, while Su Lang is busy plotting his epic revenge against Moondeer for that unprovoked beatdown, he spots something way more critical. A couple of shady hooded figures are hauling away that green-haired girl from before. Now, I'm no expert in law enforcement, but the way they've kinda barking at her to get a move on. And Su Lang, watching from the sidelines, suddenly has a galaxy brain moment. Since her deal with the Holy Sun was basically a freelance gig, she probably didn't get uninstalled when he was completely wiped from existence. So now she's getting yoinked by some shady-looking crew. Perfect timing for Bayu to show up asking about his 5-year plan, which totally blindsides the guy because, let's be real, he's been operating on a survive the next 5 minutes schedule. But now that Princess Tyne wants to make him public enemy #1, his game plan is simple: get swole, clap some cheeks, and crash the final stage of the Moon God Festival to dethrone that smug goddess. Since he's a total newbie to the area, he hitches a ride with Bei, but on the down low, he's thinking this is the perfect chance to snoop around those ruins from 3 years back and figure out who's been scrambling his memories. Bayu can't help but notice he's a whole different dude from the ice-cold, scary apostle who used to rub elbows with divine spirits. These days he seems a lot more, well, human. So they take off on this absolute unit of a bird, and Su Lang is just gobsmacked by how bougie the Azure Moon Empire is. We're talking restaurants, hotels, and even freaking hot springs built right into their sky-high transportation. Meanwhile, our boy's beast companions are living their best life, splashing around in the water, just vibing and soaking up the sun without a care in the world. And then you've got Su Lang, just standing there like a doofus, wondering how in the world they built all this stuff back in the old days. Moondeer spots him zoning out and calls him on it, telling him to strip down and hop into the hot spring. This completely short-circuits his brain, and now he's just standing there, overthinking everything. Like, can I really do this? I mean, yeah, they're my beasts, but they're also very much female. So he gets into this whole internal debate, trying to convince himself it's no big deal. After all, there are no secrets between a master and his beast, right? In the end, he says screw it and decides to just send it. But right then, Moondeer sees her opening and thinks, time to figure out what this dummy is hiding. So she starts laying on the charm, all according to her master plan. She's got this whole interrogation strategy mapped out to make this idiot spill the beans. She goes full-on human form, completely blindsiding our boy with her considerable assets. Suddenly, she feels something unexpected and asks our boy if he'd care to explain. At this point, Su Lang is blushing so hard he's about to spontaneously combust. The only excuse he can stammer out is that even though everyone sees him as some legendary hero, at the end of the day, he's just a regular dude with regular dude reactions. And Moondeer is just like, yo, dummy, I totally got you, so why are you acting all weird about it? And then things escalated into a scene straight out of a certain spicy corner of the internet. So yeah, let's just hit the fast forward button before YouTube's algorithm gets any funny ideas. Alright, we skip ahead a bit, and our boy looks completely drained, sporting a suspicious-looking mark on his neck. Crescent Moon eyes him up and asks, "What's up with you, you big idiot?" And our boy, smooth as sandpaper, fumbles for an explanation, claiming it's just a mosquito bite before making a hasty retreat. Crescent Moon just sits there thinking, wow, what an absolute player this guy is. Once he's safely inside, Su Lang is fuming, thinking about how he wants to slap a contract on Moondeer right now and show her who's really the boss. But he's way too weak for that. If he tried to pull that stunt in his current one-star realm, he'd get locked out of summoning her again, and if that happened, he'd miss out on any more quality time like they just had. The scene cuts to our boy taking a casual stroll through the northern region of the Bui Empire. Even though he got a bird's-eye view on the way in, he's still blown away by how lively the place is up close. Bayu explains that the Empire only got this lit in recent years, and it's all thanks to their leading lady. Apparently, 10,000 years ago, their tech was way more futuristic. But then, a couple of big shots had a legendary throwdown that basically EMP'd the entire planet, frying every last gadget. And just like that, civilization got hit with a cosmic reset button, getting thrown back tens of thousands of years, while hundreds of millions of people got deleted. Those two big shots got a slap on the wrist for it, but the world was already a total dumpster fire. Sulang's jaw is on the floor, completely baffled that one little squabble could cause a worldwide catastrophe. Meanwhile, Crescent Moon is giving him the side eye, thinking he's a total moron for not knowing about these tyrants, while promising he can get her scabbard back. She's also freaking out because the resident Ice Queen crashed this festival specifically because she failed to wreck the Imperial Rabbit Palace before. And, yeah, she's been holding onto that salty grudge for tens of thousands of years. After they finally touch down, Su Lang tells his crew to go kick back and relax while he takes Moondeer on a little nature walk. His followers are just blinking, totally bewildered, because they remember the terrifying, "I will end you, Lunar King." But now he wants to go frolicking with his pet. They're all wondering where his scary final boss energy went. Su Lang wanders over to this place called the Heavenly Abyss and finally has a lightbulb moment about why they call it the Twin Moon. Turns out, there are literally two moons reflected in this massive pit. He tells his people to stay put and not even think about following him. But, of course, some sneaky spies are already camped out with popcorn, watching the whole thing. These mystery scouts are busy crunching the numbers, trying to figure out why the Lunar King suddenly popped back into old Moon God Palace turf. They're updating their threat level spreadsheets again. Apparently, the Cloud Princess was their #1 problem child before this, but now their spidey senses are picking up a divine spirit aura that's screaming way more dangerous than she ever was. One scout decides to go in for a closer look while the other hangs back. If the first guy gets smoked, the plan is to crank Su Lang's danger rating up to 100% and send a group text to every dream realm in the north to come take him out. So, Su Lang and Moondeer are strolling deeper into this heavenly abyss, and even though it's broad daylight, the whole place has a super depressing, something bad is about to happen vibe. Moondeer asks if he's lost, but he's just like, nah. He's just getting some seriously bad juju from the area, which makes sense, since this was the Moon God Palace's old crib and now it's a ghost town. He's thinking if any real shenanigans go down here, the Azure Sickle would definitely notice, since they're practically next-door neighbors with the Azure Moon Empire. But the place looks completely deserted right now, so maybe if he just retraces his old steps, he can find some clues about his whole amnesia deal. Meanwhile, that spy rocking the white and red cloak decides it's showtime. He snaps his fingers and conjures a massive black dome in the sky that starts leaking some nasty black goo and dive bombs right for them. Su Lang's playing detective, noticing there aren't any footprints. The Twin Moon teaching really nailed their leave no trace policy. Then he suddenly slams on the brakes, which causes Moondeer to bonk her nose right into the back of his head. He's staring ahead, completely shook, because sitting right there is his old diary. He's wondering how the heck it ended up there. Maybe he was keeping it safe, then just rage quit and ditched it after his memory got wiped and he couldn't even read his own handwriting. He bolts toward the diary to grab it, but a new challenger, the Lady of Autumn Calamity, just appears out of thin air and yoinks it first. She's casually flipping through it, calling it some divine spirit's instruction manual, and complaining that it's super confusing. Su Lang and Moondeer are both on edge, trying to figure out who this lady is. Su Lang can tell she's bad news, but his scouter can't get a read on her power level. So Moondeer and Crescent Moon just decide to attack first and ask questions later. But let's be real, the attack is about as threatening as a wet noodle, and the lady just brushes it off like it's nothing. She then schools them, pointing out that fighting in broad daylight is basically handicapping themselves since they're moon-type tamers. She's like, "Look, I got no beef with you. Start yet," and tries to peace out with the diary. But Moondeer is absolutely not letting that slide. Moondeer says, "Fine, get lost, but without the diary." That's when it clicks for Su Lang. This woman is probably an Emperor-level creature, since his lunar book isn't even twitching. That means she's not a moon type. So how in the world did she sneak past the Azure Sickle's security system? Welp, so much for a peaceful exit. The lady decides she'd rather just peek into Su Lang's memories and starts firing off these nasty black thorns from her fingertips. Moondeer throws up a barrier, trying to shield him, but those thorns shred right through it and nail her hard, forcing Su Lang to whip out the Crescent Moon to block the attack. He's thinking if it wasn't for this sword's invincibility plot armor, he'd be a shish kebab right now, while Moondeer is down for the count. And it's hitting him hard. This is the harsh reality of moon types trying to throw down with an emperor during a sunny afternoon. The lady taunts him to give it up, saying moon types only pull off miracles under a full moon, and right now, he's just a speed bump. Then, just to really twist the knife, she reveals that the Sagittarius Palace can't sense this beatdown because her divine spirit gave her a special little invisibility cloak gift. So, even if they were throwing down right on their sacred front lawn, nobody would have a clue. Su Lang's leaning on his Crescent Moon, looking like he just went 10 rounds with a truck. But even on the brink of death, my boy's got the audacity to roast her taste in literature, telling her his diary is just childish nonsense and treating it like a holy text will rot her brain. She's just holding the diary, flashing this super creepy grin, and says that once she's done reading his mind, none of his trash talk will matter. But then, she starts putting the pieces together. If the legendary Lunar King was here before, and just returned today, maybe he really did lose some of his memories. The thought hits her like a ton of bricks, and she actually starts tearing up. She demands to know if he's the reason, asking if he saw that thing times with his own eyes, and only lost times, part times of his memory. She is completely losing it. And with that, she declares all out. Permanent war between the divine teaching of the afterlife and the Twin Moon teaching. And then she just snaps. Her clothes rip apart as mouths start popping up all over her body. She stomps forward, leaving a giant red tree in her wake. now fully transformed into her nightmare battle form. Sulang's brain is working overtime, so that's times what causes the amnesia. Great time for a breakthrough, except the situation is looking beyond hopeless. She points a finger at him and unleashes a deadly red whirlwind. Moondeer, being the loyal partner she is, dives in front of him and takes the full blast. The attack leaves her completely battered and broken on the ground. This finally pisses Sulang off, and he swings the crescent moon with everything he's got. He launches 4 green energy blasts at the lady, but every single one whiffs. But then, the lady notices something off. Moondeer looks like she's just falling asleep. Even before taking that critical hit, the monster decides to end it right there and points down at Moondeer's body. A massive red explosion erupts right on top of her. Sulang can only watch in horror, thinking about what a game-changer the time of day is. A top-tier moon creature gets completely bodied by a single emperor just because the sun is out. The lady tells him to just stop fighting, that he has zero chance, but then admits that taking out an apostle like him isn't exactly a walk in the park for her, either. She offers to call a timeout and settle their 3-year-old grudge some other day, but only if he lets her peek into his memories. When Sulang's response is to aim the crescent moon right at her face, she just shrugs and declares that peace talks are officially over. Suddenly, all those mouths on her body start spitting a storm of black thorns his way. But what do you know? Not a single one can break through his defense. While he's blocking, Sulang's thinking what a great thing it is that this lady loves the sound of her own voice, 'cause it bought him some precious time. Turns out all that beast chow he snagged during the eating contest wasn't just for a food coma. It's juicing up his Lake Mu shield, letting it recover at a slick 5% per second. Talk about some big brain planning, but my man knows that just turtling up isn't going to win this fight. He's got to figure out a way to put her on the ground, and fast. Meanwhile, the mouth lady is starting to get seriously tilted that her endless spike spam isn't doing squat. She's just screaming about how this is totally impossible. Sulang's arms are about to give out from blocking the non-stop barrage when, out of nowhere, the crescent moon moves all by itself to smack a spike right back. Well, look at that. The weapon is apparently sentient and is now helping him fight, asking if he actually wants to save Moondeer, because if he does, he needs to get his head in the game instead of zoning out. Sulang keeps parrying the attacks as the lady gets progressively more ticked off. Her spike storm is picking up speed, and she starts taunting him, saying he's gotta be at his limit. Just some random dude, a total puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. She starts getting real dark, suggesting something about how the turret won't even find his body. But before she can finish her villain monologue, she notices something is way off. Sulang's holding the crescent moon, and it's practically humming with blue energy. He lets it rip with a massive swing that not only hits her but slices down the entire giant red tree behind her. She's bleeding, looking completely baffled about what the heck just happened. The crescent moon chimes in, telling Sulang that the lady just blew through the last of her energy reserves, and then asks how long he's gonna let this chatterbox run her mouth. Isn't he supposed to be the legendary Lunar King who's planning to clap the Ice Empress and the Imperial Rabbit Palace? That little pep talk hits Sulang right in the feels. He realizes the talking sword has a point. He's just been standing here taking a beating when he should be fighting like the badass Lunar King everyone thinks he is. The lady launches into a full-blown rant about how moon types have always grossed her out the most. She calls them a bunch of arrogant jerks who couldn't care less about anyone else. And after the moonlight split, she sneers. Did their so-called tyrants manage to scurry away and hide, or did they just die like they deserved? She's screaming at Sulang that the era of moon-type dominance is ancient history, and it's time for him to wake up and smell the coffin. But then, something just clicks inside Sulang's head. He closes his eyes and says, "You're probably right, and that's exactly why I'm here." He's going to park his butt on the throne, bring back the moonlight, and stop these hidden tyrants from popping their heads up like whack-a-moles. He declares that this is the very reason he was born in this era, and bam! A massive yellow beam of light blasts through the clouds, wrapping him in a protective barrier. The lady is just staring, completely clueless about this sudden light show, while Sulang casually checks his system. He's got 700 tickets saved up. You know what that means. It's time for the ultimate gotcha pull. He dumps all 700 tickets in at once, and a storm of purple cards starts swirling around him as new beasts get unlocked. He didn't score any emperors, but he definitely pulled some super rare units. But instead of making contracts with his new pets, he decides to just disenchant the whole lot into tamer energy. The purple cards dissolve into a massive whirlwind of pure energy that starts flowing right into him. He's thinking, If I can just absorb all this juice, he'd probably hit something close to the 6th rank, but let's be real. A 5th rank scrub trying to take down an emperor-level boss? Not happening. So, he goes for the ultimate YOLO move and decides to dump all that energy into the Golden Butterfly Palace instead. As the power drains from his body, he closes his eyes, probably thinking, alright, Golden Butterfly Palace, this much juice has gotta be enough, right? But then, he peeks at his system window and sees the 8-winged lunar ruler is unlocked at a whopping 0.001% progress. Su Lang is just staring at the screen, absolutely dumbfounded, wondering how his all-in energy sacrifice barely even tickled the progress bar. Apparently, that butterfly thing has an appetite the size of a black hole. All his power is gone, and now he feels like a total clown. But the lady is sweating bullets watching these golden rays wrap around Su Lang. Plot twist. The energy didn't go to the Golden Butterfly Palace at all. It went straight to those 100 billion sparkly butterflies from earlier. And just like that, the lights go out, and a freaking moon pops up in the sky. The lady's jaw hits the floor as she realizes Su Lang can just summon celestial bodies. Yeah, this dude is definitely not your average apostle. He's on a whole other level of dangerous. Su Lang, cool as a cucumber, tells her, "Hey, I warned you to give my stuff back the easy way, and now you get the hard way." A massive yellow beam straight up skewers her, and she starts poofing into a pile of red leaves. But get this, even as she's literally disintegrating, she's smiling and telling the Lunar King that she's times the one who won. Su Lang is just standing there, looking like he went 10 rounds with a truck, completely baffled at how she can claim victory when there's nothing left of her but confetti. He promptly faceplants from exhaustion, muttering that he needs a nap. But of course, the universe says, "No breaks for you," because another voice pipes up from the shadows, and who pops out but the goat girl, holding one of those creepy red leaves. She's monologuing about how the 7 sisters were geniuses for having her camp in the back, because if they had both jumped in at once, Su Lang's party would have been totally wiped. She's eyeing the exhausted Su Lang, thinking even though he pulled off a crazy limit break, it's completely game over now. The so-called invincible Lunar King is about to get his ticket punched right here and now. Goth Girl is a little confused about the whole random moon in the sky situation. Then she spots Moondeer just chilling on the ground. Moondeer wakes up all groggy, asking if she slept until nighttime. Then she stands up and her danger senses start tingling. Yup, another Emperor-level threat. Goth Girl starts running her villain calculations. The Deer Girl is a total non-issue, and the Crescent Moon thingy is out of mana, so it's harmless too. The only one she's actually worried about is the Sagittarius Palace Terran, but she figures she's got a good 5 minutes before that becomes a problem. So, she just needs to wrap this up in 1 minute. Nah, screw it. She decides 10 seconds is plenty and snaps her fingers. A spooky black umbrella materializes in the sky, just oozing dark energy. And when Moondeer asks if it's going to rain, the Goth Girl gives her super edgy introduction as the 9th dream of the divine teaching of the afterlife. She then declares that she's personally here to cancel the era of lunar shine. The rain starts falling, and it's literally acid, melting the ground on contact. Su Lang is looking up at this nightmare fuel, thinking, great, cursed rain, and he's running on absolute empty. Thankfully, he gets yoinked away in a puff of white smoke and teleported to safety just in the nick of time. Goth Girl immediately recognizes the move as the Misty Sphere technique from the White Deer clan. Moondeer then informs her she just made 2 massive mistakes. First off, calling her a 0 threat really ticked her off. And second, you never, ever mess with a White Deer clan member in the middle of the night. Moondeer whips out a pair of swords from, her chest, and strikes a pose with some fancy-sounding technique called Misty Image Cloud Noble. But our resident Goth Girl is totally unimpressed, calling her a measly highest rank beast before flinging some shadowy gunk her way. Only, when the attack actually lands, Moondeer poofs into thin air and teleports behind the Goth Girl, slicing her hand. The Goth Girl is absolutely bug-eyed, remembering how she couldn't even put a dent in the 7th sister before this. So how in the world is this supposedly highest-ranked scrub keeping pace with her Emperor-level speed and actually landing hits? Her brain is doing mental gymnastics, trying to convince herself it's all just a cheap trick to spook her. Because, logically, a highest-ranked creature should never ever be able to outfight an emperor. But the proof is literally dripping from her own hand. And to make things worse, the Deer Girl is radiating the unmistakable aura of a supreme beast. So now she's just standing there, trying to compute what the heck is even happening. She's still stuck on the how can a deer beat an emperor question, but then just decides, nah, she's just faking it. Goth Girl pops her arm back on like it's a Lego piece and grins, unleashing a move called Night Shadow Grasps. Suddenly, Moondeer is getting sliced and diced all over, and Goth Girl is feeling pretty high and mighty about it. She starts monologuing about how the Misty Sphere, the signature toy of the White Deer clan, can only be used right by someone at the Imperial rank. And since Moondeer is just a supreme rank pleb, she should be totally useless against a true emperor. Goth Girl then traps her in this funky pink bubble covered in black spikes that start closing in for a group hug of death. It looks like Moondeer gets turned into deer paste and slumps to the ground. Goth Girl starts her victory speech, calling her a bug who dared to get in her way. She's basking in the glory for a hot second before realizing, wait, I just beat a supreme ranked beast. That's not even an achievement. But her pity party gets cut short by an absolutely insane aura. She whips around to look for Su Lang, thinking the foggy sphere is gone. But then the dead Moondeer pipes up, saying the 10 seconds are over, she broke her promise. And frankly, this whole drama is getting old. Next thing you know, she's glowing like a Christmas tree, her antlers are sprouting, and her hair is growing like crazy. It's so long it's practically sweeping the floor, and just like that, boom, she's back at 100% health. Not a scratch on her. She then asks Goth Girl if she has any idea how ticked off her dead mother would be, knowing the keepsake she left behind was destroyed, and that her mom's anger has some severe consequences. And would you look at that, Goth Girl is starting to sweat bullets. She's wondering if Moondeer was just chilling inside that foggy sphere the entire time. Moondeer explains that her race, the Snow White Deer, has a slightly different take on death than most folks. She even apologizes in advance, saying that after this little stunt, she won't be able to come back for some time, which is why she's been so sentimental. And with that, Moondeer just blinks out of existence, moving too fast to see. Goth Girl has her, oh, we messed up moment, realizing the seventh sister totally misjudged the situation, and she needs to warn the others, like yesterday. Then again, she thinks, maybe it's better this way, so nobody else gets dragged into this beatdown. And then, schwing. Moondeer turns Goth Girl into a pile of confetti. The crescent moon, watching from the sidelines, wonders if this is the true power of a completed mist sphere, realizing Moondeer might be gone for who knows how long after this move. Some pink energy streams then gently lift Su Lang's body up, into the air, and the crescent moon swoops in to catch him. She's finally starting to piece together why the Snow White Deer Palace just vanished off the map tens of thousands of years ago. Turns out, those two had some seriously nasty final moves up their sleeves. Fast forward an hour, and you find Su Lang perched on a rock, flipping through his diary. Then, in a fit of rage, he starts shredding the thing to pieces, which totally baffles the crescent moon. He's like, we gotta bounce. She questions him, and he just casually drops that he'll remember everything sooner or later anyway. Besides, after wrecking those two emperors, another piece of his memory clicked back into place. He's got a strong hunch. The afterlife doctrine is behind his memory wipe, so utterly annihilating them might just be the key to getting it all back. The crescent moon figures he's just salty because Moondeer ditched him, and his beef with the afterlife doctrine is just him lashing out. So, they pop out of the heavenly abyss. And who's waiting for them but Bayu and Silver Rabbit? Su Lang immediately grills Bay, asking if she managed to survive the last Moon God festival by just ducking and weaving through all the fights. When she starts sweating bullets, he just turns his back and says he doesn't know what her game is, but he hopes they aren't on opposite sides the next time their paths cross. Silver Rabbit and the masked girl just stare, completely bewildered, as Su Lang casually strolls off. Meanwhile, he's mulling over how the moon's face has altered the azure sickle. He definitely clocked Goth Girl showing up, but noticed she didn't lift a finger to help. Silver Rabbit is left scratching her head, wondering what kind of cryptic warning the Lunar King just dished out to the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings, and what in the world just happened back there. She's thinking he's way more terrifying now than he was 3 years ago. It's like he's finally unleashed his true, unhinged self. As Su Lang walks, he's piecing together some recovered memories. Turns out, this world isn't just the 5 plain vanilla regions. There are also these mysterious sacred lands. And get this, the weirdest part is that these sacred territories are supposedly way bigger than the entire planet, which, makes absolutely zero physical sense. Even crazier, tyrants who could literally blow up the world are just chilling, ruling over regular folks like it's no big deal. Which brings up a pretty solid question. How in the heck has the world not been obliterated yet? He also got a memory dump about the Moonlight Palaces. Apparently, Before the last Moon God Festival, only 6 of the original 12 palaces were still standing. You had the Emperor Rabbit Palace, the Maiden Palace, Sagittarius Palace, Twin Palace, Aquarius Palace, and the Peacock Palace. But then, the Emperor Rabbit Palace decided to go rogue, committing treason and trashing one of the 7 wonders, the Aquarius Palace, before bailing completely. That left only 4 palaces in the running for the festival. And now, there are whispers that the Golden Butterfly Palace is gearing up for a comeback. Meanwhile, over at a misty lake on the northern border, Mir is gracefully strolling on clouds towards a misty sphere with some cool blue stairs. 3 girls are waiting for her: Cloud Maiden, Luna of Sorrow, and the Cloud Princess, who all call her Great Aunt. The Cloud Princess immediately asks if Moondeer has unlocked her blood memory yet. She's all hyped up, saying they want to crash the Moon God Festival as reps for the Snow White Deer clan and absolutely smoke all the owners of the 7 strings. She starts rattling off their hit list: the Cold Moon Lord, the Western Region's Double Gift, and of course, the Lunar King. She's super confident they can wipe the floor with all of them, thanks to Moondeer's OP bloodline. But Moondeer just shuts her down and tells her to get lost. The Cloud Princess is like, "Whoa, did something happen out there to get you so ticked off?" Then she just brushes it off, saying there's no rush, since they'll have plenty of time to become besties later on. She then introduces herself as Tamer, the half-blood Cloud Princess who's just a hair's breadth away from 9-star status. And with that, we're back at the Moon God Palace. Turns out, this place has been run by gorgeous young women for thousands of years, with whispers that all the baby boys get shipped off to the southern and western departments. And even though the Imperial Rabbit Palace totally won the last festival and claimed the throne, the Holy Maiden wasn't having any of it. She and 10 princesses ganged up to shut them down, sealing their power inside 10 shadow pillars. Welp, today the 6th pillar is officially cracking. It's shaking like a leaf, glowing with a crazy yellow light, and crackling with lightning. Then one bolt zaps a chain, and bam, it snaps in 2. One of the 7 Emperor-ranked moonstars, a dragon that looks like the moon, pops out and immediately starts roasting the tamers around him. He's calling them insects who couldn't survive a single love tap. This moon-like dragon, man. He's just so disappointed in how wimpy the descendants of the Heavenly Maiden have become. Some blue-haired tamer pipes up that the 6th princess will be joining the fight soon. But a girl named Jiao is like, "Are we seriously just gonna let this happen? If these shadow pillars keep breaking, all 10 of the Imperial Rabbit Palace's lunar eclipses are gonna be set loose." The Moonlight Dragon just tells her to chill. But Jiao's got some serious trust issues. She asks if he's really not going to make her buy those, cultured manga for them, again, like when she was 6, or drag her to the bathhouse every day for his viewing pleasure. The dragon gives his word that he won't. Then Jiao mentions all her cultivation resources went poof, and the Moonlight Dragon just casually admits he ate them as a little snack. Meanwhile, our boy Su Lang is on a flying killer whale express, heading to the central region while rocking a mask and his personal butterfly squad. Some of the other passengers think he's just some obsessed fanboy cosplaying as the Lunar King. They can't fathom the real Lunar King ditching the northern region at a time like this. The Crescent Moon is even asking if he's sure this is a good idea. Strolling into the central region all by himself is just asking for trouble from every single moon faction out there. Su Lang explains that it's not about trusting the Sagittarius Palace, it's just that staying up north is completely pointless now. He got a letter from one of the 4 lunar phases, who said she found a way to help him power level his rank and wants to meet in the central region. Since she used to be under the Aquarius Palace's thumb and has major beef with Princess Tyne's crew, he figures she's probably legit. He's using a mask to cover his eyes and is seeing through the shared vision of his butterflies, which apparently is way more practical than using his own eyeballs. His main goal is to meet this lunar phase and get strong enough to summon the 8-winged lunar emperor again. With Moondeer gone for possibly years and the crescent moon running on empty, he's basically a sitting duck if another emperor shows up. Just then, the transport gets blasted by explosions and starts to nosedive, and our boy already senses it that aura belongs to an emperor-ranked beast, and he's just thinking, there is no way my luck is this rotten. Everyone's freaking out when a stream of dark energy just appears. It's another one of those 9 dreams from the divine teaching of the afterlife. She calls herself the Gloomy Stream and announces she's inspecting everyone leaving the northern region. Then she puts everyone to sleep with some memory-erasing trick, explaining that the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the Pitch Black Knight both bit the dust in battle. So, The person she's after is definitely in the north, and she's going to sniff out the truth, no matter what. Su Lang tries to summon the lake moon but just collapses, his butterflies scattering everywhere. The gloomy stream starts rifling through everyone's memories. She's laser-focused on finding out what went down 3 years ago and how her sisters kicked the bucket, which leads to this massive backstory dump about the divine teaching of the afterlife. Turns out, her crew used to be big shots, ruling huge territories under some divine spirit named Beyond. But then they went and crashed a moon god festival and got absolutely annihilated by some freakish creature. Beyond barely escaped with its life and had to yeet itself back to the spiritual world, while all its followers got exiled to some deserted island and were totally forgotten. Years later, they felt their divine spirit's power level spiking, which meant Beyond was getting ready to respawn. Everyone got super hyped, but then the power just fizzled out and Beyond took an eternal dirt nap. Sound familiar? Yep. It's the exact same drama that went down with the 12 palaces of moonlight. Now, only 9 emperors are left, the so-called 9 dreams, and they're trying to use the Moon God Festival's chaos to play detective and figure out what really happened. Because once this party's over, they'll lose their chance at a comeback tour forever, and Gloomy Stream is busy digging through memories. She's hunting for any sign of Lord Beyond, trying to solve the 3-year-old mystery that caused this whole mess. After a solid 30 minutes of memory diving, Gloomy Stream is getting seriously ticked off because all she's finding is useless junk, random memories of girls playing with pet bunnies and taming robots. She's fuming about why nobody has any memories of the entire northern region just up and disappearing, which, was the one thing she was actually hoping to find. Then she spots the crescent moon and gets intrigued. A top-tier weapon type? Definitely worth a look. She decides to dive straight into its memories, even though she's supposed to avoid peeking at memories from the past year, since the sheer pressure from the Golden Butterfly Palace's descent could seriously mess her up, even secondhand. She scoffs, thinking she can blitz through all of its memories in a hot second. So, she kicks off her speedrun through the Crescent Moon's memories. What she thought would be an instant download ends up taking a full 20 minutes, and she's barely scratched the surface, leaving her completely baffled about how old this weapon actually is. There's just no way it could have been around longer than her, right? Then, a wild yellow memory appears among all the blue ones, and blood starts dripping from her eye. Yikes. The memory flashes back to the Twin Palace ages ago, where the Crescent Moon's scabbard, Frost of the First Moon, is saying her final goodbyes because her lifespan is ending. So, naturally, she wants to go out with one last epic battle. They call her the Turn of Moonlight of the Twin Palace. And apparently, she's so ridiculously overpowered she can slice stars in half with a single swing. Just the psychic backlash from this one deep memory is enough to seriously injure our girl Gloomy Stream. She's bleeding, and it finally hits her. She just tapped into the memories of a literal star-destroying tyrant. She's in full-on panic mode because nobody gave her the memo that there was a monster in the northern region that could go toe-to-toe with the tyrant of the Twin Palace. She's about to make a run for it when she spots Su Lang just lying there and realizes he's a total amnesiac. Now she's stuck. Book it for her own safety? Or rummage through his memories? I mean, what if he actually saw the divine spirit? This could be her only shot at answers. Gloomy Stream melts into a puddle of dark goo, slithers over to Su Lang, and reforms into the shape of a woman. The moment she reaches out to touch him, she gets a jolt. Oh snap, this is the Lunar King. She's totally freaked out, but also kinda hyped about the idea of pushing past the fear to raid his memories. She might just uncover the truth about what nuked her divine spirit's power 3 years ago on that full moon night. Su Lang blinks awake in this bizarre dream world, plastered with blue memory windows, and his system instantly pings the Glooby Stream. Turns out, she's the 6th of 9 dreams from the divine teaching of the afterlife, an emperor-ranked nightmare type, no less. He immediately gets it. She's trying to dig through his past, and her entire organization is investigating the incident from 3 years ago. They're not gunning for him specifically, just anyone from the northern region who might have caught a glimpse of what went down. So, basically, he just got caught in the crossfire. He's wondering how his luck is so garbage that he's catching strays while trying his best to keep a low profile. And now he's stuck here, forced to watch his own memories get plundered, starting from his academy days. The really deep-seated memories, like when he dismantled the Black Moon sect and created the Twin Moon Doctrine, are firewalled even from him. So, he's morbidly curious if this Emperor-class snooper can actually get that far back. He's got mixed feelings. On one hand, if she actually finds the truth, he'll finally get to see what really happened. On the other hand, she's definitely going to pay for this little home invasion, and he'll have to suffer through all his most embarrassing moments from when he thought he was a completely different person. The gloomy stream dives headfirst into his memories and immediately hits the mother lode, that one night 3 years ago under the full moon. She sees Su Lang standing there, his form obscured by clouds, and whatever she witnesses just completely breaks her brain. Her mind starts reeling about some absurd, merciless, hopeless being, and she figures this has to be payback for her organization's past sins. The memory world shatters into a million pieces, and she comes crashing back to reality. Convinced she has to escape and warn everyone, she concludes Su Lang absolutely murked the Lady of Autumn Calamity and the Pitch Black Knight, and that he's way beyond labels like vessel or apostle. Her new plan is to rally all 9 dreams and jump him with their combined forces. Apparently, taking him on is now their sole purpose in life. Su Lang wakes up wondering why she took off so fast, and what on earth she saw in his memories that spooked her that badly. Luckily, he managed to send out his butterflies before passing out, and they've already gathered hundreds of millions more from the area. The central region is apparently crawling with way more butterflies than the north, so he's feeling pretty confident he can handle any local trouble. But then, right on cue, everything goes completely sideways. The transport vehicle gets blown to bits, and everyone is suddenly free-falling. It turns out the gloomy stream fled right into an active war zone where the shadow pillars are under attack, and the Moonlight Dragon just showed up. He's one of the 7 lunar stars under the Imperial Rabbit Palace, and yeah, he's the one who accidentally vaporized their ride while fighting. The dragon quickly realizes he's got witnesses and decides he needs to clean up the mess. This, of course, puts everyone in an even stickier situation. Su Lang drops his disguise, and his system pings the Moonlight Dragon as Emperor rank. It can't pull up the full details though, since the dragon wasn't on the winning team in the last festival. Su Lang is just thinking his luck with stumbling upon Emperor rank beasts everywhere is getting absolutely ridiculous. But hey, at least now the gloomy stream has a chance to escape. Plus, his butterfly reinforcements are about to arrive in absolutely massive numbers. So, this should be fun. You know, maybe this whole mess is actually a blessing in disguise for our boy. First up, we get a breakdown of the Emperor power scaling system. Turns out, most of these Emperor-level dudes are basically on a leash, tied to contracts with divine spirits, and can only go wild in super rare situations. They're split into 3 tiers. You've got your tyrants, who can literally unalive regular emperors just by showing up. Then you have the senior emperors, and finally, the ordinary emperors, who make up a whopping 90% of the roster. The tyrant class has some absolutely broken characters, like the Azure Sea Sickle whose arrows can literally punch holes in reality, and the Ice Unicorn Empress who's basically a walking climate change machine. Oh, and let's not forget the Spring Tyrant, who's got the entire planet's water supply on speed dial. Apparently, these top tiers can just delete entire planets if they feel like it. Now, our Moonlight Dragon? He's in a weird spot, a special kind of ordinary emperor who's basically impossible to beat. This guy single-handedly wrecked the entire Moon God Palace in just half a month. Talk about an overachiever. So after waking up from a 1,000-year nap, the dragon decides he needs to clean house and get rid of everyone who saw him accidentally wreck the transport. He's not trying to kick off a full-blown war with the Sacred Lands faction, at least not until all 10 of his Eclipse buddies are awake and ready to party. So what's a dragon to do? What's a dragon to do? He starts cooking up some massive yellow energy beams to obliterate the falling whale ship. Meanwhile, Su Lang's feeling pretty cocky. His butterflies are swarming, and his system UI shows he's packing 6 million points instead of his usual 10,000. His Lake Mu shield is just about back to full health. So, if he can just face tank that first blast, he figures he's actually got a fighting chance. The dragon lets loose with his lightning slash, and all Su Lang can do is throw up a shield for himself. Tough luck for the other passengers though. But right when it looks like it's game over, this brand new character, the Moon Phase, just pops into existence. She's rocking a crescent moon on her hand and pulls off some crazy time hacks, rewinding everyone's life force by a full 24 hours, which, basically hits the undo button on all that damage. Moon Phase instantly spots the gloomy stream and calls her out for messing with the Moon God Festival times and dragging innocent folks into her drama. She clearly didn't learn a thing from her last screw-up, so the verdict is a permanent ban. And just like that, the gloomy stream just pops, sending her eyeball flying. The Moonlight Dragon tries to dip, but Moonphase is not having any of it. She lays it out for him. Blowing up a sacred land transport to silence witnesses is the kind of gossip that travels fast. The dragon, of course, gets all huffy about it, asking who she even thinks she is with that attitude. But Moonphase just ignores him, turns to Su Lang, and says that per their agreement, she's about to take him on a little trip for some high-speed leveling. She says it doesn't matter how many bad guys show up, they're not going to change the outcome of the Moon God Festival. She tells him to stop asking for so many handouts and that he needs to get beefy enough to take down the Imperial Rabbit Palace before he can come back. And the next thing you know, Su Lang is suddenly trudging through a blizzard on some frozen road, sneezing his head off. So yeah, our boy finds himself in this gnarly snowstorm, snot dripping from his nose, shivering like a leaf, and wondering what in the world just happened. The weather here is absolutely bonkers, and the monster auras around here are giving him a different kind of shiver. It finally clicks that he's somehow been yeeted to the eastern region, which, for your average tamer, is basically a death sentence way more dangerous than the sacred grounds. One minute he was on that transport about to get vaporized by the Moonlight Dragon, the next he felt Moonphase's presence, and now, he's totally on his own. No crescent moon in sight, no backup, absolutely nothing. He hastily summons the Lake Moon, throwing up a water barrier to protect himself from the brutal wind and cold. He finally gets a moment of relief from becoming a human popsicle. With his butterflies unable to survive this insane temperature, he can't even use his go-to mask disguise. To make matters worse, his Lake Moon shield is draining at an alarming rate. If that thing gives out or another enemy pops up, he's a goner. He needs to find shelter immediately, but has no clue which way to go. That's when he spots three figures approaching, who turn out to be ice people. Three girls with ghostly pale skin and completely lifeless eyes. They just walk right past him at first, which totally throws him off. But then one of them stops and warns him that he's dangerously far from the mine. She asks what his big plan is if he doesn't get back before nightfall, and tells him to hustle back to recover his strength. Su Lang is completely shocked. He'd heard the Ice Nation gave outsiders the cold shoulder. But apparently, those internet rumors were dead wrong. He admits he's totally lost and asks for directions. One of the girls tells him to just follow the direction with the most powerful moon-type aura. When they ask if he's actually a moon-type, he confirms it, blaming the brain-numbing cold for his confusion. It's only after they've left that he realizes how much danger he was in. Apparently, there's a whole moon-type camp out here. That news totally confuses him, since he never expected to find moon-type veins in the eastern region. Half a day later, he finally staggers into the moon-type camp, which is just a collection of tents. He's beyond exhausted, and his Lake Moon shield is practically gone. But the moon-type aura here is way more potent than anything at the Tamer Academy. Just being in the area starts recharging his energy and his shield, probably thanks to that moon-type mine the girls mentioned. He also notices the Ice Nation doesn't seem to be holding these tamers as prisoners, which makes him super curious about how things really operate around here. A high-ranking moon-type creature called a beige moonflower is watching him, and he's just thinking his crescent eyes should have a killer effect on moon beasts when a whole mob of creatures suddenly appears before him. A whole herd of creatures comes charging towards Su Lang, making an absolute racket, which leaves him completely baffled. He tells them to form a single-file line and speak one at a time, and to his shock, they actually obey. They immediately start sharing their sob stories. One wants him to take her home because her master sold her off, and now she has to work here for 3 years to earn travel money. The problem is, the eastern region uses a different currency, so all their money is completely worthless out here. And even though the ice people don't physically lock them up, they wouldn't survive for 3 days in this climate if they tried to leave, so they're basically stuck. Su Lang listens as the Lake Moon translates for him. He says he understands and promises to pick them up later, but first, he wants to know how in the world such a rich moon-type mine exists in the eastern region and manages to function in these freezing temperatures. A creature named Echofly steps forward and addresses him as the head of the teaching, which completely startles him, being recognized in such a remote place. She explains she's from the Twin Moon teaching and was gathering intel on their enemies, but she got lost and ended up here. She recognized him by his unique eyes and figured something huge must be happening for a VIP like him to show up. Echofly explains that this mine is currently being controlled by the Purple Cherry Eye, one of the 3 big-shot representatives from the lunar heavens. She naturally assumes he's here to reclaim the mine for their side, which is incredibly awkward for Su Lang since this is all news to him. He plays it cool, saying he can't reveal classified details, and just tells her to continue. She breaks it down. Only moon-type beasts can actually dig up the moon crystals here, which explains why the ice people are being so hospitable. Not only do they make some cash for the road, but they can also snack on the crystals to get a power-up. So, it's a weird mix of trapped prisoners and high-level beasts voluntarily grinding here. So Swang, being the inquisitive guy he is, asks how this whole mine is even possible in this god-forsaken blizzard. Eckerly spills some tea she heard, saying that at the very, very end of the mine, there's some kind of mind-boggling moon-type creature just chilling. She gives him the heads up that the moonlight concentration inside is absolutely nuts. Weaker creatures just pass out after 1 kilometer, and even the top dog beasts totally hit a wall around the 3-kilometer mark. Sulang's big brain realizes this isn't just concentrated moon juice. Nah, this is pressure from something way, way bigger. Whatever is lurking in the depths is the power source keeping this whole operation running in the eastern region. In true main character fashion, he tells Ekelofli he's going in solo and will bust everyone out when he's finished. She's just thinking to herself that whatever this mad lad is chasing is about to flip the entire world order on its head, and after a whole 1,000 years, someone is finally stepping up to challenge the untouchable ruler of the eastern region again. Deep inside the mine, we go. Sulang is casually strolling past crystals, thinking about how these dinky low-level energy rocks are basically everywhere back in Twin Moon territory. He's totally baffled by the ridiculous pressure, knowing no regular emperor could possibly maintain a massive mine like this year-round. His butterfly squad is flying alongside him, but after about 1 kilometer, his vision starts to get all staticky, and he's feeling dizzy. He pops his Lake Moon shield for protection and keeps trucking, but his system literally flashes a death warning, telling him to bail immediately or face the consequences. My guy has only walked 1 kilometer, and the pressure is already trying to turn him into a pancake. But thankfully, the Lake Moon is putting in overtime to keep him in one piece. He pushes on for 10 more minutes until he hits the 3-kilometer mark, where the pressure feels like being 10 kilometers underwater. He's wondering what kind of final boss could be hiding deep down to create this kind of force, realizing that one wrong move means an instant game over. Without his trusty moon deer and the crescent moon to back him up, he feels like a total weakling, just a first-rank tamer. He starts to turn back, but then he gets a flashback of all the absolute units he's already faced. If he doesn't get stronger, there's no way in hell he can keep competing in the Moon God Festival. He decides if he quits here, he's not worthy of the Lunar King title, so he plops down to meditate and start his training arc right then and there. See, ever since he unlocked the Golden Butterfly Palace, he doesn't need to use his own tamer energy to keep it running, which means he can finally hog all that power for himself. This mine, with its insane moonlight concentration, is the ultimate training ground. A few hours later, he's just floating in a massive energy ball, sucking up power like a cosmic vacuum cleaner. A giant beam of light blasts down from the sky, punches through the mountain, and just like that, Sulang hits 2nd rank. Ding! He's shook, because he thought you only get the cool, colorful auras when you hit 4th rank. Turns out, his natural talent is just completely broken. His physical stats, spiritual energy, perception, and even his lifespan all got a massive buff. The Lake Moon's power cap also got a huge upgrade, so now he can dive even deeper into the mine. Meanwhile, we get a little exposition dump about the 10 shadow pillars that are stashed away in sealed lands, guarded by the Moon God Palace. If those seals break, some ancient, super evil moon god is gonna pop out. For the past 1,000 years, every single person who tried to break them got absolutely demolished by the 10 pillar princesses. But get this, the 7 moon stars are absolutely steamrolling the competition, having already smashed 9 pillars to smithereens. The final pillar is chilling right next to the northern region, a place the 7 moon stars conveniently tiptoed around before, probably because they were total chickens when it came to the northern folks. But after wrecking 9 pillars, I guess their ego got inflated and they finally went for it. We cut to the Winter Moon Bride getting jumped by a trio of senior emperors, the Worried Swan, the Floating Moon Robe, and some rando from the Sacred Clan. She's rightfully calling them out for being shameless, pulling a 3-on-1. The Worried Swan just retorts that as long as the last pillar is standing, the seal holds, so who cares about honor? Suddenly, the Winter Moon Bride gets yeeted away via teleport to the sacred lands way up north at Misty Lake. The Floating Moon Robe explains she didn't just ice her because of their old friendship. She'll play bodyguard for a month, but after that, the Winter Moon Bride is fresh out of luck. The Floating Moon Robe then casually mentions she's the head honcho of the 4 moon phases, and can literally see the future odds on who will win the festival. She starts prophesying that victory belongs to that man. Then she says that compared to him, even the Lunar King of the last generation is, well, she doesn't finish. Instead, we zip over to our boy, who after half a month of hardcore training, 10 kilometers deep underground, finally hits the 4th rank. He's thinking that at this power level, he should be able to wrangle the highest ranked beasts, if he can even find any to make a pact with. But more importantly, his current strength should let him blitz to the end of this mine in one go. Hitting 4th rank has completely upgraded his perception of reality. He can now clearly see the flow of aura, and he's positive that the terrifying, world-ending pressure is coming from some kind of living creature. And he can count on one hand the number of beings he's ever met with this kind of insane spiritual power. He spies a bright light ahead and realizes he's at the finish line. Cranking his Lake Moon protection to the max, he steps into a massive crystal cavern. Lying in the center is a red-haired girl with horns. The second she opens her eyes and looks at him, Su Long is absolutely dumbfounded. She just asks him how the heck he even got there. And then, without warning, the whole world around him starts to fall apart. Massive cracks spreading everywhere. Su Lang is gasping for air, totally freaked out, thinking it's just a mind trick from her overwhelming aura, making him see the end of the world. He forces himself to calm down and actually grins, thinking this was 100% the right call. Now he's guaranteed to make it to the finals of the Moon God Festival. His system IDs her as the Elder Emperor, the flickering flame queen, who's in an extremely weakened state. I'm just gonna call her Dragon Girl from now on. She used to be the boss of the Aquarius Palace, and was the only senior emperor in history ballsy enough to challenge a tyrant during a full moon. After taking an L from the Ice Empress, she completely vanished for thousands of years. Su Long puffs out his chest, introduces himself as the Lunar King, and declares he's here to bust her out. She's just like, "And where, pray tell, are you taking me?" Then she starts grilling him, asking if he's the one who beat Purple Cherry. Are the Alarm Swan and Snowy Sky dead yet? What about the Ice Empress? With the strength of an insect, you dare call yourself the Lunar King and try to get me on your team? Ouch. Her aura pressure is so immense it starts cracking his barrier, and he realizes his Lake Moon shield is about to give out. He then notices the Dragon Girl is bound by energy chains and screaming. Su Lang instantly figures out the Ice Empress sealed her powers. So, he gets cocky and decides to call her bluff. She picked a fight with a tyrant, got herself locked up, and is still trying to act like she's the boss. She totally loses it, asking how he plans to bust her out with such a pathetic power level. Even if the Ice Empress is taking a nap, the 3 skies are still around, and if they show up, she'll live, but he'll be a red stain on the cave floor. Su Lang just turns away with a smirk and says it's honestly pathetic. Is the big bad emperor actually scared of the 3 azure skies? When he said he'd take her away, he didn't mean they'd be running for the hills. The plan is to style on all 3 of the azure skies first, then strut out of the eastern region like they own the place. The Dragon Girl just gives him a blank stare for a couple of long seconds, probably trying to process if he's clinically insane. Su Lang holds out his hand with a cheesy hero smile, but the Dragon Girl literally flinches away, saying she's worried his stupidity might be contagious. Su Lang looks totally defeated, realizing that talking isn't gonna work on her. So, he just plops down to meditate and tries to force a breakthrough to the 5th rank. The Dragon Girl watches him from her throne, thinking he's obviously not a total nobody since he got past her pressure, but in over 1,000 years, she's seen way too many clowns high on their own potential, making promises their skills can't cash. Ice dwellers dreaming of a world tour, beast tamers who get lost on the way to the bathroom, and all those Eastern big shots. All these epic sagas in the making that end with the hero getting deleted by a tiny fraction of her power. She's got the whole cave locked down with her aura, so there's no way out. It's basically a 5-star prison for anyone who wanders in. She asks what crew he's with and who his boss is. When Su Lang says he's from the Twin Moon Church, she's just like, the what now? She finds it absolutely hilarious that a 4-star Lunar King exists, especially since the last one was born with 5 stars. She keeps grilling him, who is your ruling lord? Su Lang, completely done with her 20 questions, snaps that he founded the Twin Moon Church himself. He's not just the Lunar King, he's the northern representative in the Moon God Festival. And if she's as big a deal as he thinks she is, she should have felt the shockwave from what went down up north half a month ago. He flicks his ring to her, and she recognizes it instantly as the Northern King's ring proof that the Moon God Festival is on. Su Lang then circles back to the previous Lunar King, having 5 stars right out of the womb, saying it sounds like a tall tale, but wasn't that guy a natural-born beastmaster or something? Then Su Lang's aura just explodes as he reveals that while the Twin Moon Church has a palace lord, he's the real master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The dragon girl has to duck behind her throne to avoid the light show. Su Lang casually walks toward her, explaining that his to-do list includes wrecking the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses. And he's planning to completely outclass the previous Lunar King and carry Moonlight to the final victory. He offers his hand again, saying he's about to go steal from the Ice Queen and start a war with the Eastern lands. He asks if she wants in. For a split second, she actually decides to take his hand, but a massive energy explosion hurls her back, and the chains reappear. She says it doesn't matter if he's got some legendary spirit hiding in his soul. How is a 4-star tamer going to punch through the defenses of the entire Eastern lands? Even if he made a contract with her, he can't prove he has what it takes. If he's serious about recruiting her, he should come back when he hits 7 stars. Su Lang just asks what she'll do once she's free. Is she still planning to go pick a fight with the Ice Queen and the 3 Azure Skies, their mutual enemies? The Dragon Girl's like, didn't that old hag from the Archer Palace tell you I've got no beef with the Eastern lands? On top of that, the Ice Sovereign and Lady Lotus of the Heavenly Waters are practically besties. She starts trembling at the memory, insisting she only went after the Ice Sovereign for pulling some unforgivable stunt, if it wasn't for Lady Lotus. But just then, they both sense someone closing in. Right before a massive explosion rocks the surface, the entire mine starts to shake violently, and the Queen says, "That's one of the 12 heavenly shields of the Eastern lands. We've been spotted. You need to bounce while you can. You're with the Golden Butterfly Palace. You can barely handle one measly overlord." Su Lang just smirks, thinking he can totally take it. But he says, "I'm not running. We've got unfinished business. You trailed off earlier. This Lady Skywater Lotus you mentioned? She's the guardian of your Aquarius Palace, right? And everybody knows the Aquarius Palace got absolutely wrecked by the Jade Rabbit Palace. But you said the Ice Queen had a hand in it. So, did you two bail from the Eastern region together or what? Why don't you spill the rest of the details?" Just then, a giant bird swoops in, but our boy doesn't even flinch. He keeps pressing. Was this whole thing really connected to the Ice Queen? Would you really be satisfied with just giving her a beatdown? He scoffs. Would that little bit of payback be worth the thousands of years you've been rotting in here? The giant bird lands, and our boy gets a system notification. A new favored beast has been unlocked. The bird starts squawking. "Dragon girl, which idiot are you chattering with now?" It warns her, if you try to pull another escape act, the Ice Queen won't be nearly as merciful as she was before. And don't forget, you are forbidden from getting revenge on the overlords. And get this, the giant thing is an emperor rank and one of the 12 heavenly shields of the East. At this point, our boy has had it with the oversized chicken. He snaps, "You're noisy, shut your beak and get lost," which Mr. Birdbrain here obviously took personally. It puffed up its chest and declared, "Since the Aquarius Palace refuses to consent, then I shall accept her revenge on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace and annihilate the traitors." The Queen is floored, but Su Lang just grabs her by the scruff, hoists her up and yells, "What are you waiting for? Are you just going to let the Jade Rabbit Palace get away with slaughtering your people and stabbing you in the back? This pathetic pity from the Ice Sovereign. Don't you want to make them pay for it all? You need to make a contract with me. Let me summon you to this world, and we'll destroy every last one of them. The Jade Rabbit Palace, the 10 moon eclipses, the 3 celestial azure beauties, and especially that Ice Sovereign." The huge bird blasts them with an energy beam, but our boy just tanks it like a champ and sends the overgrown parakeet tumbling. His system shows the Dragon Girl has been added to his pet panel. He can summon the Empress once he reaches level 6. But that's going to require 7 stars, so he needs to hit that rank to use her insane power as his own. The bird scrambles to its feet, screeching, "How dare you make a contract with her? You talk about beating the Ice Queen with your pathetic 5-star rank? You can't even summon the Empress." Lightning crackles around them as Su Lang calls on the Lake Moon, unleashing a barrier that expands at an insane speed. The bird was completely dumbfounded, shrieking, Did you just absorb the entire mine?" But the bird brain quickly put 2 and 2 together, realizing our boy was the Lunar King from the Twin Moon Church, complete with the emo white hair and split pupils, and demanded to know if he was really trying to throw hands with the entire Eastern lands. He just mainlined a massive dose of mind energy to give himself a temporary stat boost, but our boy decided to just send it anyway. He's now rocking a 6-star power level, but activating it instantly torched 10% of his energy reserves. And this souped-up 6-star form he's flexing? He can only keep it up for 5 minutes, tops. And once that timer hits 0, he's getting nerfed right back to a 5-star rank. But hey, It's all going according to plan. He gives a shout out to the dragon girl, and bam, she materializes surrounded by red crystals, her eyes glowing with pure power, prompting the Ice Nation girls to immediately hit the deck. They're all like, "After 1,000 years, she has returned to us." She casually rests a hand on his shoulder, calling him master, and no, not in the way you're thinking, you degenerates. In her head though, she's thinking that the second they sealed the deal, she knew exactly what his crazy scheme was. In the entire last millennium, she had never, ever met a madman of this caliber. This guy seriously plans to pick a fight with the Ice Mistress herself. And the real kicker is, this dude isn't even an apostle. Swang just congratulates her on being free, and casually asks if 5 minutes is going to be enough time for her. She admits it's not enough for a full-blown rampage, but she can probably make do in 5 minutes. And with a handshake, the pact is sealed. A massive wave of energy erupts from them, making the bird brain realize this is an absolute catastrophe and that he needs to narc on them to the 3 azure beauties like yesterday. An energy-based crescent moon lights up the sky as Swang hovers there, asking the dragon girl if she's found what she was looking for while pointing at a massive castle. To speed things up, he suggests they just check everything at once and starts running a full system scan with his magic, basically a fantasy world X-ray. Deep inside the castle, a pale-skinned girl gets a weird feeling, and Su Lang starts wondering if she could actually be an 8-star tamer. Su Lang is busy thinking about how many other OP tamers are just chilling in the eastern lands when the dragon girl drops a lore bomb. That's the current Ice Princess, the temporary contractor for the 3 celestial azure beauties. It dawns on Su Lang that this means they're going to have to throw down with her if they ever want to leave the eastern lands. And then he remembers this is the same 3-meter-tall ice chick who was apparently playing dress-up before. A system notification pops up for both of them, helpfully reminding them that attacking the king is a big no-no unless they do something that seriously threatens their crew. The Ice Princess booms out, asking if he's really got the guts to start a fight with her, all while a voice in her head is screaming at her to let her out immediately because she's been ready to go for a solid 30 seconds. Turns out, the Ice Princess has another personality living inside her, an 8-star ice-type tamer with a perpetually chilly attitude who's just hiding out in her body. She's currently whining about missing someone called Mrs. Three-Legged Snow White, who's been off visiting relatives at the Three Kings Spring for over a year now. The other personality, Sakura Blossom, completely loses it and tells the useless crybaby to shut her trap. Sakura Blossom thinks to herself that it's way too convenient for these guys to show up right when everyone else is gone. With the current Ice Princess's weak sauce level, it would take her at least 3 minutes just to summon her fully. Su Lang's floating around, hunting for something, when he spots a sketchy dark aura coming from one of the towers. He can't figure out why they haven't called in their big guns yet, but he knows the instant he tries to yoink the Ice Princess's treasure, the Moon God Festival's no fighting rules will go poof, and the real party will begin. He tells the dragon girl they've got 4 minutes left if nobody gets in their way. But if a brawl breaks out, he's not going to have enough juice. He then calls upon the moon to seal an item he's about to snatch from a chest, which he immediately yoinks right back. The Ice Princess is all, "What in the world?" While Sakura Blossom is thinking, "Oh no you don't, you little thief." Su Lang is zipping through the sky, complaining that the night is ending, when someone starts screaming his name. But he's too busy admiring his new loot, a black pearl that feels totally dead, with 0 energy. His 5-finger discount book pings, identifying it as a part of the waxing moon sword. Item identified. Frost, the blade ring. The complete set apparently has 4 parts: a black blade ring, a purple heart, a blue soul, and a gold blade lock. To activate Frost, he needs to get his hands on the blade lock. The heart piece belongs to the waning moon immersed in stars. The soul is with the twins from the White Moon House in the Western Lands. And the blade lock? That's the Ice Queen's personal bling. Su Lang is absolutely floored. The waning moon conveniently forgot to mention that Frost was a 4-part fetch quest from Hell. And since the Ice Queen is basically ancient, she's gotta know the tea on the 7 Swords secret and is probably carrying it around with her. Still, he rescued the Fire Queen and snagged the blade ring, so the trip wasn't a total waste. The dragon girl yells that she's flying at max speed, but with no full moon and the sun about to rise, they're gonna get ganked at the border, and his current power level is looking pretty sad. Can he seriously handle a supreme rank boss right now? His system flashes a big level too low for the 8-wing lunar monarch. The dragon girl is locked until he hits 6-star rank, and his other summons have their own restrictions. After the contract is sealed, their status windows merge. letting her snoop on all his pet information. Once those 5 minutes are up, his rank gets nerfed back to 5 stars, and he won't be able to summon her anymore. The dragon girl practically shrieks, "Why didn't you tell me you had a pet with a waning moon physique?" Su Lang just shrugs, saying it's useless without a full moon, and would get squashed by an emperor anyway. They suddenly pop into another dimension, where she's still obsessing over the waning moon physique. She agrees it's basically a potato without a full moon, but then drops the bombshell that it's a distant relative of the moon concubine. She corrects him, saying the waning moon physique isn't flawed, but is perfection itself, the greatest masterpiece of moonlight. Just then, the clouds start to vanish and turn a weird pink color, which they both awkwardly notice. Down below, the Ice Nation fangirls are still kneeling when one of them announces that Lady Sakura Pink Hairblossom has logged into the server. Su Lang is just floating there, screaming his head off in a storm of flower petals, while Sakura Blossom descends on a pair of massive wings. She tells them to surrender because it's showtime, and her speed is just terrifying. She's thinking, this punk isn't taking a single step. Then she demands he return what he stole from the Ice Mistress and come along quietly for judgment. She even dangles a "maybe I won't end you" offer if he behaves. Suddenly, the dragon girl teleports in next to them. She declares she'd rather die right here than go back. The seal on the Jade Rabbit Palace is about to break, and she needs to wreck them personally. Sakura Blossom is like, "Are you really trying to fight fate?" The Ice Sovereign is already at the Moon God Festival to get revenge for the Aquarius Palace. All you have to do is wait for the event to finish. Then the Eastern Lands will wipe the floor with the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses combined. Sakura Blossom then grabs the dragon girl's hand, saying, "I'm not letting you die like an idiot. If you can't even beat me, how do you expect to even reach the Jade Rabbit Palace?" Su Lang slides right between them, pries her hand off, and says, "Look, dealing with the Jade Rabbit Palace is our business. Outsiders from the Eastern Lands should mind their own. Look, he has no clue what kind of drama went down between those two, but she's gotta bounce, or he's gonna wipe the floor with all of them, Ice Queen included." Sakura Blossom absolutely loses it, calling him some kind of sorry excuse for an apostle. Ever since the moon shattered, only a single one of the 12 wonders is left standing. The moon race is basically on the brink of extinction, and this Moon God Festival is pretty much their last hurrah. The nerve of this guy, talking to her like that in broad daylight. But just then, a blinding light flares up behind her. Elsewhere, in some pocket dimension, the lunar rabbit's eyes snap open, and Su Lang gets a system notification. You can see the moon reflected in Su Lang's eyes as he mutters that it's about to make its grand entrance. Meanwhile, over on the northern coast, the Elder of the Moon entangled in stars is like, what in the world is going on? The Heavenly Maiden is kneeling beside her, a total mess. She's all confused and teary-eyed, trying to explain that she literally just died in battle, popped a skill right as she kicked the bucket, and boom, she was reborn. But her head's still all fuzzy, and she's a nervous wreck, so she accidentally fired off the skill again. The Elder just sighs, saying it won't last long, 5 minutes, tops. With her piddly honor rank and that knockoff full moon of hers, she can only mess with people on her level, so nothing catastrophic is going to happen. Sakura Blossom is staring at the sky, wondering what kind of freaky moon this is, while Su Lang's brain is already putting the pieces together, realizing he only sensed it because of all the chaos. This bootleg moon doesn't even tickle high-ranking overlords, and the clock is ticking down to the last few seconds before the dragon girl gets yoinked back. All their chips are on the lunar rabbit. Hearing this, Sakura Blossom just busts out laughing, scoffing. A mid-tier jade lunar rabbit? Seriously? Is this the best the Lunar King can muster after all that big talk? Did you honestly think I wouldn't see through this pathetic honor rank parlor trick? This little light show will be over in 5 minutes and won't change a single thing. Su Lang just casually turns to the little lunar rabbit standing behind him, admitting that his own measly 1-star rank has been holding it back from its true potential, but he knows its waning moon form is capable of so much more. He points a finger right at Sakura Blossom and gives the rabbit a simple command. You've got 10 seconds. Get stronger than her. Then he summons Lake Moon, who promptly spits out everything she's ever absorbed. The dragon girl's eyes go wide. It's that moon-type ore deposit he vacuumed up earlier. The lunar rabbit immediately starts scarfing down the rocks like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, leaving Sakura Blossom just staring in utter confusion. Su Lang smirks, saying, "This little guy is my final trump card. So you better power up and evolve, you hear me?" The rabbit just keeps cramming these massive rocks into its mouth, all while internally screaming at Su Lang about how it's not even under contract like his other beasts. See, the Jade Lunar Rabbit's real power was being throttled by his pathetic 1-star rank. But now, Su Lang's a 6-star, pushing 7. Can it really take down a lord on a full moon night like this? Sakura Blossom is actually hesitating. Maybe it's because of their past, but she knows the Dragon Girl is about to poof out of existence, and then they'll be totally screwed. She has to wonder, is this full moon a genuine sign from the moon god? My god, she thinks, did he know it would all come to this? This isn't about luck, or strength, or rank, or even probability. This is inevitability, because miracles only pop up for those who truly, sincerely believe. With that, she asks Su Lang one final question. Back then, why did you refuse to join the Dark Moon Concubine? He just shrugs, didn't have a reason to join. Besides, that fool called my beasts worthless trash, so I gave her the answer she deserved. My rabbit is anything but trash. Weren't you the one who said the waning moon shape isn't a flaw? I'm gonna make the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses bow down and learn the true meaning of regret. The Dragon Girl just stares at him, dead silent, mulling over what he just said. Finally, she nods, admitting he's right. Her fists tighten as she declares the waning moon form isn't some kind of defect, but a gift. She steels herself and says that Lady Winterwater Lotus, the guardian of Aquarius Palace and the original wielder of the waning moon form, was anything but flawed. Su Lang's jaw just about hits the floor. Wait, what did you just say? Lady Winterwater Lotus, one of the 7 wonders, is the Times owner times of the waning moon form? Suddenly, it all clicks into place. Asterisk. That's times how the Jade Rabbit Palace managed to take down the Aquarius Palace. There wasn't a full moon that night, and without it, the waning moon form is basically useless. The Dragon Girl confirms it. Lady Heavenly Water Lotus was unstoppable on nights with a full moon. She's always known this, but admits she can't take on the Dark Moon camp all by herself. She grits her teeth, hating how powerless she feels. Su Lang looks her dead in the eye and promises, "One day, I'll help you face them." A genuine smile breaks across her face. She zips over and throws her arms around him, while Sakura Blossom fumes in the background. Are you seriously that hung up on this guy? The Flame Queen completely blanks her, explaining that right before the final showdown with the Jade Rabbit Palace, Lady Heavenly Water Lotus pulled the crystal of life from her own body, the very source of all the waning moon form's power, and it's right here. And with that, poof, she vanishes in a burst of flames. Su Lang coolly notes to himself, she's gone, and my rank is back down to 5 stars. She roped me into a contract, so if I bite the dust, she goes down with me. Probably why Sakura Blossom didn't try anything stupid. But this moment is all he needs. He summons the Lake Moon, and a massive crystal materializes out of thin air. Sakura Blossom is totally baffled. What in the world is that? Su Lang just grins to himself, thinking, oh, this? Just the throne of the Lunar King, guarded by the Queen of Flickering Flames herself, straight from the Aquarius Palace. And this is exactly where Lady Lotus stashed that crystal of life. He calls out to the Jade Lunar Rabbit, who immediately drops the rock it was munching on and whips its head around. The little guy gets the memo, snags the carrot with its ears, and scarfs it down in seconds. Sakura Blossom completely loses it, screaming, "Spit that out right now! What are you doing? Stop this!" And our boy just casually replies, "Stop it? How could we? This is a miracle, all thanks to the waning moon body." Right on cue, the rabbit starts glowing with an insane aura that even shocks Sakura Blossom. Her mind is just racing. What in the hell just happened to that rabbit? Just then, a system window flashes in front of our boy. Jade Rabbit has evolved to high rank, Great Hammer Rabbit, and even Su Lang is floored by how quickly the critter shot up to a supreme rank. But then the system window starts bugging out, and Su Lang starts to wonder if the rabbit went berserk from the power surge. At that very moment, the rabbit emerges from the mist, still in its puny, lowest-level lunar rabbit form, leaving both our boy and Sakura Blossom speechless. Our boy is just thinking, what the actual heck is going on? While Sakura was clearly expecting some kind of giant, monstrous transformation, so when it stays tiny, she assumes the evolution was a total bust. She scoffs at Su Lang. See, you never should have trusted that rabbit with a throne. Su Lang just turns to her and smirks. What do you mean, failed? He lets out a laugh. This is the most perfect evolution possible. Sakura's just staring at him like he's completely lost his marbles. And then, the system window pops up again. It displays the rabbit's real new rank. Sulong gives a nod to the dragon girl's memory. Thanks, he says. Now I'll go deal with Tyen's crew, just like I promised. He glances over at Sakura, casually warning her not to even think about it, unless she wants her precious 10,000-year undefeated streak to go up in smoke. She scoffs, looking down at the rabbit like, seriously? This moron thinks he can threaten me with a furball? But then she realizes the little guy is tanking her immense aura like it's nothing. Sulong just shrugs, saying he's not here to pick a fight, and his real target is the Ice Queen anyway, before turning to bounce. Oh, Sakura is not having any of that disrespect. She rockets into the sky, unleashing a powerful flap of her wings, casually obliterating a few nearby mountains. But when she goes for round 2, her wings feel like they're made of lead, getting heavier and harder to move. She's totally baffled, wondering what's causing this drag. She immediately writes off Sulong as the source. No way, that dude is strong enough to mess with her. And that's when she spots a brilliant glow radiating from the rabbit. Turns out, the rabbit is busting out a battle technique called Palace's Guardian, which lets it whip up a whole freaking full moon for a limited time. Sulong himself is thinking, I have no idea what just happened. But not only did the rabbit keep its old powers, this evolution gave it a sick new set of skills. He's absolutely positive that with these new tricks, he can waltz right out of the eastern region, no problem. Meanwhile, Sakura's jaw is on the floor, trying to figure out how this tiny fluffball is packing so much heat. And now they're locked in an epic clash, sending planet-shaking shockwaves everywhere. On the other side of things, that blonde dude from earlier is chilling by the sea, telling the angel the moon's about to peace out in 5 minutes. The angel's just like, does that mean we can finally go home? Back on the battlefield, the giant bird is frantically flapping around, screaming its lady's name at the top of its lungs. Sakura's actually giving props to the rabbit, admitting she hasn't felt pain in 10,000 years and adding that they haven't even gone all out yet. She dusts herself off and starts to leave, calling the fake moon a cheap trick and promising she'll settle the score the next time they cross paths. As she strolls off, her bird lackey spots her injuries and just about has a meltdown. His all-powerful lady, the one who's been undefeated for 10,000 years, is actually hurt this badly? Cut to a massive explosion rocking a city in the southern region, while Sulong is just chilling under a giant tree. He's just reflecting on how the rabbit's artificial full moon has faded, and the lake moon has totally hit her limit. He's still blown away that his newly evolved lunar rabbit could actually go toe-to-toe with a monster like Sakura, especially since the little guy was only powered up by a times fake times full moon. He psyches himself up, vowing to go all out next time he faces the 3 celestial beauties. Right on cue, Kang shows up, and Sulong's face just screams, oh, great. It's you. A little later, he's taking a tour of Kang's secret sect, and he can't help but be impressed by how ridiculously gorgeous the place is. Kang explains that the whole area is protected by colossal plants, and it's home to 7 marbles and massive peach orchards. A lot of these giant plants are actually living, favored beasts, some of them even reaching supreme rank. Apparently, that's why the southern region pulls in 10 times more tourists than the northern and western regions put together. She smugly asks if it's spectacular, and Sulong has to admit, yeah, it is. But he can't help but point out how bizarre it is for 2 sworn enemies, who promised to throw down in 3 years, to be taking a casual little stroll together. Kang just brushes it off, saying it's a special case since both the Lunar King and the western region's Gemini Ba decided to crash the party in the southern region at the exact same time. Sulong's ears perk up. Wait, Gemini is actually here? According to the intel he got from his lunar book back in the eastern region, the blade spirit of Frostblossom is supposed to be chilling over in Bakesons. Kang casually mentions that a full moon night is just around the corner, and every Moonlight Beastmaster, including Bayang, is gearing up for celestial ascension. Then she pops the question, so, are you in? Sulong's brain is doing the dial-up modem sound, completely forgetting that Sakura yeeted him here, and his big promise to fight Kang is still ages away, so obviously she thinks he's here on some other business. He then asks, like a total tourist, what this whole ascension thing even is. Kang just bursts out laughing, saying she figured he was just playing it cool, not that he was actually living under a rock with no clue about the southern region's main attraction. She gestures vaguely, telling him, since he's already here, he might as well check out the local tourist trap for himself. His eyes land on the southern region's holiest of holies, the heavenly peach ring, with tiny figures crawling all over it. He's like, wait, asterisk, this times is the big ascension? He points out it looks an awful lot like a glorified rock climbing wall, and wonders why any self-respecting 8-star Beastmaster would bother with it. Kang explains that the wreath is just the welcome mat to a sacred climb that shoots up over 10,000 meters high, and so far, not a single person has ever made it to the very top. Su Lang just repeats 10,000 meters like his brain just blue-screened. She nods. Yep, the absolute highest anyone ever got was 9,999 meters. And as time goes on, it just keeps getting tougher to reach the summit. Since nobody's ever pulled it off, it's pretty much guaranteed nobody ever will. Su Lang, still processing, asks her to explain the logic. Kang breaks it down, saying every creature gets a rank from Lord Peach. Each meter of this heavenly stairmaster represents that ranking, with the Peach Lord basically copy-pasting the auras of the strongest badasses who ever climbed it. The higher you climb, the more crushing the pressure and resistance gets. But if you manage to overcome these ghostly auras, your number one beast gets to stamp its own pressure signature over a 1-meter area, basically leaving a permanent flex for future generations to admire. Below 5,000 meters, the leaderboard changes hands almost every year. But once you get past that, especially near the peak, the rankings are practically set in stone. From 8,000 meters up, it stops being a pressure test and turns into a real fight where you have to brawl with the opposition's ghost to move on. She points to a leaderboard showcasing the absolute legends of the climb. Only 9 names are even on the list, the true top of the top. The previous Lunar King, the supposed strongest beast tamer of his generation, is only chilling at rank 6. She then casually mentions she's holding down the 8th spot. Su Lang looks like he's seen a ghost, but she just chuckles at his reaction. She's totally satisfied with her rank, explaining that the top 6 are all 9-star Beastmasters, who are pretty much walking demigods. She notes that Ba Yuxing's current record was set 2 years ago, so she's definitely here to try and set a new personal best. Just then, the Dragon Girl's voice pops into Su Lang's head. She says, "The very first Cloud Princess snagged that number 1 spot, and hitting 9,999 steps was an absolutely insane achievement. I've always wondered what she saw when she got that close to the top." Su Lang asks if she was the so-called apostle of the Sea of Clouds and Mist, but the Dragon Girl scoffs in his mind, saying that calling her that would be a massive insult. Back in her prime, she made a deal with the strongest emperor of the White Deer clan and put the entire world on lockdown for 10,000 years. She warns him that if he's not 100% confident he can beat an overlord right now, he better not even think about trying this climb, or he'll blow his cover wide open. As if on cue, Kang extends her hand, asking Su Lang if he's feeling brave enough to give it a try. The scene switches over to Gemini Ba, who's just standing there, probably thinking about how her legendary ancestors are hogging the 2nd and 3rd spots on the leaderboard. Even though the bloodline has thinned out, she still managed to inherit the Gemini title. She turns to a green-haired girl, who I'm just gonna call Star. She asks if smashing past the 9,000-meter mark this time will finally be enough to make Star acknowledge her strength. Star just rolls her eyes, calling her the descendant of Ryasin, and flat out says she doesn't have what it takes to reach 9,000 meters. But Gemini just smirks and says they'll only know once she tries. Star was lost in thought, remembering her own peak at 9,966 meters. She knew firsthand what a ridiculous hellscape the 9,000-meter zone was. Past that point, every single step is like taking a full power punch from an overlord. And then, a commotion snapped Star out of it, and she saw Kang strolling in with Su Lang. JB was floored, sputtering, "What in the world is he doing here?" While Star just thought, "My, he's leveled up." This all started half a month ago, back when Star was scheduled to teleport to the Eastern Domain with Su Lang. Right at the space node, she was hit by a familiar aura, one she hadn't felt since her master, 10,000 years ago. On pure instinct, she ripped herself right out of the teleportation stream. Meanwhile, at that very same moment in the Western region, a colossal sword materialized before Gemini, scaring the daylights out of her, even as an 8-star Beastmaster. To prove she was worthy of Star's recognition, Gemini had come all the way here. Star couldn't shake the thought. In just half a month, Su Lang was radiating the aura of someone who'd gone toe-to-toe with supreme powerhouses. Seriously, what kind of insane training montage did he go through to jump from a measly 1-star to a 5-star peak? The Dragon Girl snapped at Su Lang. "Are you seriously thinking of climbing this thing as a 5-star? She was clearly ticked off. "You'll never make it to 9,000 meters, you know that, right? 8,000 is already a massive wall for someone like you. Have you even considered the consequences of failing?" This heavenly peach ring list is broadcast to the entire world, including the Holy Lands. Tai's camp will see your entire strategy, all your trump cards laid bare. Why not just lay low and come back when you're a 7-star powerhouse? But Su Lang just shook his head. I have to do it now. I'm running out of time. Once the Moon Goddess Festival gets this far, there's no way I'll get months of peaceful training. This is my one and only shot. But I do have one question, he said. What's the actual prize? What did those legends on the list actually get for making it to the top? She told him they got times everything asterisk. Opportunity, fortune, experience, enlightenment, fame, even the attention of the gods themselves. For 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even millions, or hundreds of millions of years from now, future Beastmasters will look up at their names and be absolutely stunned by the glory of their era. Su Lang cut her off. Yeah, you're missing the point. I only care if the actual loot is worth the risk, and what the world would look like if I pulled off a miracle no one's ever seen before. He was totally hyping himself up now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, he declared, and I'm aiming straight for the #1 spot. The dragon girl just muttered, You absolute moron. Even 9-star demigods can't pull that off. What makes you think a 5-star pipsqueak like you can do it? G then turned to Star. This is perfect. Since her previous time's owner is here too, she said with a smirk. The entire southern continent can finally see who's truly worthy of her in this new era. That night, the announcer's voice boomed. We are witnessing a worldwide race with a fascinating matchup. It's Gemini versus the Lunar King. Two of the absolute strongest beastmasters of their generation. Will someone finally dethrone the mighty Kang? The dragon girl whispered to Su Lang. Are you really going to try for the top? He just nodded, oozing confidence. He said he was fully aware of how insane it would be, but he had this gut feeling that something was waiting for him at the very peak. It's like, I was destined to come here. I have this powerful feeling that I'm going to surpass everyone. It's more than just a feeling. The moment I saw that list, I knew. I had to do it. The dragon girl thought he was a complete lunatic, but that was exactly why she followed him in the first place, hoping to witness a miracle. And with that, Su Lang took his first step onto the path. The moment his foot landed, a massive shockwave erupted, powerful enough to have vaporized any normal person if not for the protective barrier around the arena. That power move grabs everyone's attention, and the crowd starts buzzing about him having a supreme rank right out of the gate. Swang's just thinking there's a galaxy of difference between high and supreme rank beasts, and if they're using high-rank beast breath for this challenge, any random dude could stroll up these steps like it's a walk in the park. So, he keeps climbing, with Gemini trailing right behind him. The dragon girl clocks Gemini, sneaking glances at him and teases that she might be crushing, but Su Lang just tells her to drop it. He's here to reach the top, not to get into a pissing contest with anyone. As for Gemi's sword, that's a problem for later. Down on the ground, a blue-haired girl pipes up, asking if they're really just gonna let the Lunar King climb up there unopposed. A voice roars back that she's been told 1,000,000 times, the old and new Lunar Kings have absolutely nothing to do with him. The rabbit adds that if Gemini gets outpaced by the current Lunar King, it's her own dang fault. But if a Lunar King can't even break 8,999 meters, it just proves he hasn't mastered Overlord power, and then it's go time for them. The blue-haired girl looks terrified and quickly agrees, saying she never dreamed her plain old self would get picked by the third eclipse to be an apostle. But now she's feeling herself, totally confident she's going to make a name for herself in the history books. The mysterious hooded figure is mulling over how the goth girl and her crew all got wiped out, one after another, in the northern domain. And she's dead certain Swang was involved. She's just sitting back, waiting for him to fail, because if he can't handle Overlord power and pass 8,999 meters, the full moon's power will just fizzle out, and the so-called miracle will be over. Meanwhile, Jimmy blows past the 3,000-meter mark. She's thinking the aura here is getting seriously intense and she can't go any higher without summoning a supreme beast. It makes her wonder how Swang is doing. She debates looking back. And finally, her curiosity gets the best of her. She checks, and he's still chilling at 1,000 meters. The crowd below is completely baffled. They're all thinking, isn't he supposed to be the Lunar King? Why is he moving at a snail's pace? They're starting to wonder if he's a total fake. Up on the stairs, Su Lang is asking the lake lady if she's finally done with her little pit stop. He's thinking she's been acting super strange at every single level today. She just refused to move, insisting on sucking up almost all the moonlight aura before she'd even consider taking another step. While he's getting both confused and ticked off, the Moon Lake finally absorbed enough juice and kicks off its evolution. Su Lang was floored, having no idea she could still level up as a high-ranking creature. He's itching to see how powerful she'll become and if she can evolve even more. I mean, this place is basically a 5-star resort for her. She needs moonlight to evolve, and the Heavenly Peach Arena is serving up an all-you-can-eat buffet of the stuff. And that's not even mentioning the Emperor rank aura waiting higher up. Everyone on the ground sees his goofy grin and starts worrying he's finally lost his marbles. The girl from his own faction is dying of second-hand embarrassment, thinking if her master keeps acting like a clown, he's going to tank the Twin Moon Order's reputation. Elsewhere, some lady in a flawless white dress is watching the whole competition unfold in her crystal ball. She sees Genie hitting the 5,000-meter mark, while Su Lang is still lagging way behind at 3,000 meters. People are getting worried that if this keeps up, he might not even clear 8,000 steps before the full moon calls it a night. But he knows this too, and he's got an ace up his sleeve for when the full moon fades. That's a problem for everyone else to worry about. For him, it's just a new opportunity. So, after a quick power-up session at the 5,500-meter mark, Moon Lake finally hits Supreme Rank and unlocks a whole arsenal of new skills. But the one ability that made our boy's jaw drop was Refraction. And let's be real, this skill is absolutely, game-breakingly busted. This crazy skill basically yeets 90% of any attack's power into the void, leaving just a measly 1/10 to deal with. Su Lang is just standing there, pretty sure he's hallucinating, because the math on this new ability just ain't mathin'. Your average Supreme Rank beast couldn't even leave a 1% dent on her shield. He's thinking this thing could probably face tank a few Emperor-level nukes later on, which is, absolutely bonkers. Anyway, at the 5,600-meter mark, our boy turns around and casually asks Moon Lake if she's still hungry for more energy. She's patting her full belly like she just demolished an all-you-can-eat buffet and tells him to quit lollygagging and get a move on. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the cheap seats are absolutely losing it, trying to figure out what in the world just happened. The same dude who was moving at a snail's pace before the 3,000-meter mark is suddenly blasting past 6,000 like he's got a rocket strapped to his back. Some girl in the crowd guesses that the Lunar King must have summoned his #1 ace beast. But of course, they can't see squat because their power levels are too low. Then another girl starts freaking out, worried he's run out of time since the full moon is about to peace out. And Gemini is already way up at 8,500 steps. Speaking of Gemini, she is having a terrible time up there. Even after whipping out her High Emperor beast and that fancy weapon from the White Sage clan, she's still getting absolutely wrecked. But this girl is a fighter, not a quitter. She grits her teeth and pushes all the way to 8,900 steps. Just as she's winding up for the next one. Bam! She gets slammed by a massive shockwave that nearly sends her into dreamland. Now she's all busted up and leaking health points. But she's still not tapping out. The girl literally starts crawling up the stairs, one painful inch at a time, muttering to herself that she's going to be this year's champion, and when she wins, Star will have no choice but to be hers. After what feels like an eternity, she finally drags herself to the 8,999th step, officially getting her name on the leaderboard. The crowd goes wild, and even Kang gives her a slow clap because, hey, credit where credit is due, that was seriously impressive. After hitting 8,999, she finally passes out. Lying on the stretcher, she manages to whisper, "I did it. I'm finally in the big leagues, with the strongest beast tamers of our generation, like Kang and the rest." She turns her head to Star, asking for her approval. Star stays silent, but in her head, she's thinking, "Not bad, kid. You did all right. But let's be real. You couldn't even break the 9,000-meter mark. As a descendant of Lo Sukin, if you're happy with this pitiful achievement, I might just have to end you myself." Then her gaze shifts over to our boy, chilling at the 8,000-meter mark, wondering what he's going to pull. Up at the 8,000-meter point, Su Lang is thinking how, from here on out, everyone's a top-tier powerhouse among the High Emperors. But who cares, right? He's got Moon Lake as his personal bodyguard. Thanks to her OP shield, he's not feeling a single thing. While strolling up, he realizes that from 5,500 to 8,000 meters, Moon Lake's progress bar has only ticked up by a measly 5%. So yeah, she's probably not gonna level up again anytime soon. Just then, he hears the navigator girl's voice in his head, and she is completely floored. This is insane. I've never seen anyone climb this so effortlessly. That moon lake is on another level. Is she some kind of ancient beast? Uh-oh. Calling her ancient was not the right move. Moon Lake immediately snaps back. Who are you calling old, lady? And just like that, the three of them get into a totally pointless argument while casually ascending what's supposed to be the planet's most hardcore challenge. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the whole crowd is buzzing about how Swang hasn't taken a single break for the entire 8,000 steps. And now they're all wondering if he's actually going to break the 9,000-meter mark. But some dude in the back is calling it impossible since the full moon is about to dip. And everybody knows that's basically kryptonite for lunar-type beasts. Meanwhile, Kang's staring at the moon, knowing that dude is spot on. It doesn't matter what your rank is, that's the fatal flaw for all lunar types. And once the sun comes up, just staying above 8,000 meters is a struggle, let alone trying to pass the 9,000-meter mark. Glancing at our boy, she's thinking, I have no clue what's going through that head of his. And just like that, Su Lang hits the 8,500-meter mark, standing before this massive tree when a pink whirlpool just pops into existence. Some kind of butterfly lady floats out, and Su Lang casually asks if she's the mini-boss responsible for the pressure at 8,500 meters. And get this, folks, this isn't even her final form. Heck, it's not even her real body. Just a mirror image or a phantom. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He deals with her in a flash, turning her into a quick bite for Moon Lake. After that little skirmish, he glances up at the fading full moon, then back at the endless stairs ahead. Down below, everyone's scratching their heads, wondering why the Lunar King suddenly slammed on the brakes after climbing so fast. One girl pipes up, maybe it's because the full moon is almost gone and sunrise is coming? Or maybe he's about to tap out. But just then, another woman points up, and there's our boy, sitting down like he's about to meditate. Turns out, he's telling his summons they're camping right there until he breaks through to the 6-star realm. Down on the ground, everyone assumes the Lunar King is finally throwing in the towel. They're all murmuring about what a lame ending this is for his legend. That blue-haired girl is practically screaming, "Just fall already, you stupid Lunar King." A little later, we cut over to Gemini, who's staring at a pink lightning bolt tearing across the sky. She's completely baffled as to why something like that is here, and in that instant, we see that pink lightning bolt slam right into our boy, and someone in the crowd mutters about what a pathetic way to go. But our boy's eyes snap open to find a rabbit standing over him, declaring that he's the one who's going to end the current Lunar King. Su Lang is just casually scrolling through his lunar book when a system notification pops up, announcing it's detected a new beast. A high emperor rank, no less. Our boy looks up and asks the rabbit, "So, you came all this way just to get yourself deleted?" Naturally, that completely sets off the rabbit, who sputters that he's not some 7-star scrub, he's the supreme lord of the third lunar eclipse, thank you very much. But our boy could not care less. He just calls the rabbit noisy and asks if he brought any friends. Then he calls out someone who's been lurking in the shadows the whole time. The rabbit just looks lost, wondering what the heck this moron is talking about. The rabbit throws a punch into thin air, unleashing a massive shockwave that forces a hooded figure out of hiding. Turns out she's from some Beyond sect. She dramatically throws off her robes and declares that because Su Lang sensed her, he must be the one responsible. She announces she's here to take down the Lunar King, but the rabbit immediately tells her to get in line, screaming that the king is his kill. Down on the ground, a woman asks what the plan is. Are they really just going to let them throw down up there? If the Lunar King gets so much as a scratch, the entire southern region is going to have a major problem. But Kang just tells her to hold on. He says the fact that Su Lang hasn't called for backup means he's got it handled. She just wonders if he orchestrated this whole thing just for a chance to flex on everyone. So if this was his grand troll master plan all along, right from the 8,500 step mark, the hooded lady starts trash-talking the rabbit, saying it's game over for both him and the Lunar King, because the moon's about to peace out. She spins on the rabbit, all like, "This is your final warning," but our boy, he just busts out laughing. He's wondering out loud why these two clowns are fighting over who gets the honor of taking him out. He stands up and calls them both straight-up garbage, then orders them to vanish from his sight in 10 seconds flat. Naturally, this pisses off both the white-haired lady and the rabbit. The rabbit immediately unloads an attack on our boy, and down on the ground, everyone's thinking that if that blast hit them, the entire southern region would have been wiped off the map. Meanwhile, our boy just strolls out of the dust cloud without a scratch, leaving the rabbit completely baffled, thinking, that should have deleted him instantly, but it did jack squat. And get this, guys, that was the Moon Lake shield doing its thing. just straight up negating 95% of the rabbit's attack. Our boy smirks at them and goes, "Only 9 seconds left." And you can just imagine how much that infuriated both the white-haired lady and the rabbit even more. The white-haired lady is processing all this, thinking, something is seriously off here. Su Lang just tanked a hit from an emperor-level beast and is acting like it was a fly. She turns to the rabbit and suggests they team up. Just for a bit. The plan? They take out Su Lang together, and then they can go back to trying to kill each other later. She points out that the Twin Order has a White Road big shot on the ground who could teleport Su Lang out in a flash, making this whole thing a waste of time. But the rabbit just scoffs and tells her to get lost. He wants no part of it. He points at our boy and says, "A lunar beast tamer who's climbed this high? He wouldn't dare run away." All while this is happening, the Crystal Lady is still spectating the whole show. The rabbit continues, saying if Su Lang is just going to stop at 8,500 meters and get bailed out in front of everybody, he'd much rather watch that train wreck than just end him here and now. The white-haired lady has to agree. If the Lunar King bails now, his reputation would be so trashed it'd be a fate worse than death. So yeah, he's got no choice but to fight them to the bitter end. Meanwhile, our boy is internally celebrating because that last hit gave his cultivation a massive EXP boost. He's literally one step away from the 6-star realm now. He's thinking, just gotta poke these bears a little more, and I'll get exactly what I came for. Su Lang chimes in, only 3 seconds left, which, of course, ticks them both off again. Down below, the crowd is all pointing at the sky, and the pink-haired girl is thinking to herself that it looks like 8,500 meters is the Lunar King's absolute limit. Kang is just standing there, thinking this might be the grand finale of the Moon God Festival. And then there's our glorious idiot, still running his mouth at the rabbit, and the white-haired girl. And yep, his troll tactics are working like a charm. The rabbit now looks absolutely furious, while the white-haired lady conjures a massive hurricane that sends shockwaves across the entire city. Then, they both blast Su Lang with a combined attack, totally convinced this is the finishing blow. But, surprise surprise, when the dust settles, our boy is just standing there, perfectly fine. A system window dings, showing that Moon Lake absorbed 98.6% of the damage. Seriously, how broken is this shield? Even our boy is a little shocked. He's thinking, this thing just ate a combo attack from 2 Emperor-level beasts and only lost 2% of its durability? And that's when he sees her. Star. Standing right in front of him, weapon in hand. Meanwhile, Jimmy's absolutely losing her mind, staring at Star and demanding to know why she picked him when she was the first one to ever reach the 8,999-meter level. Up on the platform, Star just glances back and casually remarks that he looks like he's in a bit of a pickle. Our boy is completely baffled, wondering what in the world she's even doing here. Star explains she caught a whiff of her old master's aura and came to check out the so-called unworthy descendant. Swang just shoots back. So, are you disappointed? Star's like, disappointed is an understatement. I'm here to take back what's mine, since you have absolutely no right to possess it. But our boy just gets to his feet, smirks, and says her timing is perfect, extending his hand and inviting her to climb to the very top with him. This move completely catches Star off guard, while Jimmy is practically screaming, "What did that moron just say?" Even the rabbit is just staring, completely bewildered. The rabbit hops over, asking our boy if he seriously just invited her times, to the summit, and if he's completely lost his marbles. It calls him a total blockhead for even dreaming he could surpass ancient demigods when he's only at a measly 5 stars. But then, in a wild turn of events, Star actually places her hand on our boys, sending a massive shockwave across the entire battlefield. She actually accepted his offer. Boom. Just like that, he's entered the 6-star realm. Star then mentions she never expected him to have nabbed the blade ring from the eastern region. Our boy cheekily reveals it was just a down payment on a betrothal gift, while Jimmy is still on the sidelines, having a full-blown meltdown that Star chose him and formed a formal contract. With that settled, our boy just strolls right past the white-haired girl and the rabbit like they're not even there. He's already busy chatting with Star, laying out his master plan to take down Kang right after they reach the top, and then swinging by the eastern region to reclaim the blade lock from the Ice Queen. The white-haired girl and the rabbit are frozen solid, unable to move a muscle as the new power couple waltzes by. They're just left standing there like a couple of statues, gawking as our heroes head for the stairs. The rabbit is the first to snap out of it, just thinking to himself how what our boy just pulled off was absolutely insane. Even with the moon completely gone, The Lunar King somehow still has the juice to keep climbing, a fact that has him completely stunned. And now, we're back at the 8,999-meter mark, and our boy is just breezing through it all, not even breaking a sweat. Jimmy is shocked by how cool and collected he is at the 8,999-meter mark, since this is supposed to be the absolute limit for High Emperors. She's remembering the beast she faced at the 8,999th step, a true High Emperor, and how the sheer pressure nearly ended her right then and there. She can't wrap her head around how that moron is just strolling along so calmly, as if the crushing pressure means absolutely nothing to him. Now, our boy is eyeing the next set of stairs, thinking, so this is 9,000 meters. Suddenly, he feels an immense pressure as his system window flashes. Moon Lake's shield integrity is at 60%. Sulong stares at the notification, realizing that just a tiny taste of that overwhelming pressure tanked his shield's energy from 93% all the way down to 60. And right on cue, the two stooges from before decide to charge our boy at the same time. They're both cocky, thinking that with the moon gone, our boy is totally washed up. They figure no matter how many miracles he's pulled, he's a total nobody without the light of the full moon. In the daytime, he's no better than some run-of-the-mill beastmaster. Down on the ground, the pink-haired girl glances over at Kang, noticing she's coiled and ready to jump in at a moment's notice. But our boy starts monologuing. What's all this nonsense about day, night, and full moons? That pathetic, counterfeit moon from earlier. Are you seriously calling that a full moon? If that's the best moonlight you can muster, what's the difference between this and a regular Tuesday night? This epic burn completely stuns both idiots, but our boy keeps the roast going. He tells them they were wrong from the jump. Their whole idea, their concept, their entire perception of reality is fundamentally flawed. He asks them, who decided the moon can't rise after it sets? Why can't a full moon be pieced back together after it's been shattered? What if he just decides to make the moon rise again, huh? He yells at both of them to open their damn eyes and witness the real moon from 10,000 years ago. This was the power of the Moon God Palace, the Aquarius Palace, one of the legendary 7 wonders. Our boy gives those two chumps one last look and says this is just the beginning of his true power-up. He then leaves the Lunar Rabbit on guard duty, ordering it to make sure those morons don't get past and bother him. Of course, the rabbit's cute as a button look fools everyone. They're all thinking, how is this fluffy little thing supposed to hurt us? And then it starts glowing and transforms into its full-on battle waifu form. She admires her new human form for a second before turning her deadly gaze to the enemy rabbit and the white-haired girl. The people on the ground are totally lost, wondering what the heck is going on. How did two high and mighty emperors get terrified by a single look from that thing? Kang was the first to realize the rabbit was a humanoid beast, but even she couldn't figure out what power level it was at. So, the white-haired girl takes one look at the bunny's new form and immediately knows she is royally screwed. Without a moment's hesitation, she books it, trying to run all the way to the edge of the southern region. But our freshly evolved bunny girl just stands there, calmly watching butterflies swirl around her. She casually plucks one from the air, and the thing instantly turns into a freaking lightning bolt. With literally zero effort, she yeets it toward the fleeing white-haired girl, and the path of destruction it carves is absolutely bonkers. The lightning catches up to the girl in a heartbeat and punches a hole straight through her chest. Seeing this, even Su Lang was just standing there in awe. So, this is what the dragon girl meant by a perfect bloodline. His bunny basically shed all that gentle moonlight energy to embrace the raw, untamed power of the full moon. This, apparently, is its ultimate evolutionary form. The bunny then shifts her focus back to the other rabbit, and the enemy is now having a full-blown meltdown. He knows that if he so much as twitches wrong, he's about to get permanently deleted from existence. But panic makes you do stupid things, so he tries to make a run for it anyway. Our battle bunny closes the distance instantly and sends him flying with a single, devastating punch. This poor sap goes sailing all the way back into the city's protective shield, slamming into it so hard it cracks the whole damn thing. Kang immediately rushes to reinforce the barrier, because she knows if that shield breaks, the civilian casualty list is going to be astronomical. She pours every last drop of her power into holding it together, but even with her best efforts, one fragment breaks loose and rockets toward the people below, only to change its trajectory at the last second. The bunny is now perched on a tree, looking down at Kang. Then she casually turns around and heads back to Su Lang like she didn't just cause a citywide panic attack. Meanwhile, our boy is all set to make his final climb to the highest level. He takes a few steps and calls out to the dragon girl, telling her that this is their era, It's time to show these fossils what real power looks like. At that very moment, all the way at the edge of the northern region, some crystal-obsessed lady is peeping on the whole show through her crystal ball. The moment she spots the dragon girl, she almost fumbles the orb, thinking, how in the nine hells is that girl still breathing? Yup, this is the same schemer who yeeted Su Lang over to the eastern region just to get her hands on some shiny rocks. But now, she's utterly clueless about what kind of epic shenanigans that mad lad actually pulled off over there. And boom, just like that, our boy smashes past the 9,000-meter mark, slapping his name right onto the leaderboard. Just as our guy is about to take another step, he gets absolutely blindsided by a shockwave that materializes out of thin air. He throws up the star to block, but the hit is so gnarly it yeets him clean across the platform. Then this punk follows up with a flame attack and another shockwave combo that nearly sends him for a long-distance flight off the edge. Su Lang is channeling his inner Spider-Man, using every last bit of his strength just to cling to the very edge by his fingertips. But get this, he's already cleared the 9,000-meter mark, so the crowd down below is losing their collective minds. They're all screaming about how he's broken into the big boy league of the overlords and how they're ready to sign their lives away to his organization. The girls are basically drowning in their own drool at this point, while our boy is just dangling there thinking, the heck was that supposed to be? Judging by the raw power, it definitely had that overlord-level energy, but he's kinda let down that he parried it like a total chump, and it wasn't even close to the world-ending blast he was expecting. That's when Star tells him to pump the brakes. Hot shot. She points out he's already smashed the 9,000-meter milestone, and historically, every legend who's ever pulled this off was a maxed-out 9-star demigod. If he, a measly 6-star, goes any higher, that would just be breaking the game entirely. The Dragon Girl chimes in, totally backing up Star. She's saying it's way smarter to dip for now, come back for round 2 once he's a 9-star Beastmaster, and that there's no point in flexing all his secret moves just for a few extra meters. He needs to chill and not get obsessed with the high score. Right on cue, this creepy voice echoes out. Su Lang glances up like, what was that? And suddenly, the sky literally rips open like cheap denim, and a freaking massive red eye appears over the city, leaving Kang totally floored. She instantly recognizes that vibe. It's 100% an overlord. The blue-bearded girl from before gets a psychic memo explaining that this thing is the meteor-fallen jet rabbit. His physical body might be ancient history, but his spirit is still very much in the game. Meanwhile, that little rabbit from earlier is over there, cheering like his favorite team just scored, screaming about how his third lord has personally descended. He's bragging about how the Lunar King's full moon conveniently nerfed the seal for the third eclipse, and his own death gave the boss the final GPS coordinates to bust out. The rabbit keeps yapping about how Su Lang's little ego trip is about to come to a screeching halt. He's about to get a divine smackdown from the big boss. And get this, my dudes, this eyeball in the sky is Imperial rank. And since he was on the winning team in the last server war, our boy's cheat sheet, the Lunar Book, can't even scan his stats. Down on the ground, Kang's mind is racing, thinking how a boss of this caliber wasn't supposed to spawn this early in the Moon God Festival. Now that it's been juiced up by the ancient full moon, how in the world are they supposed to clear this stage? Up on the platform, our boy just turns to both girls and says he already warned them. This is it, his one and only shot. It's gotta be tonight, because Moonlight and Miracles don't do rain checks. He's not having any second thoughts. This is the moment he's stepping into that heavenly peach ring, and this is his destiny. Nothing's gonna stop him until he reaches the summit. The two girls just look at each other, and Star asks what the heck they're supposed to do now. Should they just run back the whole battle with the Black Moon cult and summon the Golden Butterfly Palace again? But even if they did, the Golden Butterfly's power could only handle the third eclipse and would get them a few hundred meters at best. Swang just lets out a laugh, saying that last time, what he showed everyone was basically a joke. He claims he honestly thought that since the Black Moon cult battle was under the watchful eye of the gods, he'd show a little restraint. Then he gives Star a little pat on the head and tells her to watch closely. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the rabbit is still celebrating. It's gloating about how the third eclipse is about to break free completely from its seal, and how this will be the end of the Lunar King. Then, a silhouette appears in the sky that grabs the attention of everyone on the ground. It's the Golden Butterfly Palace. The miracle from the Emperor battle is happening all over again. But for some reason, that crazy rabbit is still grinning as fireworks light up the sky. The rabbit boasts that if the Lunar King thinks they're dumb enough to come unprepared, he's dead wrong. The Lunar King is all out of tricks to pull. Our boy just smirks, saying he already told them he was just messing around back then. The rabbit just scoffs that Swang is putting on a brave face. But then, a commotion from the ground catches its ear. Someone is shouting that the butterflies are completely unharmed. And hearing this, the rabbit absolutely loses its mind. It's confused as all heck. How could some low-ranking beasts just resist the powers of an emperor? Meanwhile, our boy is just standing at the edge of the platform, looking down, saying he already told them that last time, he was just playing around. The people on the ground then realize it's not just some basic butterflies flying around. There's also the higher lunar butterfly and the crescent moon butterfly in the mix. The pink-haired girl from before is totally stunned, wondering when in the world our boy summoned all these beasts. Kang answers her by saying she's mistaken. Looking up, she adds that there are many more coming. The pink-haired girl looks to the sky and sees even more butterflies, and this time, their supreme rank. We're talking the blue butterfly and the moon blossom butterfly. Seeing this, even our boy's own companions are floored, asking what in the world is going on. As his butterflies keep swarming in, the dragon girl calls it a true miracle. But our boy just strikes a pose and declares, it's not enough. He needs more power to reach the peak. He commands his butterflies to move faster. The rabbit on the ground is actually getting scared at this point, wondering how that man could possibly have even more power. The blue-haired girl is also in shock, seeing an imperial-level butterfly flying toward them. The thing is majestic beyond belief. Even the crystal lady is dumbfounded. Her mind flashes back to how she had personally invited that same imperial-level butterfly to join the Twin Moon cult, but it had rejected her. The rabbit's expression sours as she realizes it's all over, and she's about to look like a complete clown after this. She screams at the giant eye in the sky to run for it. Our boy just glances back at the giant eyeball, completely unimpressed, and tells his crew to just ignore it, calling it a total nuisance. He declares he's got way more important stuff to deal with, and right on cue, a swarm of butterflies converges, forming a majestic pair of wings on his back. Down below, the crowd is absolutely losing their minds, wondering how any of this is even possible. And then, in the blink of an eye, the pink-haired girl, the crystal lady, and Kang, all of them, are completely floored as our boy clears the 9,299-meter mark in a single, instantaneous step. He just stands there, radiating pure confidence, boasting that it's only one more step to leapfrog an entire generation. But just as he's about to take that final leap, the sky lights up again, spamming him with a flood of system notifications. The system announces it's detected new types of constitutions. Our boy scrolls through the pop-ups and sees he's just unlocked 3 new ones. You've got the Holy Moon Constitution, the Waxing Moon Constitution, and the big one, the Absolute Moon Constitution. Our boy skims the details and does a double take when he gets to the Absolute Moon Constitution. He's trying to figure out who could possibly have it, guessing it might be one of the butterflies, but then it clicks, that's not it. He pulls up his lunar book, and the truth smacks him right in the face. The one with the Absolute Moon Constitution is none other than himself. And what does he do? He starts cackling like an absolute madman, making everyone on the ground genuinely worried he's finally snapped. Meanwhile, our boy is having an epiphany, realizing that possessing the Absolute Moon body is the very reason he was destined to be the Lunar King. It all makes sense now. Since the day he was born, moonlight has naturally flocked to him. He's literally the chosen one. And now, he's got a duty to lead this power to the pinnacle of the era. With newfound resolve, our boy starts climbing again, one step after another. He ascends the celestial staircase, and with each step, the very heavens seem to quake. And just like that, he's at the 9,300-meter mark. The moment our boy hits the 9,300-meter milestone, 2 new challengers appear, a chonky rabbit and a seriously stacked, gorgeous bunny girl. Before he can even process what he's seeing, he feels an overwhelming wave of killing intent wash over him. He whips around to see both of his companions looking absolutely murderous at the sight of these newcomers. The dragon girl quickly explains that they're from the former 8th Lunar Palace and are the current heads of the 10 lunar eclipses. They are the guardians of the Rabbit Palace, and the big fella doesn't waste a second. It raises a paw, ready to throw down. A blast of pure energy slams into our boy, and in a single hit, his Moon Lake shield's durability drops to 0%. Even the powerful dragon girl struggled to withstand the blow, and our boy's own rabbit companion was literally blown in half. The attack was so ridiculously powerful, it shattered the moon's surface, leaving a massive crater. And there's our boy, just floating there, completely dazed. Caught completely off guard, he starts to fall. Down below, the crowd despairs, wondering how he could come so far and perform a miracle, only to fail now. They lament that he still couldn't surpass the previous Lunar King, concluding that the 9,300-meter mark must be the absolute limit for this era. But as our hero plummets, his internal monologue isn't one of fear, but of sheer disappointment. He thinks to himself that, in the end, the former Lunar King and his so-called Rabbit Palace were nothing more than this. The Crystal Lady is completely baffled, wondering what on earth this idiot is rambling about now. But then our boy declares that the previous Moon God Festival and this entire era were completely underwhelming, and with that, the wings on his back explode into existence once more. This mad lad flexes again, summoning the golden butterfly, the 8-winged monarch. And get this ain't some cheap illusion or a knockoff. This monarch-level beast was about to manifest in the flesh, for real. Next thing you know, our boy's chilling up in the sky with his own wings, while the white-haired bunny girl just stares, completely gobsmacked, at the monarch. Just like that, our guy is back on the platform. He turns to them and is like, I went out of my way to see what the so-called strongest of the last generation could do. But surprise, surprise, it was all just one big illusion. And illusions are good for absolutely nothing. He then tells the bunny girl straight up, if she's serious about stopping him, she better show up in her real form, not as some hologram. And with that, he completely ghosts the two of them and just keeps on climbing. As he takes the first step, the leaderboard flashes, locking him into 6th place. Our boy had just cleared 9,031 meters, and a flex that big sent shockwaves across the entire world. We're talking the Crystal Lady in the northern region, Sakura out in the eastern region, and even the big shots over at the Moon God Palace. As our guy keeps pushing forward, his crew just looks at each other. The Dragon Girl is thinking, every single lunar lineage on the planet must have felt that power flex. Meanwhile, Star's over there thinking that for an Overlord-tier Beastmaster, this height isn't even his final form, but it was definitely the ceiling for the old Lunar King, who was only a half-baked apostle. In other words, the last Lunar King just got officially dunked on by the new one. Our boy just keeps on stepping, one foot after the other. The Dragon Girl has to ask him, dude, do you even know what's up ahead? She explains that after the last Lunar King's record, the Rabbit Palace were the top dogs for the last 2,000 years. But way back in the age of monsters, like tens of thousands of years ago, they were basically just glorified bouncers for the true pinnacle of the Overlord tier. This giant creepy eye in the sky is still staring our boy down as he climbs. Finally, our guy's had enough, and says there's something he's been dying to say for a while now. He whips around, glares right at the giant eyeball, and just calls it extremely annoying. The monarch butterfly got the memo, spread its massive wings, unleashed a wave of power, and completely shattered that peeping Tom in the sky. Right on cue, a system window pops up, screaming that overlords can't fight each other during the early phase of the Moon God Festival, and that warning just keeps looping over and over and over. It gets to the point that our boy finally snaps and tells the system to shut its digital mouth. He's like, I'm the current king, the master of the Book of the Moon. Who the heck has the authority to punish me? Who's even qualified to try? With that epic clapback, the butterfly finishes the job and completely atomizes the giant eye in the sky. And with that ugly thing gone, the moon is back to its beautiful, shining self. Our boy just smirks and says, ah, much better. Now that the eyesore is gone, the view is way better. Then he turns back to the stairs, noting there are only a few meters left. But instead of making the final push, he pulls up his beast panel. He takes a look at all his contracted beasts, and notes that the contract has stabilized, meaning he can finally push his energy and break through to the 7-star boundary. He starts thinking, man, what if the exact moment I break through is when I reach the summit? But then he just shakes his head, saying there's no way in hell he's gonna lose now. He keeps on climbing, ready to see what these ancient demigods are really made of. With every single step, the butterflies swarm around him, reforming those awesome wings from before. Back on the ground, Kang's jaw is on the floor, staring at our boy's wings, muttering about how it's a golden aura made of pure, immense energy. Our boy just rockets into the sky again, moving so dang fast the broadcast feed can't even keep up. Everyone on the ground is just like, what in the world just happened? And just like that, our hero was now at the 9,601 meter mark. The Dragon Girl chimes in that this is the exact spot the first ice consort reached, some 9-star demigod from the eastern region 26,000 years ago. She mentions how that lady one-shotted the upper crescent moon phoenix of the 7 strings. Just as our boy was about to keep going, a new challenger appears. It was the first ice consort herself, Su Lang is totally floored, wondering if this is her actual form. He's thinking about how she was wielding some ridiculously unfair power even 22,000 years ago. And seeing her now, that power still feels like a total cheat code. At his current level, there's absolutely no way he can beat her, and he knows it. But he also knows this is just a test, and she's basically a high-res hologram. So all he's got to do is prove he has what it takes to even fight her. With that settled, they clash, and we cut to our boy standing at the 9,742-meter mark. Down below, Kang is absolutely losing her mind. She's thinking, how is it even possible that Su Lang just shattered the 9,742-meter record of the Celestial Maiden without breaking a sweat? And with that, our boy is now third in the rankings. So, get ready for a lore dump about this Celestial Maiden, who's a 9-star demigod of immortality. Her spirit is basically eternal, even after her body bites the dust. And rumor has it, she's lived for over 100,000 years. She personally witnessed the great calamity of the White Deer Clan and the Cloud Era that squashed all chaos. She even participated in the first ever Moon God Festival and, thousands of years ago, personally sealed the Lunar Tan faction, who were the festival's champions. And Kang is just sitting there thinking, Su Lang actually got past times that timed Celestial Maiden. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking that for some reason, even though she was just an illusion, it felt like she totally threw the fight. He wonders if it's because she's also an enemy of the Taiyan faction. He thinks to himself that, whatever the reason is, he's not about to back down. So, he's standing there, feeling pretty good about himself, when something totally catches him off guard. He looks over, and there's a green-haired girl just casually climbing the stairs next to him. Just then, he hears Star thanking him for bringing her here. She says it's because of him that she's remembering things from 10,000 years ago. She remembers her old master, Liu Suxin, who was born with a super weak constitution, suffering from tens of thousands of illnesses. Because of that, she only lived to the age of 26. After finding out she was dying and wouldn't be able to join the next Moon God Festival, she grabbed the first Crescent Moon Frost Blossom and the first Crescent Moon Farewell Song, defeated the Gemini Palace's Guardian Half-Moon Soul Suppressor, and was hailed as the world's strongest, which kicked off an eternal beef between the Moonlight Sect and the Seven Chords. Her 26 years of her time on this mortal coil might have been a blip in the grand scheme of things, but damn, did she leave a glittery crater before she checked out. Star's screaming in his head, dude, be careful. She and those other spooky ghosts are playing in a whole different league. Meanwhile, Liu starts dropping some heavy-duty philosophy, like, what's even the point of grinding levels? And why get swole if you're just gonna die? She's all like, at the end of the day, we're all just squishy mortals. Then she punctuates her emo speech by slamming her spear into the ground and poofing it out of existence. Star frantically warns Su Lang, heads up, the real beatdown is about to drop, and, right on cue, a freaking light show erupts from the platform, and a spectral spear skewers both the butterfly and our hero. Homeboy is now leaking the red stuff and does a perfect faceplant. The crowd goes wild, totally stunned at how easily he got folded. Su Lang stumbles back up, asking Star, so this is what that thing really does? He then flexes his wings, announcing that all the juice he's been saving up from his contracts is finally kicking in. And with that power-up, he pulls off a temporary breakthrough, hitting the legendary 7th star realm. The Monarch Butterfly, now fully patched up, gives our boy a quick heal-bot treatment. Su Lang gives a nod, all like, I owe you one. Meanwhile, Liu's ghost form is starting to fade. Our boy's brain is spinning, wondering how a measly echo from 10,000 years ago could pack such a punch, especially since it roughed up his golden butterfly that badly. He's theorizing that maybe the original Celestial Maiden just caught a whiff of that same scary aura and decided, nope, not today, and stopped her own climb. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, thinking if he hadn't pulled that last-second breakthrough to the 7th star realm, he'd be totally toast. He gives the golden butterfly the signal, and they push on, hitting the 9,997-meter mark. He's thinking, now that I've got this temporary boost to the 7th star realm, the vibe from my absolute moon physique is practically screaming. He can now vaguely sense a few other shady auras, probably some snoozing moon-themed big shots hiding around the globe. But forget them. His eyes are on the prize, the summit. This is the final boss level. Down below, the peasants are losing their minds watching him approach the 9,998-meter mark. The 9,998-meter mark. People. One fangirl is totally geeking out, screaming, He's about to meet times her asterisk. Some clueless guy next to her is like, her who? And she just snaps back, you idiot. You don't know? We're talking about the one whose beauty literally breaks the scale, the one chosen by one of the seven wonders, the wedding dress. They called her the hottest thing to walk the earth in hundreds of millennia. She's the original lover. And legend says her looks made even the gods thirsty. And up on the clouds, our boy finally lays eyes on her. And get this, the dude is actually blushing. Then, all of a sudden, he feels his blood going into overdrive. Staring at her, he's thinking that those three celestial beauties look like absolute potatoes compared to this masterpiece. It dawns on him that this might be why the lover lineage was a one-and-done deal. The wedding dress probably couldn't stand the sight of any other uggos in the world. He figures even her own descendants, like Gemini, would be considered complete garbage in its eyes. Gazing at this goddess, our boy is about to get completely mesmerized when the dragon girl starts shrieking in his head, desperately trying to stop this simp from falling under her spell. And just like that, the trance is broken. Star and the dragon girl totally dive in front of him, going full-on bodyguard mode, yelling at him to snap out of it because this whole situation is a massive red flag. They warn him that the second his foot touched this platform, the trap was sprung. He'd been ambushed by times her asterisk. And that's when our MC finally clocks it. Lurking in the shadows, behind that creepy wedding dress, are a bunch of shady figures. He instantly recognizes the Winter Queen clan and the Sea Concubine clan. And way in the back, he spots the ancestors of the 4 sacred clans of the western regions. Heck, even the White Deer clan is here. And if that wasn't a big enough party, a few overlords from various moonlight lineages decided to crash it too. Our boy puts 2 and 2 together. The game is simple. Get mesmerized by her looks, and she hijacks your own power to beat you down. He's like, aha, that's probably why my monarch-level butterfly's power is all wonky right now. So this creepy thing in front of him is the wedding dress's true form. He's thinking, man, what a terrifyingly overpowered combination. But here's the kicker. Once you snap out of her mind games, those shadowy goons are about as threatening as a wet noodle. He's just flexing internally, thinking how after hitting the 7-star realm, he's basically on par with legit 9-star demigods. Like, what even is this logic? The power creep is real. With a flick of her wrist, the monarch butterfly unleashes a wave of power, completely wiping out every single shadow hiding behind that dress. As they vanish, the wedding dress cracks a creepy smile, locks eyes with our boy, and whispers, "We'll be seeing each other again soon." Our MC is justifiably freaked out. He's just standing there, mind blown. Like, how in the world can a freaking illusion talk? And not only that, she somehow knew he was from 50,000 years in the future. And she even repeated her creepy promise. But, typical protagonist, he shelves that existential crisis for later and gets back to the grind, the climb. He plants his foot down, hitting the 9,998-meter mark, snagging the number 2 spot on the leaderboard. He lets out a breath and pushes on for one more step. The moment he hits 9,999 meters, bam, he's teleported to a whole new area, high above the fog. He instantly recognizes the place. It's the legendary Cloud Sea, the one from all the stories. The old tales say the first cloud princess chased after her first love, got brutally rejected, and had a major heartbreak-fueled epiphany. So, what's a girl to do? She teamed up with the White Deer to basically put the world in timeout for 10 millennia. Our boy's thinking back to that era. She was times this close, times to shattering the Mist Realm, but choked at the last second. In the end, the White Deer clan's signature realm stayed completely impenetrable, and that's why, to this day, the Cloud Realm is a total no-go zone. So he's standing there thinking, alright, if that's the story, then where are the real bodies of the Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity? And right on cue, a flash of purple light zaps him, and his soul gets straight up yeeted from his body. Now his spirit form is plummeting from the platform back down to earth. As he's free-falling, he's having a classic "it was all for nothing" moment, thinking the Mist Realm near the Supreme Azure Calamity is just too overpowered. But after a few seconds, he snaps his eyes open, saying, alright, that's enough of that. He commands the golden butterfly to renew, and then immediately starts strategizing, asking her if she's got any intel on how that cheap shot attack works. Because if she does, next time they meet that thing, they'll have a counter ready to go. By now, the monarch-level butterfly has already shifted into her stunning human form. She leans in close to our boy, whispering in his ear that this whole mess is a massive pain, She explains that after snoozing for tens of thousands of years, the White Deer clan actually managed to produce powerhouses like this, and adds that the infinite eternal mist realm, which was just a theory back in the day, is now a terrifying reality. The biggest ace up her sleeve is that those two kids aren't even remotely dead. Our boy is just standing there like a lemon while she's practically whispering sweet nothings in his ear. She explains that the first Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity are pretty much dead even in terms of power, but the Golden Butterfly's special trick is an infinite reset on its own vitality and its hosts. He realizes this means that before his special energy tank hits empty, he can hit the reset button an infinite number of times, returning to his pre-fight condition. And, since he's the genius who cooked up this whole full moon miracle, he's not about to lose a war of attrition to some random shadow. This means if it comes down to a deathmatch, the bad guys are the ones who'll run out of juice first. He glares at the figure who jumped him and declares that the very second he reaches the summit, the fight is over. He then trolls her, saying if she's terrified of being surpassed by him, she can just ignore him, but if she does that, he'll absolutely demolish her and her entire legacy. The figure on the 9,999th platform scoffs that he's just a measly moonlight type, and for that, he's got way too much swagger. Next time they meet, it's a fight to the finish. With that dramatic exit, the golden butterfly poofs back into its butterfly form. Now Su Lang is at the top of the rankings, and the crowd below is losing their minds trying to figure out what just happened. How could the White Deer clan's legendary record have been completely shattered? They're all trying to process how the Lunar King actually took down the Supreme Azure Calamity. Kang is down there too, his mind blown, wondering how he topped an era from 50,000 years ago. And the Crystal Lady is equally stunned, wondering how the Moonlight Clan, which fell off the map millennia ago, suddenly shot to the top overnight. And there's our hero, eyeing that very last step, thinking that he's just one hop away from seeing what the first Cloud Princess saw. He's thinking that even if he totally fails right now, his name is already going down in the history books. But then a crazy idea hits him. He wonders, but what if I actually succeed? Can I literally turn the entire world upside down? But then he snaps back to reality. No. It wasn't the era that created the first Cloud Princess and the first lover. It was them who made that era legendary. He thinks to himself that his goal isn't to go back in time and challenge them at their peak. Nor does he care that they're just dormant illusions now. What happened in the past is irrelevant. All that matters is that from now on, everyone will tremble at the mere mention of his name. And because he was born in this age will be called the Era of the Moonlight. With that epic declaration, he takes the final step. And with that single step, he's zapped into some kind of pristine white palace. He's looking around all confused when a voice rings out. Oh, look, another one of you ugly humans, and this time it's a lunar type. How quaint. The voice continues, noting that the last time the Moonlight breed showed up was millions of years ago. Seriously, this story throws around giant numbers like they're nothing. The voice drones on. It's not time yet. You're about 300,000 years too early. It tells our boy to get lost because he's unqualified. Not because he's weak, mind you, but because his appointment isn't for a while. Our hero's just thinking, come again? And the voice is telling him to go back, completely dominate the current era, leave his mark, and after 300,000 years, he'll be reawakened. Before our boy can even get a word in, the voice tries to yeet him back. As he's plummeting, he snags the edge of the platform, flashes this ridiculously smug grin, and says, huh, so it worked. That disembodied voice is probably thinking, what in the world is this moron even trying to pull? While our boy muses, so this is the 8-star realm. With a smirk, he then casually calls out the voice, addressing it as the Firefly King, hops back on the platform, and says, man, this feels refreshing. And here we go with another piece of his signature galaxy brain logic. Apparently for him, it's just times the 8-star realm. But for the rest of the planet, it's like he's already lapped the 9-star demigods. He's internally checking his stats, wondering if his absolute moon constitution is fully maxed out yet. The Firefly King, on the other hand, is having a full-blown existential crisis, thinking, how can someone stronger than a 9-star demigod even exist in this day and age? According to the old prophecy, the next golden age of heroes isn't supposed to kick off for another 300,000 years. But nope, there's our boy, standing right in front of him, flexing his brand new power level like it's a cheap suit. Down on the ground, a massive golden light erupts from the heavenly peach ring. Naturally, everyone's freaking out, wondering what fresh chaos is unfolding up there, while Kang is just worried sick about our boy. She's imagining all the insane trials he must be going through, right as the entire palace starts to shake when he hits the 10,000 step mark. The Firefly King is practically screaming, "How did you do that?" But Su Lang just stands there with a smug grin until the Dragon Girl tells him to knock it off before she literally combusts. She's ranting about how, even after she absorbed all the energy from the entire Eastern region mine, it still wasn't enough. But she does thank our boy, since he's the whole reason she managed to break through to the 8-star realm. Su Lang just turns to the Firefly King and tells him to get lost, because he has zero intention of waiting another 300,000 years. He's like, surpassing demigods is just the entry fee here, so if you could just step aside, that'd be great. With that, he just starts walking forward, declaring that he'll be the one to decide whether this era is ready for him or not. After all, he points out, the Firefly King is nothing more than the leftover ghost of some ancient 10-star being. So, Su Lang tells this historical remnant to stop playing God, and what do you know, the Firefly King actually moves out of the way. After our boy climbs the 10,000 meters, he looks around and realizes absolutely nothing has changed. He pulls up his system window and sees he's snagged 2 new authorities. The first one is basically useless to him personally, and once it's used, the entire world gets turned completely upside down. The second one, though, is a pure reward. As long as he's in this holy site, he's basically unbeatable. He lets out a sigh, figuring now is definitely not the time to hit that big red world-ending button. Using it would drop him from an 8-star back to a 6-star, and he'd be no match for an ancient 9-star demigod, let alone the 3 titans at their peak. But then he glances at the rankings and realizes with a smirk that the 3 titans are the least of anyone's worries now. Looking down at the ground, he sees an army of fangirls losing their minds, all begging to join his organization, and the usual thirsty stuff. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd is just buzzing, wondering what kind of insane reward he got for making it all the way to the summit. They just can't wrap their heads around how he managed to climb to the top with his current rank and qualifications. I mean, everyone was under the impression that it would be at least another 100,000 years before the real moonlight even reawakened. The Crystal Lady is watching this whole spectacle, thinking to herself that she was so not prepared for this and that the age of chaos is officially about to begin. After all, that absolute idiot is guaranteed to cause some kind of massive commotion moving forward. Our boy finally makes his way down, and the first person he bumps into is Jimmy. He just strolls right past her and says, "I'll give you 1 month." Alright, fast forward a bit, and we find Jimmy waking up in a hospital bed. Her first move? Smashing her head on the ceiling the second she gets her bearings. She sits up, pulls a blue gem out of her pocket, and glares at it, declaring that star belongs to her and nobody else. She doesn't give a damn if it's the Lunar King, even after he proved he's way stronger than the heroes from 50,000 years ago. Speaking of whom, our boy is just chilling in his hospital room when he gets that tingly feeling that someone's got him on their mind. So he pulls up the info on the Peacock Palace's guardian and starts scrolling through it. Suddenly, he spots something that completely throws him for a loop. He looks over at Star and the Dragon Girl, asking if they know anything about the Peacock Palace. Star's like, "Not really. The Peacock and Aquarius palaces only wormed their way into the Moonlight 12 palaces after the Gemini Palace got seriously messed up." The Dragon Girl adds that the rumor mill says she joined the Moon God Festival 3 times in the last 10,000 years, but got knocked out super early each time. A former Lunar King even had to save her hide, but she turned around and cancelled their contract for some hush-hush reason. Our boy's thinking this whole thing smells like a huge pain in the neck, but either way, a trip to the Western region is on the agenda. Just then, Kang bursts into his room, announcing that something absolutely terrible has happened. Kang rushes up to Su Lang, all frantic, asking if he's seen the chaos online. She blurts out that the candidates for the Cloud Princess position have shown up, and it's not just one, but a trio of them, all at the same time. Our boy just deadpans, thinking to himself, "Hold on, weren't you supposed to be the Ice Queen? What's with this over-the-top performance?" Kang gets all flustered, explaining that the Peach Garden is getting flamed online, and her boss ordered her to deliver the news using those exact words and that exact panicked tone. That's why she was acting all dramatic. Our boy gives her a look like, "Yeah, okay, whatever you say," and asks if this is really that big of a deal. And right on cue, a voice answers his question, declaring that his power-up has shattered the restrictions of the current era, and now the monsters from the Holy Lands are on the move. Our boy is totally confused, whipping his head around trying to find the source, when a literal flower just pops out of Kang's top. It starts lecturing him, saying that since ancient times, Whenever the Holy Lands emerge, it's been a total disaster for the beast tamers of that generation. The flower then gets all high and mighty, telling our boy that this is all his fault. Our hero just stares at the plant like it's grown a second head. He's thinking, what's with the attitude? He asks if the flower is Toyen, as in the immortal 9-petaled peach silk snow wheel flower, one of the 7 ancient wonders that's supposedly been around for millions of years. Our boy's just thinking that the epic, legendary being he'd heard about turned out to be this ridiculous little talking plant. The flower gets totally offended and tells Su Lang to listen up. It warns him that if he dares use the authority he got from reaching the summit, it will never forgive him. Kang, completely baffled, asks the flower what authority it's even talking about. Our boy's had enough of this sassy sprout. He snatches it, and the flower immediately shrieks, "Hey, watch where you're putting your hands, you creep." Su Lang's temper flares, demanding to know if this flower was in charge of the heavenly peach ring and if it really has the guts to be leaking secrets. The flower instantly switches gears, realizing it messed up big time, and starts begging for forgiveness while pleading for Kang to save it. It then tells our boy to just look out the window at all the plants in the city, which are all going completely bonkers. He tells our dude to peep the view outside at all the city's greenery, like Cayenne and Lovely. If those fossilized freaks from tens of thousands of years ago decide to wake up, there's no way in hell he's letting his kids join that party. He feeds our boy a line about guarding the heavenly peach ring because he's a pacifist who hates violence, and our MC is actually buying it, thinking, yeah, that tracks. The southern region is basically the Silicon Valley of this world, because with so little drama, their tech level is through the roof. The flower dude makes him an offer. Swear you'll never use that OP ability of yours, and we'll help you snag the throne at the next Moon God Festival. The Heavenly Peach Ring faction will basically rig the game for him. Our guy glances at Kang, but she's got a poker face that would win a world championship. His brain is just a spinning loading wheel, wondering if this flower guy is for real and if his crew is actually going to sit out the biggest event of the year. Right on cue, Kang chimes in, saying he has no reason to doubt it, since the southern region always sticks its nose into every single Moon God Festival. Plus, since ancient times, the Southern Moon Palace and the Heavenly Peach Ring Palace were basically best buds. But once the Moon Palace and the Fourth Palace totally bit the dust, they lost all reason to keep helping the lunar faction. Our boy's brain hits the brakes, like, hold up? Fourth Palace? Is she talking about the Flower Fairy Palace? He's thinking that right now, there's zero reason to unleash that power. In fact, keeping it on the down low is a massive W for him. But that little voice in his head is saying, dude, you got this power for a reason. You're definitely gonna have to use it eventually. The flower dude sees our MC's brain is still buffering and plays his trump card, saying if he's still on the fence, they should just lock it in with a marriage alliance, asking our boy if he's down to get hitched. Cut to half a month later, at the border between the western and southern regions. Some poor mermaid is in the middle of a brawl, wondering what in the world just happened and why the seal got nerfed all of a sudden. She's thinking the 7th eclipse is to blame when, bam, red lightning rips across the sky and a massive monarch butterfly majestically descends. And who's riding this magnificent beast? Our boy, of course. He casually asks, so, you're the one blocking my way? Guess I have to deal with you, huh? The second she feels that absolutely insane monster aura, the mermaid's jaw hits the seafloor, thinking, who is this absolute unit? Then, it clicks. This is the new Lunar King, the same guy who recently styled on both the first Cloud Princess and the first Lover. She's totally bewildered, wondering what he's doing out here in the boonies. But little does she know, he's the least of her problems right now. Just then, a voice from the shadows pipes up, and it's the dragon girl, looking like she's about to turn this mermaid into sushi. The mermaid spins around, her eyes bugging out when she realizes this is the same woman who wrecked the Ice Queen all those years ago. She's pretty sure her subscription to living is about to expire when the dragon girl suddenly spots the crystal lady from before. The dragon girl immediately gets down to business, asking if she only showed up because the Aquarius Palace's power has been restored. But Crystal Lady plays it cute. She answers all coyly that she just missed her. So much, and just had to pop by to catch up. The dragon girl is not having it and tells her to get lost. The Crystal Lady just calls her a buzzkill before asking if the Lunar King is headed for the sealed Peacock Palace. Dragon Girl's response is a firm, that's classified. So, the Crystal Lady presses, asking why she hasn't warned him about the dangers lurking in that place. After all, it was the very same palace that got the previous Lunar King permanently deleted during the last Moon Festival. And just like that, it's flashback time. We're about to get the hot goss on what really went down 2,000 years ago at the last Moon God Festival. The whole thing was a total dumpster fire. The Flower Fairy Palace pieced out, the Peacock went completely berserk, the Rabbit Concert Palace and the Lunar King tried to start a rebellion, and the Sagittarius Palace just rage quit. And just like that, it was down to the final two, Team Aquarius and Team Virgo, ready for the ultimate showdown. Lord Water Lotus was like, nah, I'm not giving the final say to a rabbit concert, and instead decided to jump into the Ice Queen's 1,000-year-long beef, which meant they totally ghosted, leaving the Virgo Palace and the Celestial Maidens to clean up the mess. Our resident exposition fairy, Crystal Girl, explains that's when the Lunar Yao and the Taiyan both hit the eject button on this whole era. Then she casually drops a bomb about the Peacock Palace at some moon god festival, where they straight up offed the Lunar King and then did some creative editing on the history books. The Crystal Lady hits him with a dramatic, "Don't let this happen again," before dipping out. Cut scene. Now we're with our main dude, living his best life on a giant sparkly butterfly. Kang's giving him the lowdown. She got a fancy pants invitation from the Western region, and she's about to bounce. And get this, she says the 3 celestial smoke shows from the M-Cloud Sea are on the guest list too. So yeah, the 3 cloud princesses are probably gonna show. She's basically telling him, dude, don't even think about messing with that drama. Oh, and by the way, his little mountain climbing adventure basically nuked the Mist's keep out sign, and now some so-called holy apostle is popping up. But is our protagonist sweating it? Nah, he's got 0 Fs to give about that. All he's got on his brain is when Moondeer? Man, I totally forgot this whole show was supposed to be about finding her. Yeah, she's been on a milk carton for, like, ever. Scene change. We're in the Western region, and Jimmy's just chilling with this blonde chick. Blondie's freaking out, wondering if our boy is gonna ghost them. The little girl's like, brace yourself, the other one's almost here, and she's definitely not bringing cookies. Jimmy drops the news that the Cloud Princess is trying to pick a fight with one of the 7 freaking wonders. She's in her head like, okay, don't clown this one, because when the first princess popped out of the Mist Cloud Sea at 8 stars, everyone was like, who? At first. But a few months later, she'd already bodied the 3 so-called fearless masters and was sitting on top of the mortal world. The blonde chick figures that Lady Wedding Dress is going to treat this challenge like the real deal. And when the kid tries to drop some lore about the first princess, Blondie just pats her on the head and calls her a silly child. Then the announcer's like, Su Lang has entered the chat. On a giant golden butterfly. And suddenly, she's got butterflies in her stomach, and not the golden kind. Our dude lands, looks around, and is like, yo, this place is pretty big. Real deep thoughts there, buddy. Blondie's watching Jeannie, thinking, dude, she's already shaking in her boots and she's not even in the ring yet. Seeing this train wreck about to happen, she asks our guy, hey, how about we postpone this for like 10 days? We'll do it on the full moon, winner gets the crescent moon. Sound good? Her master plan is to get a huge crowd from the Western region by then, and she's just praying he doesn't do anything stupid. Our boy, who clearly doesn't care, is just like, yeah, cool. And of course, that's the perfect moment for Cloud Princess number 2 to show up. She's all, I've called dibs on this ring in 10 days, so you peasants can't use it. Our guy's just looking at her like she grew a second head. Blondie jumps in and tells Princess number 2, chill. Su Lang and Jimmy's little scuffle is just the opening band. She's like, it won't mess with your big showdown with Wedding Dress. Think of it as the breadsticks before the main course. The second princess is like, fine. And our dude, having reached his daily limit for social interaction, is already trying to sneak away. That's when Princess number 2 yells after Su Lang, hey, you're not gonna flake out, are you? 'Cause after I'm done wiping the floor with Wedding Dress. And she is definitely coming for him. But our boy just deadpans. Nah, I have 0 intention of throwing down with you. After I'm done with Gemini, I plan on swinging by to visit the other 2 cloud princesses. This completely sets off the second princess, and she just goes ballistic. All the while, the yellow-haired girl is just watching this dumpster fire from the sidelines, thinking, somebody, please, make these idiots stop. It looks like they're about to throw hands right now. After flexing her power for a bit, the second princess senses something and finally chills out. She grumbles about returning on the full moon, and then just poofs out of existence. Our boy lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that there are a few screws loose with that one, but then decides he can't be bothered to think about it. He mumbles that he doesn't have time to be a babysitter for these princesses. To win the Moon God Festival, he's gotta beat the Cloud Princesses. The only one who's caught his eye is the one who looks like Moon Deer. As for this second princess, he couldn't care less. He's way more curious about the family trees of the first and third cloud princesses, not to mention the supreme green disaster. He's hoping they'll lead him to some clues about moon deer. On the night of the full moon, right before the big cloud princess battle, they're going to snatch the blade soul and then make a beeline straight for the eastern region. He's scheming how on the night of the full moon, the second princess will be busy fighting wedding dress at the exact same time the first princess is tied up with the Ice Queen. If the first princess can keep the Ice Queen distracted for a while, he figures that's his golden opportunity to find the Peacock Palace and snag the final piece of the sinking crescent moon. With the plan locked in, he summons a golden butterfly and just dips. Gemini and the blonde are left standing there, completely stunned. Gemini's thinking that dude is a total weirdo. She's heard his favorite beast is a white deer, so she's totally confused why he's giving these cloud princesses the cold shoulder and acting so frosty. The yellow-haired girl says that instead of sweating the small stuff, she should be focused on the battle coming up in just 10 days. Gemini just tells her to relax. She's already deployed all her flash butterflies across the western region, so they've basically got the place on lockdown. She's more than ready to take on the Lunar King. And she's convinced our boy can't pull off his little flash butterfly miracle in the western region, like he did on the Peach Ring. Not unless he can somehow reach the 7-star realm. If that doesn't happen, all she needs to do is try a little, and she's got him beat. She's getting all fired up just at the thought. And the yellow-haired girl just sighs and says, "Let's just hope the fight actually goes down like that." Of course, our boy was listening to the whole conversation through a butterfly. After hearing her master plan, our boy just smirks, thinking she really thought she had it all figured out. But the G-O-A-T still has an ace up his sleeve. From the very start, his real target was never Gemini, but the Peacock Palace, hidden away in the western region. He's just here doing some advanced scouting. And while Wedding Dress is preoccupied with the Cloud Princess, he'll just unleash the power of the Aquarius Palace and wrap this whole thing up. We cut to a forest in the western region where a couple of guards spot someone approaching. They greet her as the Queen Mother of the Underground. This place is the endless prison run by Wedding Dress, where the world's nastiest criminals are locked away. The guards warn the Lady of the Underground to be extremely careful and get out of there pronto after finding the target, making sure not to wake any of the big shots lurking in the deep. We're talking big names, like the traitor emperor from the Winter Queen's land, a leftover from the Seven Strings crew, and the Peacock Palace's personal bodyguard. You know, someone she's probably very familiar with. But the Lady of the Underground just tells them to chill out. She says she's just popping in to see her clan's ancient ancestor and will be out in a flash. The guards exchange a skeptical look but wave her through. As she's heading in, a butterfly lands on her dress, hitching a ride deep into the lower levels. After a bit, she's almost at the bottom floor. Her escorts stop dead in their tracks, telling her this is as far as their clearance goes. From here on, she's on her own, because beyond this point lies the VIP Lounge of the Emperors. The Lady of the Underground just nods and says she'll handle it from here. With that, she heads down the stairs. Once she's a safe distance away, without even turning back, she says, "So, first time meeting, huh? You planning on springing the Peacock Palace's guardian anytime soon?" Then she remembers, oh, right. This butterfly can't exactly talk back. From her perspective, the West is dying for Su Lang to free the Peacock Palace. She thinks his influence is just too OP, and Gemini can't do a thing to stop him. Their only move is to let him do what he wants. And just like that, she arrives at her destination. She tells our boy, "Look, I don't have time for a long chat, so I'm cutting this short." She walks into the chamber, and right in front of her is this ridiculously massive whale. It gives her the side eye and says, "Turn back, I'm not signing any contracts until I've grinded enough to body the other emperors." The Lady of the Underground addresses the whale by name, White Form C. And get this absolute unit of a whale is one of the 3 kings of spring. Our Lady hesitates for a second before speaking up. She's remembering how, way back when, the 3 kings of spring decided to buddy up with the Ice Queen. They even proposed a power marriage between White Form C and the 3-legged White Snow. But White Form C, being from the exalted Cloud clan, got totally wrecked in a fight, lost all his street cred, and ran off to hide in the western regions. But the real kicker is, the western region never imprisoned him. He chose to lock himself away. So now, the Lady of the Underground works up the nerve to ask if he'll come home, saying his old friends really miss him. But the whale just scoffs that her people are as dull as ever and starts to swim off. She tries to call out to him again, but the big fish had already ghosted her. A moment later, she storms out, thinking to herself how that overgrown goldfish is way too stubborn for his own good. Just then, she hears a voice out of nowhere and spins around, trying to figure out where it's coming from. She looks down and realizes it's the butterfly, who tells her, "That was a pretty careless way to handle an emperor's dignity." Hearing this, the lady of the underground just breaks down, whining to our boy, "You're being so cruel." Our boy lets out a sigh, thinking she's completely missing the point. He asks her, "Did you really think you could convince a high-tier emperor with that weak sauce plea?" He tells her flat out that what Whiteform C really wants is for her to swear she'll crush the three-legged white snow for his sake, even if it means inviting the full, unadulterated wrath of the Ice Empress herself. He asks her if she's picking up what he's putting down, but she's just freaking out. Like, how could you say that? Who in their right mind would dare to tick off the Ice Queen? She's going completely ballistic on him, calling him a villain and a total idiot, so our boy just bonks her on the head and tells her to cut the nonsense. He tells her to lead the way to the Peacock Palace, saying he'll be the one to decide what kind of place it really is. After a bit, the Lady of the Underground is standing in front of 3 absolutely massive doors. Our boy is thinking that behind these doors, 2 other major overlords are doing hard time. The lady warns him they can't hang around. It's a quick peek at the Peacock Palace, and then they have to make a swift exit. Behind the door, the Peacock Lady is just vibing, staring at the moon, while the Lady of the Underground watches her. She's thinking to herself that this is the guardian of the 10th Palace of the Moon, the one holding the all-time record for clapping the most overlords in this era. The Peacock Lady casually glances over and asks what the problem is. She calls her the little sister of the 3 kings and says if she's lost, just hang a left on her way out. She'll find Whiteform's prison cell right there. The Lady of the Underground is floored by how chill she's being, because according to the legends, she's supposed to be completely unhinged. Just then, our boy hears the Peacock Lady ask if she's here to cut a deal with one of the 3 kings. And right on cue, another white-haired girl chimes in, asking the Lady of the Underground if she'd be down to form a contract with her instead. Our boy's brain is racing, remembering this is the overlord who ran rampage on the eastern region 50,000 years ago. That was way before the Ice Queen even entered the scene. He's got the full scoop on her, even knowing she once threw down with the first Cloud Princess. Suddenly, a bracelet starts talking, telling her to back off. It says she's already spoken for by one of the 3 kings. Our boy is thinking how this talking bracelet used to be a seriously big deal, but she totally lost it, caused some major, unfixable chaos, and got herself thrown in here. The frost-haired girl just laughs, saying she was totally kidding. She says, with wedding dress guarding the western region, it's not like she could do anything even if she did sign a contract with her. There's no way she'd be busting out of this joint. She was just messing around since it's been thousands of years since they've had company. Having said that, she asked them to spill the tea on all the major events that have happened recently. The Lady of the Underground is just thinking, why are these 3 legendary tyrants acting so dang polite? She's probably also wondering if you could hit that like button to help your boy Mamoru out. That way, he can keep pumping out more of this juicy content for all of you.